This is a world in which there is both a demon king and a hero who opposes him. The hero fights for the empire, the demon king for his demonic realm. The hero is given the special powers of this world, with the sole purpose of killing the demon king. On the other hand, the demon king exists for the sole purpose of killing the hero. Meanwhile, the demon lord has servants who obey him without question. They are also known as squad leaders. There are 12 of them in total, the most brutal and powerful subordinates of the demon king. They are the core of his army, and the main fighting power, always coming forward at the cutting edge of the attack. There is no one among the people who can stand up to them. But these are just words. Even demons like this have a hard time dealing with the hero. All of them. However, there was someone who had already killed a hero. Zero Squad Commander Demon Arthur. He is an enigmatic figure, a true trump card from the Demon Lord's deck, his most valuable talent. And right now, this man put a letter of resignation in front of him. The Demon King, who was doing the usual paperwork, slapped the desk so that all the papers flew into the air. He was extremely angered by even the attempt to abandon him. The Lord's eyes flashed with cold fury. But the soft-hearted king quickly changed from anger to mercy and rushed to plead with him that Arthur should not leave. The Demon King couldn't believe that they were doing this to him and asked the commander the reason for such an act. Maybe he didn't like it in the castle, or his subordinates don't respect him on account of being human, assumed the worst of the Demon King. But then he himself discarded these speculations. Demon Arthur possessed an irresistible power that could not be obtained even by hard work. He's the one everyone honors and respects, and the strongest card the Demon King had in his hand. Few people would have the courage to contact him, the Demon King decided. Commander Zero confirmed his speculation, saying his subordinates had nothing to do with it. Then the Demon King asked again what the reason was. From the look on Arthur's face, he couldn't understand anything. But the commander immediately took it all in stride, and asked what would happen if he didn't answer. Maybe he would be killed. The Demon King was immediately taken aback by such a statement, so much so that it didn't match reality. He seized his subordinate and told him that he would never have harmed him in any way, but simply wanted to know the reasons, for he valued his servant very much. To find out, he began to shake Arthur and throw new conjectures at him. Maybe it was because he didn't send him on missions near the borders where the fighting was going on. But Arthur denied everything, and asked the king to calm down when his nose bled, and he apologized for the stained floor. The king raised a terrible cry, and immediately called for the doctor, and now waited patiently for him to finish his examination. Ben, the Zero Corps doctor, said it was all about the aftermath, the trauma that Arthur had suffered in the hero fight. But the Demon King became furious at these words. He called the doctor, not to hear what they already knew, and demanded to find a cure. The doctor knew what the cruel Demon King would do to him if he failed, and promised to do his best. The Demon King offered to postpone this conversation until Arthur was fully recovered. In other words, he was just stalling for time. Obeying the order, Doctor. Ben dragged Arthur after him, though he claimed he could walk by himself. Instead, he was placed on a hospital couch for transportation. As Arthur was carried down the corridor, he could hear the whispers of the court demons, generally all admiring his strength and courage in that battle. Arthur realized he was screwed again. He just wanted to get out of the service and live happily as a lazy bum. To say that he was strong or that he had killed a hero seemed to Arthur now a cruel mockery. He waited until the numerous and fussy demons left him to rest alone. But the truth was, he's not Demon Arthur. He's Dion Hart. And he's not the slightest bit talented that people think he is. The maid brought him water to drink his medicine and said she'd wait until he was done. When he handed the cup back to her, the maid flinched and a blush appeared on her face. She was embarrassed and apologized. Arthur looked at her indifferently and told her to leave him alone. She immediately obeyed the order, glowing with happiness, for their hands had come in contact, even if only for a moment. But Arthur misinterpreted her behavior and thought the maid simply hated him and shuddered in disgust when their hands touched. The Demon King showed him impossible care, personally making sure Arthur rested. He even brought in a huge piece of meat and demanded that Arthur eat it whole for his recovery. Such care made him tired even faster, for Arthur was already the only man in the castle, and he was born with a weak body, unstable to stress. He was wrongly thought to be strong and given the position of commander, but so far he had been able to justify his weakness by a severe wound. But one day someone might guess that he was just born with a weak body, Arthur feared. Then he was certain death, and he couldn't stay here and just wait for his deception to be exposed. For a second he imagined what the reaction of the evil demons would be, how they would laugh and amuse themselves with him. And I realized that I had to leave this place at all costs, for the sake of living a long and carefree life. His first assistant Ed burst into the room without knocking, slamming the door so loudly it seemed the whole castle could hear. But Arthur did not shout. for he knew that his subordinate had returned from the human world. Satisfied, Ed brought him a new trinket they called a mirror cube. Gifts like this made Arthur feel comfortable around him. Although Ed was glad to deliver the gentleman something that would relieve his boredom, still he was concerned about his condition. But the commander assured him that everything was fine. But Ed did not relent in his eagerness. He asked his commander what they could do to make him feel better. But Arthur told him that he himself was guilty of everything. Ed disagreed, for the commander had saved them all when he stopped the hero. Ed wouldn't listen, and promised to beat up Dr. Ben if he didn't find a cure, which again confirmed the demon's bad reputation. Finished with the business at hand, Ed wished the commander a good night's rest. Arthur was grateful to this demon. Not many of their tribe showed him a human such care. The Demon King read the resignation letter again, and tried to figure out what his commander, on whose face nothing could be told, was thinking. From the very first time they met, Arthur was unpredictable, the king recalled. Then he stopped the hero's self-destruction, and surprised all the demons by being able to stay on his feet. The Demon King thought then that the Empire had sent a desperate but interesting guy to this dangerous place. The guy introduced himself as Dion Hart. If he were human, there was no way the Demon King would have sent such a fighter to risk his life for nothing. Then he invited him to join his army and rule the galaxy together. Upon reflection, the Demon King realized that Arthur had become too free after joining them. He immediately found a solution to amuse his favorite commander, and told everyone to call a council. The king looked at the sheet and smirked gloatingly. This was sure to satisfy Arthur. Dion paced the hallway. He was angry that he hadn't rested properly, for the king had called him to a meeting. So on top of that, it would be attended by all the commanders. Arthur had a hard time digesting the regular demons around him, and those were out of the question. When a whisper went down the corridor that he was feeling better and furious, Arthur realized he should control his face. He was better off not messing with the demons, for if a fight broke out, he would lose. One of the courtiers spotted Arthur and immediately realized that he was the one about whom so many rumors were circulating. Her partner patted her shoulder. The new girl still couldn't remember the name of the demon that killed the hero. When the Demon King asked him to introduce himself, he said his name, Demon Arthur. They whispered admiringly. Now the new girl would remember that ominous name for a long time. Arthur, who was walking by and heard everything, wanted to tell them his name was Dion Hart, but didn't. When they saw the commander, they were frightened, for he was in a bad mood, rumored to be because he hadn't fought in a long time, and they were afraid to get under the hot hand. Dion sighed heavily, as if he could kill someone. He himself would die if he tried. As time went on, this misunderstanding grew deeper. Though on the other hand, this was the reason why no one had contacted him until now. Dion decided that he had to act confident so that no one would suspect him of weakness until he got out of this castle. Which means he shouldn't show fear of demons, he thought as he approached the king's guards. Taking on the majestic appearance of a Zero Squad commander, he told them to open the doors. Dion came last of all, and the king immediately emphasized that this did not reflect his importance. Dion shuddered for a second. There was an eerie atmosphere in the Demon King's room. Someone had even turned down the lights. The commander of the first squad, Jaikar, a dark elf by the looks of it, told him that he should sit next to the Demon King. The commander of the third, Asild, looked at Dion doubtfully. The latter looked weak, but to test that you had to challenge him to a fight. Veliton was outraged at the tardiness, but Adelia lambasted him, saying that Arthur might have had his reasons. Riri found it impertinent to disrespect Commander Arthur in such a way. Thank goodness the lights came back on, and Dion was able to find his chair without tripping. He was out of breath, and wanted to get back to his room sooner rather than later. The Demon King asked why he was late, and Dion replied that he just didn't want to come. An obliging sideboard appeared nearby and offered to pour tea. Dion barely held back a burst of joy. This was what he went to the meetings for. You could drink as much expensive tea as you wanted during these meetings. And that was the only reason why he was here despite his reluctance. But it wasn't tea in the glass, Dion quickly realized, barely taking a sip. There was a regular grape juice poured in there, Dion noticed and frowned. He immediately thought he was determined to be made an outcast and bullied. The Demon King grabbed his head and rushed to reassure Arthur, telling him that it was his orders. Dion asked, frowning, why he was the only one being denied such a privilege. And then it dawned on him that the Demon King just wanted to save money because he realized how useless he was, which meant that they had gathered to eliminate him. The king told him to listen first before getting angry, for they had indeed gathered for his sake. He ordered the commander of the 6th Squad, Veliton, to repeat his report. The one said that the 12th Squad had been defending the village for a long time against the monsters, but their numbers had increased dramatically. After that, the monsters destroyed half of the border village. The surviving inhabitants were evacuated to the nearest town and hidden behind the walls. But since the demons didn't control the area and could be ambushed, They needed reinforcements in that place. The commanders made a commotion, but they could be understood after all. The leader of the 12th had retreated. The monsters weren't that easy. Demonic monsters, cruel creatures true to their instincts and desires. They are also called failed products. It was hard to believe that the commander of the 12th had lost to these monsters. But Dion didn't see what that had to do with him. Velitin complained, for they were fighting every day because the monsters had gotten too many and they didn't know the reason why. Previously, these monsters had been killed by the hero himself, so the king wasn't surprised that his commander had lost to them. When it came to the hero, everyone immediately shuddered, and the atmosphere changed again, for Arthur had killed the hero. And then Dion huffed heavily, thinking that he would be killed under such a preposition. But not only did he not kill the hero, it was the Demon King who tried to kill him first. Dion looked demandingly at the king to say something. The king grinned at his thoughts. He was glad to see such a look in Arthur's eyes, and informed everyone that the Zero Squad would be heading to the front lines soon. The thought flashed through Dion's head. Not the kind of execution he had envisioned. The king offered him this way to relieve the accumulated stress. He was pleased with his decision, because he thought Arthur would be delighted. Velitin thought for a moment. From the king's words, it sounded as if Arthur was being sent for a walk. This meant that the king expected Commander Zero to do what Commander 12 failed to do. Arthur is incredibly strong, if the Demon King trusts him so much, Velitin concluded. Dion immediately stated that his body was not in perfect condition, expecting that the king would not send him to his death. Assel immediately noticed with surprise that the Zero Squad leader didn't want to go. Jaikar also thought at first that Arthur would make excuses and not want to go on the mission, but considered that the commander of Zero was simply suppressing the frenzied desire to fight, soberly assessing his strength. Assel admired this attitude, and Jaikar recognized that although he didn't trust the newcomer, he was behaving like a great warrior. The fact that he had not only a strong man sitting in front of him, but a balanced commander, only spurred Assel's desire to fight him more. The Demon Lord asked Arthur to take it easy and just eliminate the threat from the village. It should be an easy task for him. Dion definitely didn't want to go, but looking at the demons in front of him, there was no way he could voice that desire. Now there was nothing left for him to do but accept the assignment, but Dion still hoped he would just run away. His escape attempt failed, and the day of departure did come. Now he rode in the carriage all alone. The Demon King himself caught him packing, but thought Arthur was just itching to go on a mission. Of course, he couldn't answer the Demon King that he was going to escape back to the Empire, though he would have a hard time there as well. After all, there he would definitely meet the Mad Emperor, the very one who had sent him to his death in the land of demons. And then there was his brother, who hated him with all his soul. But still, this prospect was better than perishing from the clutches of ferocious monsters. Despite this, Dion tried to think in a positive way. He hoped that his subordinates were strong enough to make it on their own. They had already gotten close to the settlement, even though it was quiet. Ed still told them to hold formation and not to relax. Perhaps, Dion thought, he wouldn't have to do anything at all, since even the Demon Lord had told him not to overwork himself. Now that the worries were gone, Dion decided it was time to enjoy the solitude of the road and pulled out a bottle of tea, a very expensive one that grew only in this country. Because of the Demon Lord, he couldn't enjoy the tea then, so he waited for a break and whistled a bottle. It was said that this tea had the power to send to heaven, so Dion had to try it before he died and took a big sip. The tea was to his liking, and he praised the demon's skill in cultivating it. Ed was worried that his commander had been quiet since they'd been on the road, and worried it was because of that incident. A servant to nearby stopped Dion, thinking he wanted to ride, and insisted that the commander rest in the carriage on the Demon Lord's orders. He looked at them then, puzzled as to how they even thought he wanted to ride a ferocious beast. Dion quickly agreed and got into the carriage, as he had originally intended. Ed only caught a glimpse of his face, but assumed the commander was upset. He thought that the commander was constantly restraining his impulses, and that was why he was having a hard time, but he had to follow the Demon Lord's orders. The settlement they arrived at was already in flames. It looked like the monsters were done and gone, but Ed noticed something up ahead. Several demonic monsters attacked them. Barely their squad showed up on the streets of the city. The monsters were waiting for them at the entrance and ambushed them. Ed ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Ed quickly threw a general proclamation to everyone, speaking for the commander and the homeland. Demons, monsters, and a dog clash in an unequal battle in the middle of a burning city. Ed bit his lip. There were a lot of enemies and the Zero Squad was having a hard time. But in that instant, a huge monster bear had already pounced on him. Someone shouted to him to watch out. Jaikar asked the Lord if the Zero Squad could handle the monsters. There were quite a few of them and the Dark Elf offered to send reinforcements. The Demon King grinned carelessly and said that it would be fine, because the Zero Squad was very strong. Besides, even if they face real danger, they have Arthur with them, the Lord said with a twinkle in his eye. Dion wounded the bear in one fell swoop, which nearly ate Ed, but when he ran up to thank the commander, a dagger was pointed at him and asked if he was also an enemy. Ed realized at once that the commander was behaving exactly the same way he had after tea, though he didn't understand when he'd had time. Meanwhile, the madman with red eyes realized that his enemy was a huge monster. The bear struck him with a clawed paw so hard that the commander was blown away by the wind. He hit the wall, nearly breaking it. Such was the force of the impact. But that wasn't enough for the red-eyed madman, and he rushed forward waving his knife. Absorbed in his madness, Dion didn't notice how he had dispatched his enemy. All he needed now, and that was to distinguish between his own and his enemies. Even his men were horrified as they watched the dance of death their commander was capable of. He left no one alive and finished off wounded monsters with insane ferocity. Even if the enemy seems dead, continue to inflict injury, to instill fear in the enemy. He remembered the ancient rule that kept him alive. The Emperor listened to the report from his spy. The Zero Squad commander appeared in the demon camp. In that massacre in the Demon Lands, the Zero Squad commander participated and was rumored to have shown incredible cruelty. Emperor Edward Desire, listening to these words about an incredibly valuable fighter, remembered that he had missed someone for a long time, and told his men that since the demons were so eager to get out of their realm, they needed to prepare for it. And he had the perfect candidate to use, the Emperor said. He gave a special opportunity to get the achievement, and the servant obediently accepted the task, bowing low. Desire offered him to be the very talent he needed. The war between the demons and the Empire had been going on for 8 long years. All the lands were drenched in the blood of the fallen. The vanguard had fallen in the name of the Emperor's light, but they were only expendable, Dion realized. It was a veritable hell where demons and humans fought to the death. Dion didn't want that, didn't want to risk his life. In this hell, it was just ridiculous. The Empire sent him to hell. Why should he die for it? And he did everything to survive. Had to survive. Go back and get revenge at any cost, Dion thought. He opened his eyes in horror, but the dream had already faded from his mind like a nightmare. When Dion woke up, he found himself in his room, but he didn't remember how he got there. Ed and Bayun watched over him while he slept all day. They managed to heal his wounds, but no one expected him to come back covered in blood. Ed reported to him that all the monsters had been destroyed and returned to the palace after Dayon passed out. The Zero Squad commander was greatly surprised to learn that the mission had been successfully completed. He remembered absolutely nothing. Dr. Ben realized that the wound was serious, though after Dion was hit by the monster he immediately jumped up, so they didn't notice it right away. Vague memories crept into Dayon's head as he tried to find them. He realized that tea was a bad thing, and he probably passed out because of it, not because of the wound. Dr. Ben immediately began to praise him, admiring the fact that there were no casualties in the squad. But there were many monsters, which embarrassed Dion. Since Dion still didn't remember anything good, he apologized to Ed for causing trouble. But the latter also began to praise his commander, saying that he was incredible, having personally killed many monsters himself. Dr. Ben reminded him that although he was strong, he shouldn't have exerted himself so much, since he was weakened after the battle with the hero. They asked him to be careful and take care of himself, and Dayon understood less and less how he was able to overpower the dangerous monsters. Ed promised that since they had survived because of him, they would be stronger this time, and then the commander could rest. His stress level only jumped at these statements. Dion didn't understand what they wanted from him because he thought he didn't have any talents. He knew nothing and just wanted to leave, but before he could even think about it, 2 more commanders, Adelia and Velitan, entered the chambers. Adelia was glad to hear him come to his senses because she was worried. Asil immediately yelled at her to keep her behavior down while the commander recovers. They immediately began to argue with each other, making even more noise, figuring out which one was more in Dion's way. Jaikar quickly calmed them down by saying they were both good. Such company made Dion feel how quickly he was getting weaker. Jaikar tells them to greet Arthur and to leave, for they can't see how uncomfortable he is with them. But when they started apologizing, Dion couldn't take the circus anymore, and demanded that they all leave him alone. He wished he could do that, but he ended up thinking about getting rid of everyone sooner. Asil realized he had overdone it and fell silent. Jaikar was sympathetic to Dayon, but asked him not to put up a fight in the castle. Dion asked him, "What do you mean you can't fight?" because he wasn't even going to. He knew he was so weak he couldn't kill anyone. And if the demons find out he's weak, they'll show no mercy, he thought. For his own good in the future, he had to teach them mercy for the defeated. Maybe then they'll spare him when they find out he's weakened, Dion thought, and stared at Asil eerily. The demon even apologized, but Dion wasn't listening, and thought about how to choose words so his voice wouldn't shake with excitement. He put his finger up and said with significance that you shouldn't be violent just because you're angry, because it doesn't hurt to be merciful. He pushed the strange speech hoping it would work and they would remember the lesson. But there was dead silence in the room, so that even the crickets could be heard. No one realized anything. Daeon didn't understand what the reason for the dissonance was, for he had expressed himself quite nicely, though he could sound like a human preacher. Jaikar coughed. Even when the Zero squad leader was forgiving, he sounded creepy, and decided to quickly change the subject. Adelia was the first to come to her senses, and began to tell admiringly what rumors were going around the castle about him, that he had strangled half the monsters with his bare hands. Such news made Daeon's breath catch with horror, and he coughed. He still thought he was taking credit for Ed, so he mentally apologized to him. Asil, too, had heard much of Daeon's successes, and so he came to ask him for a favor. Daeon sensed the tension. The conversation was taking some darker direction. Asil asked for the bare minimum as soon as Daeon recovered fully to spar with him. Daeon was horrified, for this was not a battle with an ordinary demon, but a battle with an elite commander of a demonic army. Asil had heard a lot about Daeon's brilliance, so he asked him to teach him a couple moves. Even Jaikar found it fun. The Zero squad leader hadn't fought anyone since taking office, and Jaikar wanted to see his skills as well. Adelia happily promised to gather more spectators for such an event. Asil didn't mind as long as he wasn't interrupted. But Daeon was against it. He felt the pressure of the demons again, and now he didn't know how to refuse, and came to dread the fact that once again everything had been decided for him. Asil would just rip him into a million pieces with a single blow. Clutching his head, he answered them that it would be quite a challenge to accept this challenge. He began to mumble that he had not yet recovered from the battle with the monsters, and his strength, from which you can and die, he said, although he did not understand what kind of nonsense he was talking. However, Asil did not understand why his coveted opponent was avoiding battle. Fortunately for Daeon, Jaikar fancied himself shrewd, while in reality he was a fool, and mistook the refusal to spar for concern for his opponent's life. This is where even Daeon couldn't have thought of anything better, and realized how lucky he was. Asil immediately picked up on this misconception, deciding that once the sparring began, it would only end with someone's death. In his mind, Daeon had the full confidence of victory, now doubting his own abilities. He was impressed by the unwavering determination of the man before him, an incredible talent recognized by the Demon King. As much as it upset him, Asil had to state that he wasn't ready to fight to the death just yet, and wasn't sure of victory. It hurt his pride badly, but he bowed to Daeon, thanking him for his attention. Commander Zero was amazed that the demon took his rejection so easily. Ed looked at his commander with admiration, the one who made the other demons treat him with reverence. Daeon himself didn't realize how, but he managed to avoid an unpleasant sparring match. But Asil immediately assured him that he would not give up so easily, and when he was ready would return to challenge him to a fight again. Daeon badly didn't want that, and wished the demon would just give up. Having made such a promise, Asil only became more enthusiastic, and would not listen to any objections. He ran off to practice, all happy and excited. Everyone looked after him. The horrible demon ran away, dancing like a child. Jaikar praised Daeon for being able to light a fire of enthusiasm in Asil, and Adelia remarked that he was always too loud. Daeon collapsed without strength, his fever rising again from all the excitement. Ed picked him up and helped him lie down, telling him that the commander needed rest. At this, the demons wished him a good rest or a speedy recovery. Daeon had long ago realized that the best cure for him was to escape from the demon kingdom as soon as possible. Leaving, Jaikar also asked for the right to spar after his fight with Asil. At this, Daeon collapsed again without strength, after such a controlling shot. His heart was racing and Ben and Ed didn't know what to do. After a while, he still managed to get away from that place, and he took a breath. Ed insisted that he should meet his squad sooner rather than later. Dr. Ben insisted that it was time for him to put simple exercise back into his routine if he wanted to recover faster. The demon Asil pressed him with his presence, constantly reminding him of his promise. All this immense stress was weighing heavily on Daeon. He didn't understand why everyone wanted something from him. He wished he could just be left alone, and angrily kicked the rock. The stone bounced off the walls a few times and hit the head of some small demon with a clang. He wanted to be angry but recognized the Zero squad leader in time. Daeon was very nervous about such an oversight. But luckily for him, the trio of demons quickly bowed, greeting him. They explained that they were teaching the inferior incubus intelligence for getting in their way. But that was the end of the lesson. Daeon had heard that incubi were inferior demons, leaving others to mock them, he realized, looking at the girl. The petty bipeds decided to leave quickly for fear that the commander might be in a bad mood. Daeon was glad they left on their own. Though he didn't know why, and he didn't know what to make of the child in front of him. It was the first time he'd seen a demon weaker than himself. The girl bowed under his gaze. There were terrible rumors about the commander, that if he went into a rage would become unstoppable. But as she was about to say goodbye to her life, the commander held out his hand, offering to help her. Dion told her that those villains were already gone, so she needn't worry. Incubus was surprised that he wasn't looking at her with disgust, but rather showing kindness. It had been a very long time since she had been treated with such kindness. She asked him why he was not disgusted with her. But Dion just grabbed her hand and helped her up. After all, he was a human himself, someone whom demons despise. Since they were both in a similar position, he told her not to worry, for she too was surviving as best she could in the demon realm. The girl was surprised that he treated her with such kindness. She immediately wanted to repay him, and asked if he had a moment. As if anticipating trouble, Dion flinched, but then thought he had imagined it. In the meantime, the Demon King himself came to his chambers to see how the most important commander was feeling. But he was not there. Dion pondered the incubus's suggestion, not that he had anything else to do. She assured him that she wanted to repay his help, give him a tour of the garden, and give him herbs to relieve his fatigue. Incubus had already prepared to be rebuffed. After all, he's the squad leader and must be very busy. But Dion was interested, for he didn't think there could be a garden in this depressing demon castle. As if realizing her mistake, the incubus girl greeted him formally, and she said her name was Chloe, and she was a gardener for taking care of all the plants in the king's castle. Dion was even more surprised that there was such a peaceful profession in the land of demons, and the girl looked decent. He reflected, imagining a garden, a place with beautiful flowers and greenery, fresh air. It was the healing corner he needed. He told Chloe that it sounded like the perfect place to calm his nerves, so he asked her to show him the garden. He was glad he could breathe a sigh of relief in a beautiful place. Chloe led him to the backyard. The place did look like a beautiful garden full of flowers. Dion marveled at this beauty without holding back his feelings. Fresh air, the scent of flowers. This was the very thing he wanted so badly, the commander thought, not noticing the movement nearby. Terrified, he recoiled backwards, preventing the predatory plant from devouring himself. The girl immediately approached the flower and asked him not to pounce on Sir Arthur, or she would teach him a lesson. Flower quickly realized everything and stopped talking, and Chloe assured him that everything was fine. They were just happy to have an important guest. Dion regretted his words. This was the first time he was seeing a demon weaker than himself. Chloe wasn't normal either. Come to think of it, the garden only looked normal. All the plants here were predatory, Dion realized, and decided it was time to get out of here. He immediately apologized and said he had an emergency, even though Chloe wanted to show him lots more cool plants. She almost grabbed Dion, but he quickly told her he had to go to the training ground. Right now he had to see his squad there right away because they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Chloe accepted his haste for extreme busyness, though not without regrets. She promised that the next time Dion came back, she would give him the best flower in the garden. The commander looked disappointed. He realized that it was foolish to think that there was anyone normal in the demon castle. His room would be the best place to be, for he is haunted by dangers everywhere. Even though he used it as an excuse, he really needed to see Squad Zero, Dion thought. Ed kept insisting that he do this and give the squad a few parting words, though Dion put off the venture as best he could. He had already thought it would be a good idea to show his face to them since he was out, but when he got to the set it was empty. Dion had already considered just leaving, but he still wondered how strong the Zero Squad was. During the fight with the monsters, he was out of his mind and couldn't remember anything, so he grabbed a wooden sword to test himself. But he couldn't even hold the sword in his hand, and it fell to the floor with a thud. Dion shamed himself. He could barely lift a wooden sword. Where was he to take a real one? He cursed his weakness again. He should have just used the dagger further. But that's when I noticed the people that showed up on the set. The demons of the Zero Squad opened their mouths when they saw him. One could only hope they didn't see anything, Dion thought. He assumed a majestic pose and looked at them with significance. They immediately moved toward him, showering him with a hail of questions, for they had not seen the commander for a long time. Everyone praised him for the last mission, and pinned him down on all sides, so Dion didn't know where to go. He put his hands forward to thwart their onslaught and said okay. The demons immediately started whispering that he didn't look good, but Dion didn't understand their views, and decided he would just do what he planned and leave. He praised them for doing well on the last mission, encouraging them a bit to sit down and watch the general training afterward. Dion told the demons that they would have done just fine without his interference last time. I wanted to add that they should keep practicing hard, but at that point, I just got tangled up in my legs and started falling. It would have been terribly humiliating to just flip-flop. But right at that moment, a sword thrust whistled over him, and a cry of "Die" was heard. Dion turned around. The hapless assassin froze in fear. He hadn't expected his victim to dodge. The squad leader didn't understand anything about why he was being attacked now, but realized that he needed to run away immediately. He jerked so sharply that he accidentally elbowed the spy right in the face. Thoth fell to the floor and coughed from the hard blow, and Dion froze in place. And then the killer realized he was screwed. He'd failed his one and only attempt. But in that instant, the hood fell from the assassin's face, and Dion saw that he was human. It was not at all clear how the man ended up in the demon castle. Squad Zero didn't know this man either, so that leaves him an outsider, Dion realized. The assassin decided it was time to flee, though he was revealed right in the middle of the castle. But at this moment, Dion had already drawn his sword that he had been holding before. He realized that if he let the killer get away now, he'd put himself in danger. After cutting down the spy, Dion ordered everything to be reported to the Demon King and the enemy to be locked up. The demons from the Zero Squad became despondent, thinking that the commander was disappointed in them, because they had let in a murderer, which he himself had caught. But they couldn't help but marvel at his movements. As if on a walk, Dion dodged a punch and attacked back. The commander was able to capture the intruder alive, and instantly took control of the situation. The demons pondered. The commander's status was so high that it overshadowed the entire squad. The demon promised himself to train even harder to be recognized, but the commander's level was prohibitively high. So the demons decided not to waste a minute and start training right now. Dion rubbed his bruised wrist. Because he had swung the heavy sword for a long time, it hurt a lot. But he was glad that he had coped with a hard and annoying task, so he decided to go back to his chambers and rest. He finally managed to get a good night's sleep, so when he woke up he didn't know what time it was. But as soon as he looked to the side, he saw the Demon King drinking tea in his bedroom. At first, Dion thought it was just a dream, but the king quickly assured him it wasn't. The king apologized for the intrusion, but his case was urgent. Dion didn't understand what was wrong. He hadn't caused any trouble after all. But since the Demon King himself had come for him, it was important. And then he realized it was about the stranger he'd knocked out. The Demon King agreed with his speculation, and told him to follow him. Together, they went down into the castle dungeon where the dungeon was. Dion became worried that the spy might recognize his face and say some strange things about him. For a second, he thought the Demon King was just using him as an example. Looking at the spy, Dion was horrified at the look on his face. It looked like he'd had a fun night. The king seized the scout and asked Dion if the face looked familiar to him. The lord found it odd that the spy was an ordinary human, yet still had the power to kill a demon. Dion had a hunch. The hero facing death could go two ways. Either self-destruct by damaging the demon lord. Either pay with your life to spread the hero power across the continent by creating hero fragments. The emperor collects such people. They are called heroes, but are recognized if they accomplish something great, though mostly just serve as pawns of the emperor, Dion thought. The lord laughed, too naive to send a hero shard, or hero candidate, alone into the demonic realm. Dion doubted. Even though this spy was unrecognized, he was still a hero, and it was wrong to see him as a pawn to be easily disposed of. This means that the emperor wouldn't send anyone to the demon realm without a reason. Dion addressed the Demon King, making a request, in a voice that tolerated no objection, and resolutely demanded that he be allowed to be alone with the spy. Surprisingly, the Demon King easily agreed to wait outside the cell. So much did he trust Dion. The emperor had sent no messages. The spy's target was Dion alone, and he wondered what the reason was. The assassin recognized Dion and called him a traitor while the defector reasoned. The assassin was enraged that Dion had earned the emperor's recognition, became a hero, but ultimately betrayed them. But Dion laughed upon hearing those words. He realized what message the emperor wanted him to convey, and assumed that he was the one in front of him, a pawn for a bargaining chip. The assassin began to deny the obvious, saying he had been given an important assignment to eliminate a traitor. But Dion dismissed these delusions. The very fact that the spy was calling him a traitor was proof. He asked the spy what sin he had committed if he had been thrown away like garbage, for the emperor knew everything about Dion. He knew all about Dion's reasons for being here, his purpose, and more, the Zero Squad leader told the assassin. And if that's the case, then there's simply no other option as to why the emperor sent him here, to the land of demons, to his certain death. At this point, Dion decided to leave the captive. He had plenty of time to think about everything before he died. When the spy realized the trouble he was in, he began to curse at the emperor. Dion looked disappointed at the spy's superficial devotion, in the end only wasting his time. It was useless. The demon lord realized from one look that Dion was finished, and had already satisfied his curiosity. He asked what to do with the spy now, and if it could be used in any way. Dion left that decision up to the king, but offered to just kill it so as not to cause trouble. The lord realized the solution he was offering, and said he would handle everything. But in return he asked him to do something for him. even though he could have just ordered it, Daeon thought. Dion looked at the king carefully, wondering if there was no way to sneak out, but had to listen. The first squad of demons requested help on the front lines. Word had gotten back that they were facing not a candidate, but a true hero. It's well known how heroes and demons don't get along, the king remarked. The hero on the front lines, too, could have been a fragment that was just thrown away. But if it's not, then the average demons can't handle the strength of a hero, Dion thought. But the Demon King to everything was curious as to the purpose of the Emperor sending both the hero and the fragment at the same time, and therefore asked Dion for help. Dion closed his eyes for a second, and when he opened them, he couldn't understand how he'd found himself in this place. He wanted to ask about it, but the king was already leaving, saying that Dion needed to prepare well before leaving. At this, the Zero Squad leader was stunned, for he did not realize where he was going. He stood pensively at the entrance to the palace, waiting for the servants to prepare the carriage. He had fallen out of reality again. He only remembered going down to the dungeon with the Lord. He could feel himself going mad. A happy, glowing Ed reported to him that the preparations were complete. In short, Dion realized that a hero had emerged, that the spy had to die, and that he had to deal with the hero. But since he was going to the border, it was still worth it to look at the hero's face. He was curious himself, Dion thought. Ed was glad the commander was going on the mission, he thought. Even though the commander had extinguished the lust for battle, it still smoldered deep inside. Terrible things were happening on the front lines. But Commander Zero looked like he was going on a long-awaited vacation. As Daeon was getting into the carriage, a sorceress called out to him. Riri, the commander of Squad 11, told him that she missed him very much. The girl was in complete awe of Daeon, who radiated a strong demonic energy, second only to the Demon King, despite his cute face. She heard that he was going to the front lines and had prepared a small gift for him. With those words, she handed him a pendant on a chain, much to his surprise. The thing looked suspicious, and Dion wasn't in a hurry to show his gratitude. He was thinking of refusing. But when she told him that the pendant had powerful protective spells on it that could save a one-time person from death, he immediately took it back, thanking her. Since the girl herself gave such an expensive gift, he should not have looked for reasons to refuse. So he took the thing and stroked the sorceress on the head. Thankfully, she acted like a child, exactly what she looked like, and laughed. Her hair was strange to the touch, like tentacles. But Riri didn't mind being stroked, so Dion breathed a sigh of relief. Ed's expression of gratitude was more eloquent. He was worried about the commander, but now he could exhale, thanks to the sorceress. Riri was touched by such attention and dedication to Ed, her commander. She asked him to serve Sir Arthur with the same dedication, while Dion waited indifferently for them to finish. All this fuss was tiring him, and the happy demons were boring him, so he decided to leave. While on the road, Dion thought about Ed's words. Everyone thought he was badly injured in the battle with the hero. Riri waved him goodbye, but a tired Dion didn't even look out the window. Dion didn't hold back the hero's energy that day, nor did he stop someone who wants to self-destruct. Back then, he was just part of the hero's retinue. They were taking heavy casualties. The hero himself asked him to stay in camp with the wounded, and he himself went ahead. Dion was taken aback by this decision, but Hero looked confident, like he knew what he was doing. He told them that he would finish this battle alone, with a detachment of the Empire, without his aides. Putting a hand on his shoulder, Hero said that they had all done enough already. The Demon King was known as the strongest in history, and the hero could not guarantee their safety. Besides, he needed someone to inform the Emperor. That role went to Dion Hart, and the character demanded that he return. Plus, Hero knew that Dion had unfinished business to complete. Those words made Dion even more confused. The hero knew why the veteran of the past war had gone on this journey, to gain merit with the Emperor, and to fulfill his wish. But then the hero himself wondered what he should have asked of the Emperor, since he had refused the veteran of the 8 Years' War last time. The hero wished to hear that answer when he returned, and turned to leave. But Daeon didn't leave. He sat in the woods waiting for the battle to end. He wanted to know what happened, but his legs wouldn't obey him. He didn't know what the reason was, shame or fear, or maybe all together. The retinue's job to clear the hero's path. But when he was asked to stay, he was relieved. He just wanted to survive. He had to survive. Dion got up from his seat because he wanted to know at least how it ended. If victorious, bring everyone back. Defeat, report to the Emperor. He thought everything would be fine if viewed from afar. Lurking, Dion watched the battlefield from the bushes, hoping he wouldn't be spotted. But he was horrified when he saw the entrance to the Demon King's castle. The fight ended very quickly. The power of the demons was overwhelming. The Demon King stood over the defeated hero, all of whose companions were already dead. When the Demon King asked his last words, Hero glowed with powerful magic. Dion stepped out of cover to the very edge of the hill to see everything clearly. He realized that the hero would use self-destruction, and it should be reported to the Emperor. But in that instant, a huge demon appeared from behind and asked him who he was, his passport, his insurance policy. The demon swung his huge club to swat the gnat. The demon's weapon struck the ground, causing a veritable explosion that would kill Dion with a single blow. But he was able to dodge, and indignantly asked why swing his weapon around like that. But the demon didn't listen and attacked again. Dion drew his dagger. He realized he couldn't escape anymore. He had to slow the monster down somehow. When the monster swung around again, Dion decided to take a chance and go for a closer approach. After all, he was faster. After a series of sweeps and dodges, Dion skipped under the giant's feet without harming himself, then scattered and jumped up on the demon to attack it from above. The razor-sharp blade stabbed into the huge demon's thick neck, but the wound wasn't too deep, and the demon was able to counterattack with his free hand. Dion realized he was in trouble. He had a feeling he wouldn't be able to penetrate the giant's thick skin. But at that moment, the rock on which they were fighting began to crumble. They began to fall down to where the hero and the Demon King fought. Dion was lucky he was on top, so held onto his dagger. So when they fell, the demon died. Rivers of blood flowed from beneath his huge body. Dion didn't know what to do next. He survived because the ogre's body cushioned the fall and piled on the dagger, causing the ogre to die. Right now, however, Dion had to think about the fact that he was right in the middle of a crowd of demons. Those were shocked that the commander of the 7th Squad had been killed so easily. Dion was horrified to hear the news, not only in the center of the enemy positions, but also killed the demon commander in front of everyone. And then he looked at the Demon King as if he had just remembered him. He looked at him menacingly, as if he wanted to kill him on the spot. The hero came to his senses and asked Dion what he was doing here, for he knew he was going to self-destruct. Dion apologized. He wanted to do his duty and approached the hero. The hero grabbed him by the shoulders and said he really hoped that at least Dion would survive. Dion was greatly surprised to realize that Hero had stopped the self-destruct process. The hero thought Dion was kind and loyal despite his notoriety, and prayed to a higher power to let him survive and become the next hero. He then activated the hero's ultimatum spell again. He asked the heavens to allow Dion to inherit at least a fragment of the hero's powers. The Demon King noticed that the light was different from what it had been before, and thought the hero was trying to transfer his powers. He didn't know how it could be, but when the lights went out, the hero was gone. Dion was surprised. The hero should have known that you couldn't transfer powers by sheer willpower alone. It was foolish to stop self-destruction for the sake of it. Then Dion put the hero's body on the ground. He didn't know what to do next. He thought for a moment, but as expected, his body couldn't take the hero's strength. He was still the weakest. The lower demons thought it was Dion who killed the hero and stopped his self-destruction. They mistook the pains of Dion's weak body for the agony that overtook him after killing the hero. He was actually vomiting after falling off a cliff and other exploits before that. But Dion realized that he couldn't defeat all the demons now anyway, and this was his end, no matter how hard he tried to survive. The Demon King stepped closer. He was surprised that Dion could smile in such a situation. The Demon King himself smiled at him and asked his name. Dion realized it was in his best interest to answer this question in order to survive, so he gave the king his name. The king took a liking to his name and invited him to join the ranks of the demons to rule the galaxy together. The choice was not much, Dion realized, though he had not expected such offers at all. The king told him not to worry about the confrontation between humans and demons, and to put it behind him. He told Dion that after the demons see what's going on here, they'll quickly forget about the past confrontation. Dion was just trying to survive. He was hoping to escape later, but he ended up in the service of the Demon King. That day, all the demons had learned of Dion's power, and now he feared for his future. After a long time, Dion arrived at the border of the domains of humans and demons, the front line where the war never subsided. Not a good place to rest, Dion thought as he came out to be greeted. Jaikar was waiting for him, and judging by the state of the camp, they were doing badly. Dion realized at once. He sighed heavily after he and Jaikar shook hands. The commander of the 1st Squad mistook Dion's relaxed appearance for eagerness for battle, and informed them that for now there was a lull on their front, but they needed to be ready. Dion didn't immediately realize what they needed to prepare for, since they should have been ready already. But it was about him. Jaikar had told him that he wanted Dion to join the battle as soon as Imperial troops showed themselves on the horizon. The scouts reported to the head of the Imperial Army that the commander of the Zero detachment had arrived in the enemy camp, causing them to be in high spirits. The new hero was dejected. Another headache had fallen on his head. Things were not going well as it was. Zero Squad Commander was known as the Demon King's trump card. someone who is even more powerful than the first squad leader, the strongest among all 12. The officer asked Hiro what they should do, since things were such that they no longer had an advantage. Hiro said they would dispatch the killer, but the officer countered that it wouldn't help the case. But the hero had reason to doubt the power of Trump, because no one has ever seen him in action. It could all have been an illusion created to boost the morale of the soldiers, the hero of Cruel's men told them. If they find out the whole truth by sending one assassin, it will be a huge accomplishment to get information about the Zero Squad commander. Dion was nervous. His leg wouldn't stop shaking as Ed bandaged his wrist. Dion was worried about his participation in the battle. He had never claimed to be a squad leader, though it was convenient. But now his situation was difficult. He was shaking so much that even Ed was worried, and couldn't bandage him properly. Dion was distracted from his thoughts, and assured Ed that everything was fine. He told Ed not to worry, for he was just going to look at the hero's face and move to the rear. But Ed didn't seem to understand what the commander wanted to say, and made an incredulous face. Ed was getting flustered, for it was about to dawn. The enemy was right in front of them, and a serious battle could begin. He couldn't help but worry. Ed felt strongly for the commander, and Dion didn't understand how only he was followed without complaint by such a loyal demon. Dion didn't understand what was so enchanting about him. He fainted easily, vomited blood constantly, and got sunburned easily. No matter how you look at it, he's a useless little man, Dion thought, and grimaced at the thought. He thought Ed was staying with him because he was actually an angel and not a demon, but then the deputy said he would destroy all the humans. The cloth they wrapped around all of Dion's exposed areas was made by the Demon King and protected him from the sun. Dion had heard that the demons had even cast a spell to make his eyes and mouth see through. Ed said that the Demon King valued him very much since he wasn't shy about using his magic everywhere. Magic is what disrupts the order of the world. Demon magic is limited. Energy spent on magic cannot be restored. Moreover, the more energy the demon has expended, the faster the hero will appear. Dion realized that since the Demon King was using so much magic, it meant he was confident of his victory. When they were done, Dion had no choice but to admit that it was convenient. Ed was enthusiastic, with their commander with them, and the entire squad, who had been practicing to the hilt since the spy invasion. Dion recognized that he couldn't trust anyone else with his life, so he mentally asked them to keep an eye on him. He told Ed that he would go check on the corpse of the 9th squad leader, despite the aide's objections, to conserve his strength before the battle. Ed again marveled at the commander's enthusiasm for just using a plausible excuse. He thought about finding a place and hiding properly until it was all over, but when he came out of the tent, he saw many demons in front of it. Meanwhile, the assassin sent after him was already watching the target and feeling the pressure coming from him. Though rumored to be strong, the commander was definitely not as strong as they thought he was, the assassin decided, and drew his weapon to test Dion's skills. He threw a poison dart at him, though he could have just completed the task. Somehow, magically, Dion dodged again from a hidden blow. He glanced in the direction where the assassin was hiding, and he thought he'd been figured out, though Dion himself had just tripped over a rock. A demon nearby asked the commander if there was any problem, noticing how he slumped sharply. He immediately pretended to warm up for the fight, and the demon took it at face value. He found out that there was no place to hide. He would only trip over rocks anyway, so it was better to stay in the tent. The assassin was completely discouraged when he saw Dion walking back to the tent with no intention of pursuing him. He began to think that this was some cunning plan by the Zero Squad commander, and that the latter had probably ordered the assassin to be taken out without a fuss. The assassin decided that it was not possible to test the skills by one test, so it is necessary to make another attempt. And in the meantime, Ed brought tea to the tent. Dion experienced embarrassment for returning to the tent too quickly, and decided to change the subject, and demanded all information about the people's new hero. According to the 2nd squad leader, the hero wore a helmet. No one has seen his face, but it is reliably known that he is an experienced swordsman. At that moment, the assassin crept onto the roof of the general's tent and watched. The spy didn't understand anything about why Dion wasn't reporting him, or why he was asking about Hero Cruel, and assumed that he may have made their connection. Noticing the tea Ed had made, Dion was angry that he was going to drink it and not offer it to the commander. Ed, realizing the look in his commander's eyes, quickly excused himself, that he had prepared everything just for him. Dion was immediately relieved to realize he could drink this fine tea. Ed said that since they were on the battlefield, it wasn't so terrible to have a drink to calm the nerves, and immediately poured the commander a drink. He figured it wouldn't be a big deal, since the commander would still do as he pleased during the battle. They heard some noise and turned in that direction without noticing something dripping into Dion's glass. The assassin cheered. The fools didn't notice him poisoning the tea while they were distracted by the thrown stone. Dion himself didn't realize how, but as soon as he reached for his tea, he immediately spilled the contents of his glass on the ground. When he woke up, he found that the glass had flown away, and an inner voice said that there was a pest among them. He remembered trying to swat away an annoying fly that was in his way. This insect made him very angry, and Dion wanted to swat her. His hand twitched out of his will, as if he were a rag doll on strings. Dion immediately apologized to Ed, saying it wasn't on purpose. But then they looked at the red puddle of tea, which was covered in smoke and clearly not behaving as it should. The tea was poisoned, Ed realized, and immediately looked up at the roof. But the killer had already fled. The criminal was quickly running away, totally confused after 2 failures. He was in a hurry to report back to the Empire, but first he decided to tell everything to the hero Cruel. Zero Squad Commander's abilities assessed correctly. He's very dangerous, the spy realized. Jaikar was furious to learn that someone had infiltrated their camp and made an attempt on the Zero Squad leader, the Sentinel Demons, marveling that they couldn't spot the spy the Zero Commander had discovered. Jaikar told them he would punish them later, but for now they should check the camp for other spies. Dion was worried, though belatedly, he really could have been killed. Ed apologized to the commander just in case, though he wasn't guilty of anything, but blamed himself for foolishly failing to notice the enemy spy. Dion didn't think it was possible for an assassin to get past Ed either, and that proved that he was quite experienced. Dion's situation was difficult. Now even the Imperial villains were after him, he thought, as he noticed the bottle of tea. Dion noticed that the bottle had been sealed before the assassin arrived, and clarified that with the lieutenant. That means it was the glass that was poisoned, not the tea bottle itself. Dion made assumptions and took the tea away. The drink itself has survived and you can just drink it, straight from the bottle. Cruel sat in the headquarters, leaning over a map and mulling over the report. The spy brought disturbing news. The rumors were true, and the Empire was in danger. Commander Zero was very dangerous. The assassin was quite skillful and experienced, and yet he failed. Now, with such a strong fighter fighting on the side of the demons, they needed that rogue, thought Cruel of an acquaintance. The officer asked what it was about, and Cruel explained that he was referring to another hero who wasn't with them right now. After thinking it over carefully, he informed his men to retreat. The officer objected that if they retreated without a fight, it would look like running before the force of the enemy. Cruel got angry and stuck a knife in the map. They should retreat, but if anyone chases them, they will eliminate him. Strategically, there was no need to fight over remote lands where not even a ray of light falls. This they must instill in the demons, Cruel replied. If they retreat now, they will not show their weaknesses. And if they do, they will take the fight to their own land. The officer agreed that this was the best way out, and asked what to give to the Emperor. Cruel was ordered to retake Imperial lands taken over by demons, not to invade the demons' original lands. By now, the lands of the Empire could already be considered restored. They don't need any more friction between their countries, and so they're retreating. That's something worth reporting to the Emperor. Cruel didn't want to risk his debut as a hero, and they hoped that Commander Zero, who rarely intervened in battles, wouldn't wreak havoc. But just at that moment, an adjutant burst in with a report, and a look of alarm on his face. He said that the demon troops were attacking, and Daeon was leading them. Cruel's whole peace plan had now gone to waste. All they had to do was take the fight. All because after tea, Daeon went off the rails as usual and slaughtered enemies left and right. Several Empire soldiers fell. One of them had his arm cut off. The sight of the insane Zero Squad commander terrified everyone. Ed kept up with the commander and killed the survivors. The commander had drunk a lot of tea and was out of control, but it was to their advantage. Daeon looked like a fiend, a mad bloodlust surrounding him. The man in front of him realized that he had to fight to survive, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. In terror, he paced backwards. Daeon leaned close to him and asked why he was just sitting there. "You have to fight to survive, or you'll just die without doing anything," Daeon told him, and drew his knife. But in that instant, a powerful attack hit Daeon. A bright flash of light. The impact sent Daeon flying off into a tree as usual, and Ed immediately rushed to the commander's aid. Before them appeared a knight in shining armor, beaming with glory, and wearing a cloak so that it was immediately clear that he was a hero, Cruel said disappointedly. He was going to finish him off with one punch, and rubbed his arm. Ed, too, guessed at once that they were facing the hero they had come to fight. Ed shook the commander and asked him if he was all right, for Daeon was all red with blood. He pulled the bling out of his pocket that Riri had given him. The beautiful pendant immediately cracked. If that pendant hadn't absorbed the full force of the blow, Daeon might have died. The Imperial soldier looked at Cruel's new hero with hope and awe. He already thought he was saved when Daeon delivered his fatal blow. The soldier lost his head, and Daeon was walking toward the hero like nothing had happened. They stood across from each other, assessing the enemy's strength. Cruel modestly remarked that he was unworthy of the title of savior of men, and Dion told him he'd heard a lot about him and grinned. Cruel's voice sounded familiar. Perhaps they had seen each other before, and he asked to remove his helmet and show his face. The hero refused. Taking off his helmet in front of the enemy is unthinkable, but the enemy also seemed familiar to him. Dion realized they wouldn't remove his helmet for his sake, and tossed the dagger in his hand thoughtfully. In that case, he decided it was worth removing the helmet from the hero himself, and rushed into the attack. Cruel barely dodged the deadly attack with a swift downward motion. Although the enemy was very fast, it didn't mean he couldn't track his movements. After that, Cruel broke the distance. Dion didn't advance either and bided his time. It pleased him that his opponent was so good. This game was getting fun. Now Cruel was already attacking and Dion was defending himself, laughing madly. Zero's commander asked him if he should confirm the hero's qualifications since he was unsure of himself. They clashed in a furious battle and exchanged many blows that glittered between them. Although the Zero squad leader's attacks annoyed Cruel, they weren't strong enough. At one point, the hero simply knocked the short sword out of Dion's hands. Cruel was sure he could handle it if he kept pushing with his power. The powerful attack knocked out a dream of sparks. The hero put out a full charge, but Dion held on. At the right moment, he kicked the hero in the stomach. Despite his power, his attacks were predictable. Cruel didn't know why the Zero commander's attacks were so weak. Maybe he was giving in or wasn't in the mood for a fight, but figured it was to his advantage. Dion realized that his weakness had become apparent, so he peacefully raised his hands to the top. The hero was outraged. The demons were the first to cross the line, and the war wasn't over yet. Dion countered that it was over, since the hero had defeated the 9th squad leader. Even after rebuilding the empire, the hero didn't look pleased, though the demons had also defended their lands, Dion noted. He suggested the hero not to waste his strength, and make a deal. Both defended their lands, followed orders, and that was the end of it. Cruel pondered. If he continued the battle, he could get rid of a dangerous enemy. If he stopped, his peace plan would be fulfilled. But Dion subtly pressed the new hero on whether his troops wanted to fight in the new war they were about to start amongst themselves right now. The Empire's forces were significantly battered and demoralized, Hero realized as he turned back to his men. For a second, Cruel lost control. Even though he was personally stronger, the enemy army was in better condition than his troops. Realizing the fight was over, Dion waved goodbye to the hero. The new hero's voice was highly annoying, so Dion hoped they would never meet again. As Dion walked past his soldiers, they marveled at his leadership. The human army was retreating, and the demons felt victorious. Jaikar felt frustrated. Their position was stronger. They could keep advancing while the men were weakened, but was sure Dion had a reason to stop the fight he had been looking forward to for so long. The elf patted Commander 13 on the shoulder and praised him for a job well done. But in that instant, the commander fell right into his arms, his weak body failing him again. Jaikar could feel Dion's heat even through his clothes, his body burning, surprised that he was able to fight in such a state. Now the elf understood why the Zero squad leader restrained himself, so that no one would see his weakness. Dr. Ben and Ed picked up the weakened Dion. If he fell on the battlefield, it would inevitably demoralize the demon troops. Jaikar recognized the Zero squad leader as an incredible talent. The commander came out of nowhere and defended their position at the cost of his health. Killed the 7th commander, stopped the hero's self-destruction, and he was recognized by the Demon King himself. Though Jaikar knew he couldn't help but recognize Dion's merit, he still felt out of place. But today, the Zero squad commander proved why he holds such a high position. Jaikar wished him to rest and took command. Riri shuddered as she felt the disintegration of her magic that she had put a lot of effort into. She grabbed her assistant and began to shake her with the words broken. The one who had time to be frightened that the castle's protective barrier had collapsed. But Riri was angry. No monsters could break through the protective barrier. She was talking about the pendant she had given Sir Arthur. That meant the Zero squad leader was in great danger, and Riri didn't know what to do. Despite the maid's shouts that Riri should guard the barrier, she went to rescue Dion. Riri was so heated she was melting the castle walls with her heat. The Demon King himself came out to meet Dion, barely returning from the battlefield. Jaikar had already told all that had happened. As expected, Dion did not disappoint him, and the king asked how the battle with the hero had gone. Dion glared at the albino's red eyes. He had a lot to say about the new hero. The king suggested they continue their conversation inside, adding that the commander of the 2nd squad also had information about the hero. Dion was saddened by the news, for the 2nd squad leader was a problem. The Demon King correctly interpreted the expression on Dion's face, and reassured him that the 2nd squad leader was busy with paperwork right now. For some time, the other would not be able to leave his office, so Dion could boldly change his clothes and report to the king. An impressive stack of sheets fell on the table in front of Daeon, the king telling him to read them all first. Then Daeon woke up again and found himself in the Demon King's office. Though before he was on the battlefield, he again caught the memory lapse. Riri was huddled next to him, glad he was okay and crying. But Daeon didn't immediately realize what she meant, for he didn't even remember the battle. The last thing he remembered was wanting a cup of tea before he went and died at the front. He was horrified that he'd only had one bottle of tea. Apparently his tolerance had gotten worse. Riri said her pendant had broken. Daeon remembered that the thing had protected him from death, and realized he'd been on the brink of death while he was out. But Riri was delighted that he was able to fight a hero and supplant the Empire's army. Daeon cringed even harder at losing himself again, and thought it was worth giving up the tea to avoid making a scene. But he shuddered even more when he unrolled the scroll he held in his hand, where the hero's face was. New Hero, Cruel Heart was written on the scroll. Daeon read and grinned. It was a name he wouldn't forget in a million years. A man he had once loved, his older brother. Then they parted on not the best of terms. My brother heard a noise and came into the room. Daeon was covered in the blood of his victims, with crazy red eyes and weapons in his hands. Then he asked his brother for help, and he swung his sword. And now the brother was a hero. Daeon wondered how long ago this could have happened. He stroked little Riri's head again, and apologized for having urgent business to attend to. Riri's acolyte noticed that Commander Zero was truly angry and scary. But Riri didn't care. She was crazy about Sir Arthur. Daeon sighed annoyingly. The Emperor knew all about what Cruel had done, and still made him a hero. And it was right at the moment he wanted to return to his homeland. The Demon King gave him a task, and told him it was time for him to return to the Empire again. He ordered him to return as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary suspicion, and to learn more about the new hero. The Demon King had left his devil mark on his body. A seal with tracking magic, sort of like insurance, the king said, and ordered to let him know if he found anything useful. Now the commander of Demon Squad 0, and a veteran of the war for the Empire, has officially become a double agent. Daeon didn't really understand why he had to spy for the king, but the mark on his body proved he wasn't dreaming it. He was pretty sure he lost his memory every time he got really stressed out. He shouldn't have worried too much about losing himself. Ed came to check on him after hearing that the commander was leaving for the human world. Daeon confirmed that this was the case, plus he had personal business to attend to. The Demon King offered Ed to become a squad leader, which greatly discouraged the guy. All because the commander of the 9th dropped out, and before that all the seats were filled, so Ed became deputy commander. But the king felt that Ed was more than worthy of the position of commander given his skills. Serving Sir Arthur, Ed had already managed to forget his ambitious goals. But if he took the position, a new person would have to be hired to take the place of Deputy Zero. The king was in no hurry to make a decision. But if Ed didn't give an answer, the place could go to another, less competent person. Ed stood pensive for a long time, then and now in front of Daeon. So the one asked him what the Demon King had said after all, and thought Ed might have been scolded for giving him tea. But Ed changed his mind, and decided not to say anything to the commander before departing. Ed changed the subject, saying he'd instructed the cooks to prepare human food for the commander. But Daeon still didn't understand why he'd come. The adjutant reported that the carriage was served and it was safe to go out. Daeon thought that Ed had asked to be demoted because it was difficult for him to serve. The commander asked, turning around, is there something he could get for Ed while he was in the Empire? And remembered that the one liked imperial snacks. He could bring something with a long shelf life. Ed smiled, wondering if there was a boss in the world who worried more about his subordinates. Lastly, he told the commander to carry Ben's pendant with him, and to go everywhere wearing a cloak so he wouldn't get sunburned. There wasn't a boss in the world who demanded more attention to himself, but that fact didn't upset Ed at all. Then he replied to the Demon King that he was refusing the promotion. He was fine with being deputy commander of Squad 0. He wanted to help him with everything. Wherever his commander went, Ed wished him a happy journey, and promised to wait as a faithful deputy. Guards were bored at the palace gate. It had been a long time since anyone had come when they noticed the guest. From the side of the forest road, a figure in a dark cloak was approaching them. They demanded that he stop, saying that this was the Earl of Heart's domain, and as he was not yet present, passage was forbidden. Daeon ordered them to open the gate and removed his hood, surprising the guards, who only became more wary. He tried to enter his house. How dare these plebeians stop him, the Count asked them. The servants lined up to greet the Earl, who had not been to his estate for a long time. Everyone bowed low, as etiquette demanded, though Daeon had told them not to do so. Rem, their family's butler, was the first to approach him and say hello. This man had served their family for as long as Daeon could remember. Now he felt at home. Their separation had lasted 6 months. Everyone thought Daeon had gone to kill demons on the Emperor's orders. and now they were waiting to hear what he had to say. The butler carefully touched his wounds and regretfully said that he couldn't destroy all the monsters himself because he was old. Dion withdrew his hand and said it was okay, because he wasn't a kid anymore. Remus agreed. His master was now an honorary count. The butler offered to prepare a room for him to rest in, but Dion said he would go straight to the emperor. He would have loved to rest, but he was sure the emperor had already been informed of his return, Dion thought as he passed the family portrait. He was hidden behind a tattered curtain. Because the earl didn't really like his family, Dion wanted to ask the emperor about his brother. But there was one other person who got the news that Dion Hart was back. Duke Luther regarded Dion as the emperor's lapdog, and knew that the latter would go to him at once with a report. He immediately asked what they would do about his younger brother's return from Cruel, who was standing nearby. Sir New Hero knew only one method: contact the Assassin's Guild. But Duke Luther cautioned him. They could get caught, and that would ruin his reputation as a hero. Luther said there were other options, and Shaylin, his assistant, confirmed it. The Revolutionary Army was good for that too. These scum wanted to kill the Emperor, so if they take up the assassination, it will avert unnecessary suspicion. The Duke didn't think the hero Cruel would miss something so obvious. Cruel obediently apologized and said he would follow orders. The Duke wanted to know how strong the Emperor's dog was. The maids had changed Dion and were now admiring his appearance. He really did look like a nobleman, not a ragamuffin as before. Dion breathed a sigh of relief. The baths and other fuss had been hard on him. He was glad to be done with it all. The girls bemused. Dion looked good, and they immediately pictured him in a military uniform so sweet it might make molasses flow from their eyes. Dion didn't realize what there was to discuss. Any clothes he wore were white. Rem reminded him that the sun was still high, and he needed to wear a mask, albeit belatedly. The Earl thanked Remus for caring for and maintaining the estate in his absence. Remus pictorially wiped his face with a handkerchief and said he was happy to be recognized, for Dion had become a fine earl. But the butler complained that he was old, had a lot of problems, and was going to resign, which horrified Dion, because everything was hanging on Remus. This was a severe blow, for now the Count would have to look for new talent unknown. But then Remus claimed he was just kidding. He was interested to see the confused look on the Count's face. Without letting Dion even resent him properly, the butler said it was time for him to go and ushered him away. The butler ordered a lot of guards to be gathered, but Dion said he didn't need that many. A couple of escorts would suffice. Dion insisted when they began to object. Not many in the Empire were aware of his return, and expensively shouldn't take long. Sitting down in the carriage, he reflected, in the demon world he had served the king. In the human world the Emperor, all to survive. But the Emperor was also a troubled individual, just like the Demon King. Emperor Desir was known for coming to power by killing all of his relatives while he was the 9th prince. His turn to the throne might never have come if it hadn't been for this fratricide. He crowned himself in a blood-stained palace. Even after 10 years, passions have not yet subsided. Desire declared to everyone that he had erected his throne on blood, and now they would change the name of the state and turn it into an empire. He gave the name to the country by a laughable decree. Obviously other countries couldn't stay away, and so began a long bloody war. It lasted 8 years. Dion had forgotten everything because of the stress. But he didn't want to remember that hell, preferring blissful oblivion. But Dion had received the title of honorary earl. For these services he could not remember, he thought, as the carriage shook and shouts were heard. When the Count got out of the carriage, he found his men in battle. Still, the butler was right, should have taken more men. Dion immediately noticed the blue armbands with a white bird. The Revolutionary Army had already learned of his return, and had arrived here. The Count had had time to notice that things were not going well for his men when a raider appeared beside him. The assailant had a large axe and nearly chopped off Dion's head. A brigand from the Revolutionary Army recognized him, and called him the Emperor's dog. The Revolutionary Army was fueled by hatred for the Emperor. During the 8 Years' War, they lost their loved ones. Dion was grabbed by the throat. He could only curse the Emperor, who still hadn't dealt with the dangerous enemies he himself had created. Dion didn't care about their motives. He didn't want to be a victim, he thought, when the raider called him a wuss and smirked. Dion replied that he was a dog, and the assassin pulled back to ask his name. Then the Count introduced himself. The revolutionary roared and grabbed him again, but Dion insisted that his name was not the Emperor's dog. The revolutionary raider didn't relent. Red eyes, white hair, manners as rumored. He listed the signs while Dion searched for his dagger. He waited for the moment to strike when the revolutionary was distracted, but he was ready and blocked the blow. The enraged bandit slammed him to the ground with his whole body, telling him to stop messing around. Dion became ill, and robber revolutionary began to doubt the veracity of the rumors. The Count was very weak, but determined to carry out the execution anyway. Telling him to blame it on the Emperor, he brought the axe over him. But at that moment, a thrown-heavy spear knocked the axe out of his hands. Turning around, the revolutionary saw 3 guards at once. He recognized their emblem, a slit in the Empire's coat of arms. Ghostly, murderous knights, the devils Dion Hart had gathered in the war. The brigand did not understand how they were found, but ordered them detained. One of the guards said that he could not just let the robbers go and had to stage a show execution. It's not their abilities that are terrifying, it's the fact that they have no self-control at all, and they always rush at the enemy without thinking. Pure brute force along with brutality, they left no one alive. The revolutionary realized that they were monsters, and in a direct confrontation, his men would lose to them, so he must kill the Count and escape. The Count dug his nails into his hand, and the revolutionary reflexively flung the source of the pain away from him like a rabid animal. Somehow the Count was able to inflict a deep wound on him. It was crazy, the outlaw said. Dion apologized for not being able to snatch the whole arm off because he was weak. His eyes flashed red madness, and he said that since he was so weak, he would finish it quickly. He quickly straightened up the brigand revolutionary, got out of the carriage. The assailant was dead, and the Count wondered whether to continue. It wasn't enough. He needed to set an example so that no one else would dare to make an attempt on him, he thought. At such cruelty to the fallen, even his veterans shuddered and felt unwanted. But a guard of ghostly assassins replied that the Count had taken weaklings with him, and if it were not for their troop, all would have perished. Dion asked them in a creepy voice what they were doing when they were done with the rogue. A few enemies remained, so he ordered them to be eliminated immediately. The guards at the gate of the Emperor's palace were confused. The guest's carriage was all dirty, but as the guests drove closer, they realized it wasn't dirt, but blood. They told the guest that one could not enter the Imperial Palace uninvited, and Dion gave his name, and he said he had to see the Emperor urgently. The guards stood in line and apologized. They knew that Dion Hart could enter at any time, on the Emperor's orders. Dion asked them where His Majesty was, and was informed that the Emperor was in the banquet hall. Dion grinned madly when he learned that the Emperor had thrown a banquet in honor of the new hero. That meant his favorite older brother was now at this banquet. The Emperor honored the new hero who had regained their country's lost lands. Cruel modestly remarked that he was just doing his duty, playing well for the audience. The Emperor rose from his throne and said that today they were celebrating the new hero's birthday and his victory, and raised a shot of tea to him. But his speech was interrupted by Dion Hart, who entered the hall without further ado, not even bothering to clean his clothes. The courtiers began to whisper who it was that came with such boldness. When they recognized his red eyes and white hair, Dion passed his brother. Somehow the latter had gotten hold of the hero fragment. The Count knelt before the Emperor and said that the servant had arrived. He performed all his proper curtsies according to etiquette. The Emperor was more meticulous in these matters, unlike the Demon King. The nobles whispered. There were various tales going around that Dion was a vampire, and his family had adopted him and raised him, and were surely wary. Duke Luther looked at Dion with a smirk. Obviously, since he's here, the ambush plan failed. A chain of red footprints led to the Lord's throne, a multitude of stairs staring Dion in the back. The Emperor greeted him cordially and told him not to be shy, for he was always glad to see his faithful servant. But even for him it was too much, said the Emperor, to which the Count apologized, for he had been attacked on his way here. The Lord correctly calculated that it was worth sending knights after Dion, and asked who had attacked him. But then His Majesty said you would hear Dion in his office. The Emperor had already guessed that the revolutionary army was behind the attack. They had been causing a lot of trouble the last few months. He was concerned about Dion's well-being and suggested we get a doctor to take a look at him. The Count replied that he was perfectly fine. He was used to everyone looking at him with contempt. But the Emperor considered them fools. No one could reach the same heights as Dion. When he fought in the vanguard during the 8 Years' War, he accomplished a tremendous feat. And afterward, he was the only one who brought back the hero's body, which no one else had ever been able to do. Usually a hero defeated by a Demon King becomes fodder for monsters. Dion had dealt with the Demon King, but everything had its price. So the Emperor asked if the curse had been broken. Dion replied that he had not yet broken the King's seal. The Emperor thought it was a curse that weakened him, and didn't know it was just tracking magic. The Emperor had sent Dion to the Demon King in hopes that he would lift the curse of weakness from him, but the Earl continued to disregard his health. The Emperor said that in that case Dion should return, even though he didn't want to send such talent. But the Count realized he was just spying for him. Then they changed the subject, and talked about what was going on in the Demon King's castle. Dion reminded the Emperor that he had met his assassin, whom he had sent to the Demon Lands for his head. Even though it was a pawn, still that man was a candidate for heroes, so Dion asked why he was sent to the demons. The Emperor replied that the spy was trash, not worthy of being a hero. He should have died back in the demon lands along the way. But thanks to such garbage, Dion's status in the Demon King's castle has increased, Desire remarked. He already knew that Dion had become Arthur's Zero Squad leader, which confused the Earl with his awareness. Dion apologized, saying that he didn't have the chance to refuse the Demon King's order. But Desire took it leniently. The higher the status of the spy, the more useful he would be. He paid tribute to the Count's talents, and then suggested he ask the real question he was interested in, reminding him that this would be his last chance. Dion darkened and glared with eyes full of anger. He asked him why Cruel had been assigned the role of hero. After all, the Emperor couldn't help but know that this was the only member of the Hart family who had survived besides him and whom Dion wanted to kill. Then the Earl plunged into distant memories of his childhood. Cruel called to him, for his parents were already waiting. Dion hadn't noticed it was lunchtime, and Cruel as usual told him not to worry and just follow him. But the kind younger brother was worried that Cruel might be punished along with him, and stopped him. Cruel yanked back his hand sharply, saying he hadn't yet washed up after practice. Dion apologized, though he didn't mind at all if his brother's hands were dirty. Then they were walking quickly down the corridors of their huge estate again, so that Dion could barely keep up. But then the brother stopped abruptly, and asked Dion if he liked the family portrait, since he looked at it so often. The boy really liked this portrait, because it made him feel like they were family. Cruel remarked indifferently that it was just a drawing, and there was nothing wrong with it. His brother told him not to wander around the house, but to sit in his room. But Dion always felt lonely. Even the maids were wary of his white hair and red eyes. He could hear them whispering amongst themselves. They didn't believe, doubted that he was a member of their family, and the portrait gave him confidence in that. So he felt like he was part of this family where they were all together, Dion wished, born with green eyes and black hair to match them. Their father met them sternly and reprimanded them for the brother's tardiness. He reminded them that he told them to hurry up because they were going to a banquet for the Emperor today. Mom was worried that Dion had gotten sick again and asked how he was doing. She was afraid he would be sick when they returned and offered to stay home. But the boy wanted to go with everyone else. His father insisted that Dion was no longer a child and couldn't stay home all the time. But his mother still worried about his weakness. Dion could not stay at home forever, his father insisted. They did not show him to the Emperor, and there were already rumors. His father insisted that Dion keep a careful eye on himself. No one was to know of his shortcomings. The boy huffed, thinking his parents were displeased with him. Cruel changed the subject to distract them from his brother, and asked his father if he understood the new swordsmanship teacher. His father was also happy to take the conversation in a new direction. Cruel's skills were growing, and he needed a more experienced teacher. The mood at the table changed at once. As soon as his brother spoke, everyone was distracted from Dion. The boy felt lonely even when he sat at the same table with them. He blamed himself and his weakness for everything. At the reception, he was called out by a few kids, children of noblemen. They knew his name. It was the boy's first time talking to someone his own age, so he was very excited and worried that he might make some kind of mistake. But the kids started laughing at him because his family left him alone. And he was like a dummy who didn't understand why that was so. Everyone knew why, for Dion Hart was the White Crow in his very noble family. Dion started making excuses that he was just sick a lot, but the bully wouldn't stop, and said that no one liked him because he was a mutant. He's a monster the family just threw away, the bully said, and then got punched in the face when Dion couldn't take it anymore. The boy grabbed his hand and started yelling for the bully to shut up and not say mean things, because he didn't know anything about him or his family. But the bully wouldn't listen and slapped Dion on the cheek himself, unable to defend himself. He started hitting him even as the boy fell and called him a monster who couldn't be part of the family just because he had the last name Hart. Someone tried to stop a bully who was getting too big. Dion saw his brother yell something to him and run straight towards him. Then the boy lost consciousness, and when he woke up, he was examined by a doctor who stated the obvious. The boy is weak, afraid of the sun. The father and mother were saddened by this diagnosis. No such child had ever been born in their lineage. He felt guilty again for his weakness and promised he would get better. But his brother was the only one who stayed with him and held his hand. It was really comforting. The boy thought he was loved at that moment, but his brother said he didn't have to do anything. After all, no one expects anything from him anyway, Cruel said. And then Dion seemed to wake up again. His father was angry when he came to check on him because Dion had put up a fight, even though he had been told to be careful. Dion apologized, even though it wasn't his fault and he was hurt worse. Dion was afraid that if he started talking, his father wouldn't listen to him anyway, and he'd find out that he really thought he was a monster. His mother cried and said that it was too early for Dion to go out. He should stay at home for a while longer. The father of the year, who never got to the bottom of the conflict, told Dion to be home and think about his behavior. Dion fell back into self-abuse. In such a situation, he could not understand what caused his parents' disapproval and how to avoid it, and he was under a lot of stress. Since then, he did not leave his chambers, lived as a recluse. Even the servants began to pity him, because no matter how much the boy tried, no one recognized him. He heard his relatives laughing, and went to the window to see his happy parents walking with his older brother. The boy decided that it was not good to be envious, and if he was still trying, he would definitely be recognized. So he began to train with a sword. To get stronger, he trained every day and constantly increased the load. It was so hard he thought he was just going to die, but he couldn't stop, even when he was covered in his own sweat. Cruel stopped him when Dion's nose was bleeding. His brother hadn't even noticed him walk in. Cruel yelled at him, asking what he was doing, and Dion replied that he just wanted to get stronger. But Cruel only got angrier, for he told his brother to sit in his room and do nothing. He shook the younger man by the shoulders, and again told him he didn't have to do anything. Dion realized he shouldn't even try because he was considered scum. Then he grinned creepily and said he wouldn't. No one expected anything from him. Realizing this, Dion said he was tired and would go rest. For the first time, he answered his brother coldly. He never realized what he had to do to be loved by this family. The butler came in and asked him if he would dine in his room as usual. Dion was now 14, and he asked the butler what about the rest of the family. But the butler was answered for by Cruel, who said that the parents were away on important business. Cruel finished early with his practice and suggested that his younger brother play chess. After Dion stopped trying to get better, he and his brother occasionally played. Cruel asked him if he had pulled him away from important matters. Dion couldn't remember the last time he'd seen his parents and took the question as a taunt. He couldn't have any business being here. It sounded too ironic, so he quickly corrected himself and said he wasn't busy. Cruel mumbled that because the country is in chaos, their parents are incredibly busy. Dion had heard it from everyone, but thought it wasn't about being busy. It was just that they didn't want to see him. He knew for a fact that his brother was deceiving him, but there was a reason he wanted to believe the lie. Sometimes, when he went to bed, he was visited by his mother, who thought he was already asleep. Though he swore to himself that he did not expect love from them, he accepted these goodnight wishes from his mother. He still put meaning into these trivial actions of his mother, and began to hope, feeling pathetic. Everyone could have been really busy, Dion thought, when Cruel informed him that he wouldn't be able to come into play for a while. Dion tasted bitterness and disappointment. Once again, he had burned himself on hope, and apologized to his brother for being an onerous burden to him. But my brother said that when the war started, one family member would be drafted. That was the whole point. But at that moment, 2 men came into their room. Cruel immediately got up from the table and asked them who they were and how dare they barge in like that. A man in imperial military uniform told them that he had arrived with orders from the emperor. They wanted none other than Dion Hart, and the obliging butler immediately introduced him, though no one asked for him. The emperor's servant ordered him to follow, in a voice that tolerated no objection. The servant didn't listen to anyone, just grabbed Dion and dragged him behind him. Even though he realized that such a dead man would be useless on the battlefield, Cruel stopped them. He was sure that conscription was not prescribed to Dion at all, and there had been a mistake. To which the emperor's servant replied that their parents had signed all the official documents, and there was no mistake. At this, the soldiers took Dion away, leaving Cruel alone to sort things out entirely. Dion couldn't understand how his parents could send him off to war, since he's so weak he can't fend for himself and will die quickly. Now he understood why his mother kept coming to him and apologizing when she thought he was asleep. Not even his brother tried to pick him up anymore, and Dion figured everyone wanted him dead. All because he's a mistake for dishonoring the Hart family. Eventually his family abandoned him. The officer tossed him a sword when they got to the armory. Soon they would be sent to the front lines and they had to get stronger or die. Even among his brothers in misfortune, Dion remained lonely, shunned, and thought to be dying soon. The boy cried. He didn't want to die, no matter how cruel his life was to him. From that day on, he knew what real hell was like when he found himself on the battlefield. The battles were replaced one after another in an endless maelstrom of death. The screams of the wounded, their moans, the smell of rotting meat, the glassy eyes of the dead. He kept telling himself the same thing, that he wanted to live. Dion was about to say goodbye to his life, but he was saved by the squad leader. He shouted to Dion to pull himself together and stop hovering in the clouds. If the sword was too heavy, he needed to take another weapon. And if you don't have weapons, you should bite your enemies with your teeth, Dion heard. It didn't matter that he was young and weak. Once he was here, he had to fight to survive, the commander shouted, and Dion took the dagger thrown to him. He couldn't die like that, no matter what he had to survive, so he razzed again and again. until he collapsed from exhaustion. He coughed up blood and cursed his weak body. Wanting to get away from everything, he wanted to go home, Dion thought. But he continued to kill his enemies that pounced on him. For the first time, he wondered if home was a happy place for him, a place worth returning to. But he survived, and was able to return to the camp where they received supplies and gifts from their families. Dion wondered if he had even been sent anything. This was the first time he had heard of such an event. Soldiers received letters from their families. Some were written to by their daughter, who had barely learned to write. Dion was surprised that there was still hope in his heart, to be recognized and loved by his family. Of course, he received nothing from his family, not a single word, only an assignment as a forward squad leader. At that moment, he decided that the Hart family that had sent him to this hell should feel the pain of his fate. He survived and returned home. The first thing he did was take out the very butler who had given him away. Dion told his parents that he had come back to greet them, his eyes burning red with anger. Before his father could say anything, Dion pierced his heart. It was his dream for which he had survived for years in this hell. His mother had fallen to his father. He had done the unthinkable and the insane. There was no going back, but relief didn't come. He still felt a burning pain and emptiness. Dion blamed them for everything. He didn't understand why he was in so much pain, since he wanted it so badly. When his brother walked into the room, Dion's eyes went blank and lifeless, as if he were a puppet. Dion asked for help, but remembered that his brother had never helped him, so he lunged at him with a dagger. He would have killed him as well. But in that instant, a wave of suffocating agony came over him. Dion's weak body failed him again. He coughed and looked at his hand. He couldn't have passed out because he had to kill Cruel, Dion thought as he fell to his knees. Dion came to his senses after a long flashback. In front of him was Leon, the commander of the High Knights, who asked him what he was thinking. Dion was glad to see her, for she was the only normal person among the knights. But he had forgotten again how he had gotten here. His clothes were clean, and he himself stood in the Imperial Banquet Hall. He only remembered being ambushed by the Revolutionary Army while riding in the carriage. But he didn't realize when he had time to change his clothes. To all Dion had time to meet the Emperor. He definitely had to get stressed out. Also defeated the Revolutionary Army. He asked Lian what the occasion of the banquet was, and she thought he was joking. So strange was his question. But I could tell by the look on his face that he really wasn't aware of it. So I replied that the banquet was in honor of a new hero. At these words, the hero himself, Dion's brother, approached them. The Count made a sour face. He knew he hadn't just had a nightmare while he was out. He told his brother that the place was indeed charming, and greeted him caustically. Green eyes and black hair, distinctive features he'd never thought he'd encounter before. Dion didn't want to see his brother, but he was here by chance. Cruel told him that he had met the commander of the Zero Demon Squad on the battlefield not long ago. Seeing how Commander Zero raised the morale of his soldiers, Cruel thought of his brother. He'd heard that Dion handled people on the battlefield as easily as he did, and thought that if his brother had been there, he'd have done better. But Dion couldn't take it anymore and laughed in his face, calling everything he said nonsense. He told Cruel that there was no reason for them to argue, and there was no point in ridiculous speculation either. Dion answered with the same frightening indifference. He thought it would be better to eat the pudding than to talk further with his brother and left. The banquet was awful. Dion decided he would wait a while and just leave. Cruel told him he heard his brother enslaved the monsters. His brother continued his annoying attempts to make conversation, and Dion further ignored him by taking up his food. When Cruel asked if he had hurt himself on the last mission, Dion sharply replied that he was taking care of himself, and his brother shouldn't pretend to care. Even if he was sick, he would never show it to his big brother. His brother always told him that his job was to sit around and do nothing, just like the day Dion was taken away. The atmosphere between them became even darker, so that even Leon became uncomfortable. Dion was tired of idle talk. Not only had he come to the palace of the Emperor, but something strange was going on here all the time. When Duke Luther approached them, calling it an unexpected encounter, Dion knew that the Duke was the head of the faction that opposes the Emperor. Cruel immediately bowed to him. Luther held out his hand to greet him. It was their first meeting. He had heard a lot about Dion and was glad to meet him. Dion regarded it with suspicion. There was no need for them to chat, so he just turned away squeamishly. Everyone aghast at such audacity. Dion was an honorary earl, and allowed himself to openly ignore the Duke. But really, Dion would have been happy to say hello. But his mouth was full of pudding. He was making an inhuman effort to make sure no one noticed. He almost lost his mind due to stress, and decided that he would shake his hand first before releasing his mouth. The Duke was furious. But Crown Prince Edward Desire intervened in their conversation. He greeted the Duke. Dion didn't understand why they were all flocking to him like flies to honey, and hoped the prince would just say hello and leave. The prince stood right in front of Daeon and spoke to the duke about how long it had been since he had been seen at the palace. Of course, the heir realized that the cunning duke was up to something since he appeared in the palace as soon as Earl Hart got here. He couldn't just stand by and decided that he would protect his father's subject. It was only to Daeon's advantage. He already thought the trouble had passed him by. When gentle hands nearly broke his ribs in a fit of love, someone hugged him, calling him pale porcelain. Princess Aletta chided her brother for not calling her to see the count, even though he had gone to see him himself. Daeon let out a suppressed cry, and the prince turned around to see what was wrong. The count got rid of the rest of the pudding, but it looked like it was blood. Everyone started calling for a doctor. The princess's hug was the control shot. Daeon started to say he didn't need a doctor, but the caring Leon covered his mouth with a napkin and told him to be quiet. The emperor immediately rolled into this carnival, asking what all the fuss was about. He was accompanied by the empire's first hero, General Nemesis. The princess apologized guiltily to her father, believing she had hurt Daeon by miscalculating her powers. The prince wanted to take his sister away, but the emperor stopped him. Count Daeon was also a hero. There was no way she could hurt him. The emperor assumed that before Daeon was attacked on his way to the palace, he was wounded. Desire offered to call the palace doctor, but Daeon replied with a sharp refusal. He was afraid that more misunderstandings would arise. He wanted to explain everything but could not do so in such an atmosphere. So he decided to pretend to be sick in order to go home faster. His goal he achieved. After bowing, he asked to be allowed to go home, citing that his condition had worsened due to stress. He weakened and felt himself seasick and began to fall right in front of them. Unfortunately, his brother was the one to pick up the count first, which put him in a stupor. Daeon pulled out abruptly and said he didn't need help, though he had thanked him before. His stress level increased manifold. He didn't realize what his brother was doing. He was disgusted that his brother was now pretending to be a hero. The emperor put a hand on his shoulder to reassure him, and said if he wasn't feeling well, he'd better go back and get a good rest. At another time, Daeon would have taken such an order as an insult, but this time he really did want to leave. He walked away under the stares of the duke and the hero. The duke noticed the courtesy with which the emperor treated Daeon, even though the entire banquet was in honor of the hero. Nor was it hidden from the duke that the hero Cruel himself was very kind to his brother. Cruel referred to the fact that it was part of his duties as host of the banquet. But Luther assured him he understood. He knew what Cruel was thinking when they met. Then a young man came to him and asked for patronage. A broken child that lost his parents to the fault of his younger brother. He promised to be his best sword in exchange for patronage. There were many other ways to survive, so the duke asked Cruel why he wanted to be his servant. It was hard to understand this venture of great intelligence or folly, but Cruel replied that he was seeking protection. The duke had always wondered what the word meant, but now he understood why Cruel sought protection. Daeon Hart was as crazy as he looked, violent and unpredictable. It's obvious why the guy sought protection, from his younger brother, who was patronized by the emperor. The duke accepted him because they had a common goal. But Daeon wasn't just a target because he was the emperor's lapdog. A trembling heart tells the duke that Daeon is a danger to the entire empire, and one day he must kill him. Leon asked if he was sure he didn't need help, and Daeon said he was fine when he smelled the smell of burning. The front yard had been fine before he left, but now the estate was ablaze with fire. He saw the noble knights, and he didn't understand what they were doing here. The picture was so strange that Daeon thought it was a dream. He thought it was a hallucination, but the heat on his skin was real. So he asked people what was going on. Daeon asked them since when the manor had become a mad dog box and didn't notice the black ball in his hand. Looking closer, he realized that the object looked like a bomb and was sparking suspiciously. Leon shouted concernedly at him when it dawned on her that he was holding a grenade. In horror, Daeon threw the scary object away, and it flew straight into the manor. There was a huge explosion that nearly knocked him off his feet. The count didn't understand who was throwing the bombs or why. Leon asked him again worriedly if he was okay. A man emerged from the blast site. He realized what it meant to fight a hero when his own bomb was returned to him. Those were his last words, after which he collapsed to the ground. The knights were surprised that there was still someone in the building. They thought that the count knew about it, and therefore threw a grenade there. They saw a white bird on the invader's armband and realized he was from a rebel unit. The knights said it was the revolutionaries making a mess. But the count still didn't understand why the knights were in his house. The knights' nobles were to be reassembled into the Imperial Guard, Daeon said. He thought they had been accidentally kicked out of the squad. But the knights began to hug him, saying they weren't going anywhere without their captain. Leanne saved him and built up the defiant knights, reprimanding them for their disrespect, so the count could leave. Turning around, he looked at the bodies of the revolutionaries he faced again. Attacking the carriage wasn't enough. They also attacked the noble knights. These men were obsessed with killing the Count, and he didn't know what he'd done to them. He noticed another fighter trying to lift a wounded comrade. The brazen raider had captured his ally and hoped to escape, but the Count needed at least one to pry information from them. At the same second, Remus the butler took hold of them and grabbed the raiders. He apologized for nearly losing the prisoners to the Count. Dion realized that Rem was definitely not a regular old man, and the butler admired the Count's dexterity in throwing the grenade away. He asked the gentleman in between what had happened in the Imperial Palace. Dion looked at him suspiciously and said it was no big deal. They told the butler that he had been attacked by revolutionaries on his way here. Rem said he'd take over the cleanup so the Count can rest. There were only 3 people that prevented the overthrow of the Emperor: the Commander-in-Chief, now bodyguard Nemesis, and Chancellor Ardal, a competent politician. And Dion Hart, a veteran of the 8 Years' War, now called the Emperor's Dog. He operates in the shadows and is hard to catch. The captive stated that even though he had been defeated, the Emperor would still be overthrown, and for that to happen, Dion Hart must be killed. The knight became very angry and declared that none of them had raised a sword in the name of the Emperor in that 8-year massacre. They all fought for Dion Hart from the captain, but the prisoner had no need to know this, so the knight decided to kill him. Butler Rem sighed heavily. He still had a lot of work to do, and now it was even more, and decided that the prisoner had simply died. There was a little girl sitting in a dirty back alley hugging her knees. She was very hungry. Ever since she was kicked off the street and beaten, she hasn't been able to eat properly. People died in these slums all the time. It wasn't strange if she died here too. But a boy named Paul, tearing her from her gloomy thoughts, he said he would not let her die, and handed her bread. The girl began to eat and asked where the bread came from. He said he got it from the Salvation Church. They distributed bread and water in disadvantaged neighborhoods, Paul said. The girl wondered if the food was free. She could have been drugged with something. Paul replied that he wouldn't give her poison. This bread was eaten by a cripple and he was fine. The girl still wouldn't stop. That cripple could have eaten the whole thing and wouldn't have noticed the poison. Paul chastised her for not eating for a week and still picking on her. He decided to take the food back, but the girl kept looking for a catch. Because the church could demand donations, free cheese only in a mousetrap. The boy was angry at these words. If she didn't want to, she could disbelieve, he told her, and decided to go to church. Since she doesn't believe him, she may miss this chance and throw away the bread. But the little girl didn't want to be alone, and called out to him, though her doubts went nowhere. She didn't care if she died of starvation or poison. The important thing was not to be alone. It didn't matter if it was salvation or damnation. There really wasn't much of a choice. It had been a week since Dion had returned to the Empire. The garden that had been burned had already been completely rebuilt. He had also prepared a place for his knights. The Count thought he could now rest until the Emperor called him, but it turned out the estate was full of accumulated business that demanded his attention. Dion whined and whined at first, but since Rem's butler was helping him, he started working harder. Since the day he had learned of Remus's strength, he could no longer get away from him so easily, and this servant had bogged him down with paperwork. Dion heard the noise and looked out the window. There, his knights were having another fight with the estate guards, which was rather expected. Such different squads in experience and status could not find common ground. The Count wondered if there was any work for the knights of the nobility, and Rem replied that they were originally sent on missions. Now that they are stationed in the manor, they can only train and wait. Dion already regretted that the Emperor had handed the knights over to him. The Count asked the butler if he needed a vacation after all the hardships he had been through, but Remus stated that he was not an old man. Remus explained to him that normally no one handed over knights because of the risks of betrayal, so it was a testament to the Emperor's faith. But Dion had a different feeling that the Emperor was trying to take the knights, except that he couldn't subdue them. The Count asked how so much business could have accumulated, and Rem explained that after that day, all of the Hart's property had been taken over by the Emperor. Dion asked the butler if he was really worried about him to return the ancestral lands properly. Rem was surprised that his master didn't know that the Emperor had returned all the property as recently as last week. Dion was horrified at this news. He hadn't heard anything about it. The butler confirmed that everything was official, and the document must be somewhere in this office among the others. Dion stood up from his seat, grabbing his head, needing to get his affairs in order sooner rather than later. Even when he was given the title of Earl, it was a question of his fulfilling the role of Marquise and coasting the frontier of the country. Dion hated the family estate. He had bad memories of it. It wasn't just bad, but a real nightmare. So he decided to meet with the Emperor immediately. But at that moment, another servant informed them that the Crown Prince and General Nemesis had arrived for a visit. Dion was surprised that such high-ranking people had arrived together at his place. Even worse, he knew that General Nemesis hated him. The general noticed the draped family portrait and thought that Earl Hart had taken many things from the family estate. The prince spoke first. He wanted to tell the count something personally, so he arrived unannounced. Earlier, he had spoken to his sister and told her how the count had repulsed an attack by the Revolutionary Army on his estate. But seeing his sister's thoughtfulness, the heir asked her what was the matter. Her sister was worried that the count didn't want to see her, and that she had ruined everything and her efforts had been in vain. Edward consoled her, saying that no one gets it right the first time. But that only made the princess angry. She was a good-looking girl who'd made the first move herself. Aletta jumped up from her seat and dreamily declared that she could afford to be clumsy. But she didn't want to cause any harm, and the earl coughed up blood, worried the princess. Edward calmed his sister down, saying it wasn't her fault. She wanted to go and apologize in person, but her brother couldn't let her do that. If she came to his estate, or the count arrived at her palace, there would be a scandal. But Aletta was fine with even marrying Dion. Edward sighed heavily. His sister is pure and innocent and so stupid. That's why he told her she doesn't love Earl Hart at all. It was just an image she made up to fool everyone, Edward thought. But the princess realized that her brother was disposed to the Earl all the same. He warned his sister that her foolish behavior might arouse suspicion, and if she wanted to abdicate the throne, she could do so. Aletta replied that in any case, even if they were together, the issue of succession to the throne should not be a concern for the nobles. He would demonstrate his crush on the count in front of everyone so that it would be known, and then no one would dare touch the count. Aletta was worried about keeping the count with his abilities on their side, the emperor's side. When her brother stroked her head, he asked her what the reason was for what she was doing, for it seemed that her sister was in her right mind. Edward again offered to abdicate her from the throne at any moment. She thanked him with a smile on her face and asked to know what Earl Hart thought of her. At first, Edward was reluctant because he didn't know how to do it, but Aletta flattered him that a man of such talents as he was should be able to do it. So Edward arrived at the Earl's manor today to find out what he thought of his sister and whether he was still on the Emperor's side. But the Count himself wasn't very enthusiastic about their arrival and didn't know why he was needed. He received the prince formally, as one was supposed to receive the heir to the empire. Edward apologized for the sudden visit, but it was just a formality, and they sat down. Dion then asked the prince the purpose of his visit, and the heir replied that he had a personal matter and had something to say to the earl. The count agreed to listen and caught the general's irritated look, but did not understand the reason for his hatred. The prince immediately began with an apology, and Dion became even more nervous. He tried to assure the heir that he wasn't worried about the sudden visit, but the prince was talking about the occasion when he was clenched by Princess Aletta. The prince said that he had already issued a stern warning to Aletta, and it wouldn't happen again, which made it even more awkward. But as expected, the purpose of the visit was different, so the prince got straight to the point. The earl was already nervous, assuming the worst, since the prince had come in person for this case. But Edward offered to be his friend. He stated that he had wanted to establish a relationship with the earl for a long time, but the earl was always busy, so it never worked out. The prince himself was also busy, for he was the heir and had a great responsibility. So he came to visit using the incident at the banquet as an excuse. The prince feigned embarrassment, but Dion was far more embarrassed. He wanted to say that he dared not accept such an offer, but caught the general's angry look again, because he said that being a friend of the heir was a great honor for him. Otherwise, he would just be swatted down. Edward immediately brightened, grabbed his hand. They were friends now. He was happy to be a friend to someone his father trusted, and Dion felt himself falling deeper into an incomprehensible quagmire. Edward realized that the earl had accepted his offer, though he felt burdened, but it spoke volumes about his tactfulness. The emperor had already introduced their friendship. They would see each time Dion would come to the palace, drink tea, fight, and talk about stuff. The count, of course, was greatly rejoiced at this prospect, but it was too late to refuse. Having gotten what he wanted, the crown prince got up to leave. He left them alone with the general to settle their affairs and told them not to see him off. The heir already couldn't wait to see his friend. Dion wanted to stop him, but Edward was already gone, leaving them alone with the grim general. The general started first. They hadn't seen each other in a while, one-on-one like this, he told Dion. The count was surprised at these words. He didn't remember them even seeing each other like this before. But the general decided to leave this conversation for later and got to the point. The emperor wanted to take the prisoner of the revolutionary, whom the count had captured. They wanted to find the rebel base and destroy it, but the count could refuse since he had captured him himself. Dion was glad they had gotten to the point and said he would easily hand over the prisoner. He didn't really want to drag it out, for he thought the general hated him. and the Count also wanted to lie down to rest as soon as possible. They went down to the dungeon, and the guards brought out the bound prisoner. The general heard of 3 revolutionaries, 2 of whom were killed. 1 died in the explosion, he said. But the cause of the other's death was not known to him, he informed the Count, and looked at him glumly. He tripped and fell on the knife, the Count thought, but decided to clarify what the general wanted to know. Nemesis asked him with anger in his voice as the second captive died. 8 years ago, Dion Hart had joined his forces, and the general was looking for a reason why a nobleman was in an army of commoners. When it happened, Hart was depressed, drinking a lot of tea, and the general didn't know what had changed him. The child that was weak from birth chose cruelty as a way of survival. He must have gone insane from the countless murders. The lad had been in the tent for 3 days now, and the general tried to reassure him. He told him that killing was his way of survival. Therefore, he didn't need to feel guilt. Nemesis thought the guy was festering with guilt over the murders. But when he raised his red eyes, he asked what the general meant. It was as if Dion was separated from himself. He was aloof, with a blank stare. At will, Dion arbitrarily changed his identity, as if another person was speaking to the general. One personality for bloody and brutal battles, the other for ordinary battles, which remembers nothing if the former woke up. The general realized then that Dion was just avoiding feeling so guilty for what he had done. He asked the Count if he remembered how that man died. The general wondered how much longer the Count could pretend not to remember and deceive himself. He'll hate this guy who denied his humanity forever, the general thought. Nemesis was waiting for Dion to show up first, violent, and then he would deal with him. But the Earl calmly replied that he was not aware of it, for he was not there, as he was informed that the prisoner had been killed by one of the mad dogs of the knights. Nemesis left taking the prisoner as if he had gotten what he wanted, and told him not to see him off. Dion bowed after him. He was glad the annoying general was leaving. But Nemesis realized that nothing had changed. It was the Count's disgusting second personality that was responsible for the murder, the general was certain. A man's weakness could turn into disaster, and Nemesis didn't understand why His Majesty the Emperor trusted him so much. Why keep such a dangerous man around? Dion had managed to doze off in his chair when he was awakened by Remus, the butler. He realized Rem had been waiting all this time, so he asked how long he'd been asleep. The butler was surprised to see the Count faint, but Dion told him he was already rested and feeling better. Remus suggested he call a doctor, for he had been told that the Earl was weakened, and Dion agreed that a rest once a day would do him good. While Dion slept, Remus thought of something to occupy the knights, and suggested to the Count to send them to suppress the monsters. The Count liked the idea. The knights were constantly provoking riots, and the borders were full of monsters. Dion immediately felt a lightness in his body, realizing that the troublesome knights would disappear from his home. At least he thought so. But in the end, Lien led their squad forward, saying it was a long way from the border. Dion didn't understand at all why he was dragged here, where he had to ride with everyone else in the blazing sun. Lien asked him to hold out a little longer, for the border was near. The Count asked the knight next to him why he had to go with them, and the latter replied that it was foolish to miss such fun. The knight stated that the Earl should have gotten bored of the sight of blood by now, but Dion would rather never see the battlefield. It was all about his rabid dogs begging him to join this expedition. They insisted that he was also part of the Knights of the Nobility, and they simply couldn't deprive him of such a pleasure as hunting monsters. Rem also insisted, and asked to treat the trip as a little vacation. The knights immediately felt sympathetic. They were worried that the Count didn't go to the courtyard because he was busy all the time, and they thought that this was how they were saving him. Dion still wanted to refuse, but the butler said that if the Count went, he would lure out the man who was hiding in the house. Then old Remus can catch the sneaky rat, and all the Count has to do is drive back there. Dion couldn't object to anything. The old man was right. Spies better be caught. Otherwise, sooner or later, he will definitely hoof it. He was strangled, tried to blow up. The knights were anticipating the hunt. They remembered that the Count had returned fresh from the last hunt, but that was because he had rested in the demon castle. The knights urged him to relieve his stress anew, and swarmed to attack the hordes of monsters. They were enthusiastic, and did not wait for the Count to lead them into the attack. Dion had already grown bored of the Demon King's castle. It was much calmer there. Lien remained beside him, sighing heavily, apparently very tired, the Count thought. The Emperor personally advanced her to the position of commanding knights. Unlike her savage subordinates, she is a model knight to the core. The Count even felt sorry for her. She had the ability to reach the heights, but her family still got rid of her. Lien asked Dion if he would fight, and the Earl replied that it would be better to let the knights have their fun and tire properly. Of course, he just didn't want to get in between the crazies. The knights were frolicking. They called out to the Earl to amuse themselves with them, and felt that they were the only ones enjoying his vacation. The Count waved them off, letting them know that he would sort out his own vacation. Their arguments in the call were interrupted by a downed arrow that plunged into the Earl's shoulder. Any more and it would have hit her right in the heart, Leon worried. An attack outside the Empire's borders, Dion wondered. Someone wanted him dead very badly. If they weren't demons who didn't want war, then they were assassins, the Count realized, and looked in the direction the gunfire was coming from. Dion had already seen the archer preparing to shoot again, and ordered Leon to break the arrow. His eyes flashed red. He told her to break the arrow as close to her body as possible so it couldn't be seen. At first, she tried to object, since it would be harder to get the tip out later. But she realized from the Count's look that it was better not to argue. Now, the more the Count moves, the more the tip will penetrate the wound. And he must be in a lot of pain, Leon thought. The Count ordered the knights to take the locking pills before the battle. Someone was watching from the sidelines and recognized the Empire's third hero, Dion Hart, who had just been injured. The nobleman didn't understand who he was fighting, but easily recognized the Count by his white hair. He thought that the Count's knights would take out the monsters quietly, but now there was a terrible battle, and even the hero of the Empire was seriously injured. The nobleman grinned. It had only been 2 years since the end of the 8-year war. Earl Hart is wounded, so the war is not favorable to the Empire, and their kingdom will be well compensated if they are attacked now. Meanwhile, the knights took hardening pills before the battle. Leanne asked him what these remedies were, and the Count explained that they gave confidence. Even if it was very scary, the reputation would not suffer. The mercenary commander also ordered everyone not to wait and to attack from the target. This time, the Earl leapt forward at the enemy in spite of his wound. He leapt upward from his horse, snatching up 2 sharp daggers, and immediately eliminated the first mercenary who didn't have time to do anything. One is caught, the rest are of no use, the Count ordered his men. A massacre ensued in which they slashed at each other, with swift blows. The knights fought like crazy out of skills surpassed those of the mercenaries. The Count ordered Leon to take care of the wounded enemy, and keep the prisoner from dying. The knight flinched and froze when he saw the familiar gleam in the Count's eyes. Even the mercenaries stopped, sensing his eerie aura of death. Dion burst into their fight and immediately killed the mercenary. He asked the knight why it took so long. He chided the knights for fighting like regular people since they stopped being rabid dogs. The Count noticed that the knight hadn't taken the medicine, which meant he couldn't survive if he fought like a normal person. You can't survive with mercy. Guilt must be suppressed, justice, rationality must be forgotten, and allow yourself to plunge into the world of madness, the Count said, plunging there with everyone else. After all, they were doing all this for survival, he added lightly and carefree. The mercenary commander was horrified. He realized that he had chosen a target he could not afford. He was too greedy. The servant asked the hero Cruel if he was really going to be okay. Giving the mercenaries half of a huge fortune, it was dangerous. But Cruel reassured the servant by saying that he had added conditions to the mercenaries' contract. The servant was still worried. Orders had been given to destroy Dion Hart, and now Cruel had added conditions at his own expense. The hero assured him again that there was nothing to worry about. Even if the Duke found out, Cruel promised to take responsibility. The servant thought that Cruel must hate his brother very much to go to such lengths. The battle was in full swing, screams of the wounded everywhere, dirty tricks. But Dion Hart was right in the center of this madness. The mercenaries no longer understood how this man who killed with a glint in his eyes could be a hero of the Empire. It wasn't what they expected, not a battle with a noble knight hero, who could stay sane when faced with such a madman. This person was more like a devil than the Demon King himself. Dion asked the mercenary if he was just stupid, or if he was blinded by the money, or maybe all at once. He thrust the dagger into the prisoner, and stepped on the hilt with his foot to drive it in deeper. The Count informed him that he didn't like torture either, and advised him to tell him everything quickly. It was reported to the Emperor that unrest had broken out in the neighboring kingdom of Irion, due to the Count killing monsters on the border. Also, the Count was attacked by bandits and a battle ensued, which was perceived as an attempted invasion, the servant reported. Earl was wounded in the shoulder, and it is likely that his arm will have limited mobility for a month. The Emperor realized that the kingdom wanted to take reparations from them under the guise of making a mess of things. The Count is wounded, so they thought it was not beneficial for the Empire to go to war. The Emperor noticed that the Empire had been sitting too quiet lately. The Chancellor offered to avoid bloodshed by simply blaming Arion for the attack, but the Emperor refused. With a satisfied smirk on his face, he ordered preparations for war. The Chancellor objected that war was a very bad thing. Nemesis wasn't thrilled either. He tried to reason with the Emperor, saying that war was expensive, but Desir declared that money would bring conquest, just as it had the last time. The Emperor dismissed all objections. He knew he was a tyrant, and was not ashamed of it. Without this reason for war happening, he would still be thinking about taking over the continent. The Chancellor thought that since the Emperor was being presented as a tyrant, he should abdicate responsibility for the past. He was obsessed with guilt. After killing his siblings to take the throne, conquest became his main goal. He wasn't going to be irresponsible now. He could feel the chains on his arms. This responsibility kept him shackled and kept him from backing out of his plans, but it could have led to disaster. The Chancellor realized that the Emperor was thinking wrong. Responsibility to his murdered family could not outweigh his duty to the people of the Empire. He informed the Emperor that he would secretly prepare a budget for the war. Desir praised his first aide for his intelligence and diligence. Next, we talked about the Salvation Church, which has spread its influence. The country is in turmoil, and people are seeking protection from fear and religion. The Emperor replied that the church had become too influential, and this danger must be removed before war. It didn't take him long to figure out who to assign this task to. There was only one trusted person. He was the culprit behind all the excitement. Either way, he needed to get rid of the fanatics. Even if Earl Hart was injured, there was nothing wrong with that. Nemesis immediately began to protest. The general never trusted Dion. The Emperor asked him why the general hated Hart so much, because of his cruelty to his enemies. But Nemesis replied that it's not that Hart is surviving as best he can, it's that he has two personalities. He was unable to be responsible for his actions, and mentally very weak, reported the general. If such a man broke down, be trouble. The moment the wall collapses, what happens when Hart faces reality? The general asked. But the Emperor didn't see it that way. He smirked and informed Nemesis that he had known about Dion's head troubles for a long time. Looking at the general's indignant face, the Emperor said that it was Dion's choice, and he was the only one responsible for it. The general asked, when a sword breaks, it also affects the Lord. So the Emperor had to take control of the matter. To which Desire said he didn't care, which is the Emperor's position. All other arguments and objections he rejected. The general had nothing more to say to him. Even though he positions himself as a tyrant, the Emperor could be a noble knight to those who mattered to him. He also tolerated the general's disrespect, for the latter was competent enough to cover the mistakes of his subordinates. Nemesis realized that he would achieve nothing more and would only anger the Emperor, so he apologized and retreated. The Emperor understood his concern, but assured him that he would not allow anyone dangerous to be kept near him. He remembered the times when this guy had come to him on his own and asked permission to straighten out his family himself. The hatred, anger, the lust for killing were so obvious that even the Emperor felt them. For the Harts, the Emperor was like a bone in their throat. But was it worth destroying such an ancient clan, he thought? Dion quickly realized that the Emperor wanted to use him in exchange for such a favor, and asked what he should do. The Emperor ordered to go with the hero to kill the Demon King. But the outcome came out more impressive. Dion had returned after helping a wounded hero, and was still hungry for revenge. With such abilities, even without the fragment, he could be recognized as a hero. The Emperor had given him his permission. This night the Hart residents would be quiet. Hart bowed and thanked his Emperor and his wisdom. But that's what fate is. Cruel returned too late that day and caught the murder of his family. And he survived. Now Cruel is a great leash to control Dion Hart, the Emperor said, smiling. No matter the reason Dion wanted to destroy his family, now Cruel was the only thing he had left, and the Emperor needed him. Cruel Hart is following Duke Luther to survive. The Emperor knew it. Two brothers bound by fate have become a tight leash on each other. As long as Cruel lives, Dion will be on the Emperor's side. Dion didn't realize where he was, perhaps caught up in one of his nightmares with the dead. He didn't understood what crazy thing was going on. Everything was in a red, sticky liquid, cherry-flavored. And who were all these dead people that surrounded him and fueled his madness? He glimpsed what he did when his violent personality awoke. He was doing all this to survive, Dion convinced himself as he sat clutching his head. The shadow beside him told him not to worry. Whatever was going on, it wasn't him. Dion woke up again. He realized everything had been a nightmare. His shoulder was sore, but the wound seemed to be bandaged. He realized he had been shot while fighting the monster. Dion didn't remember when they managed to get back to the manor. This time he came to his senses when it was over. If it weren't for the wound in his shoulder, he would have thought everything that happened was just a dream, and wondered where his butler Ram had gone. The old man had just caught the spy and was interrogating him. He didn't think it would turn out to be one of the servants. The spy asked the old man who he was, for he didn't look like an ordinary butler at all. But he didn't let the spy speak, and quickly finished him off. There were still people who could find the information they needed, Ram thought. It was too dangerous to leave a spy alive. A servant of the Secret Service reported to Rem that Earl Hart had returned from his mission. The old man thought the Count had returned sooner than expected, and ordered that the spy should be taken care of, and his master found. He threw down a sheet of official dismissal, which he himself signed and executed. The butler found the Count in the bedroom where he was resting and greeted him. He asked Dion about his wound, and Dion replied that his arm was fine. The butler was glad it wasn't his right arm that was hurt. There was still a lot of paperwork to do. But Dion caught the scent of blood. The butler apologized for that and reported that he had just caught a spy and got a little dirty. Dion found out that while the spy was being caught, he had accidentally tripped and died. An unfortunate accident. He didn't blame the butler, but was increasingly surprised at his skills. Ram returned his question, for the Count had also faced the assassin and was unable to take him alive. Dion didn't remember anything, but he probably did. If the Earl failed, it meant someone strong, a neighboring kingdom, rebels, or the opposition was behind the assassination attempt. Butler concluded that between all of them, Duke Luther was the most influential. It was difficult to handle alone, and he suggested asking the Emperor for help. Dion immediately noted his servant's intelligence. Ram thought his words sounded too impertinent and immediately apologized. Sooner or later, Dion still wanted to see the Emperor to give back the Hart estate. When he arrived at the palace for this purpose, he was informed that His Majesty was busy. He was in a meeting with Duke Luther. Then the Count wondered where to spend his free time, and at that moment he was called out. The princess was ready to throw herself at the Earl's neck, but Edward held her back. He apologized to him for his sister's antics, and the latter pouted resentfully. Dion formally welcomed the future of the Empire, as etiquette demanded, but the prince told him that there was no need for such cajoling, for he and the Count were friends. And since he had a spare moment while he was waiting for the Emperor, they invited Dion over for tea. Dion was immediately very stressed, and had he known this would be the case, he would have arrived at a different time. The welcome of the heirs made him sick to his stomach. He simply fed him tea with various desserts worthy of the imperial family. The Count convinced himself not to think about anything. Soon this nightmare had to end. Edward asked him about the march to the border, against the monsters and the injury, for he had been injured because of the curse. The Count coughed and didn't know what to answer. He had gone to fight not of his own free will. Edward asked him if he shouldn't worry about himself better to serve the Emperor for a long time to come. Dion was thinking about how he definitely didn't want to serve the Emperor to death when the heir upset him by saying he didn't want to be the next Emperor. He had no choice but to take the place of the heir. But the difference between him and the Emperor was small, so he wouldn't be able to rule. And if he ascended to the throne before then, it would be a problem for Desire, which Edward didn't want. Desire was like a true brother to them, and they wanted him to be happy. The Count understood that the prince and princess were expressing complete loyalty to their uncle, who had killed all the other relatives. The 9th prince killed everyone on his way to the throne when he went on a rampage. His nephew was only 8 years younger than himself. It remained a mystery why he spared the children and dangerous rivals in the battle for the throne, and why the children did not hate him. But there was a reason. The first prince, Edward and Aletta's father, he was caring, and loved his siblings that didn't get along well with each other, and took care of everyone every day as if they were his own children. It was more than just family until the day he died. If the first prince were alive, the 9th would not bear his sword, the Count thought. His sister reassured her brother that Dion would already do what was necessary without him asking. At this, the Count asked to be excused to the toilet, and went away in deep thoughtfulness. The heirs realized that the sensitive Earl had simply escaped from a difficult conversation. No one knows what lies in the still water, and beneath it at the very bottom, the blade is already aimed at the Emperor. The opposition pressed the heir harder and harder to punish the tyrant. But it was nonsense that troubled him more and more. Aleta realized that she needed to gather more supporters before the unrest, which was why her brother was so eager to pull the Count's talents to his side. Edward agreed with her thoughts. He wanted Hart to continue to support the Emperor. And if anyone gets in His Majesty's way, even if they are from the royal family, they must be eliminated. Dion wandered around the palace looking for the restroom. Every time he visited the Emperor, he would quickly leave, and he couldn't remember where the office was. Some courtier was startled to see Dion here and cried out. Dion was used to everyone shying away from him, but not this time. He really needed the restroom. He flashed an innocent smile and asked the courtier if he knew where they were. But he took out a toothpick and bristled as if a wild beast were coming at him. Dion barely dodged the fatal blow, and all he wanted to do was ask where the restroom was. He gave the nobleman a slip, and he fell to the floor, scattering his papers. The infiltrator thought he had been discovered after all. After so much trial and error, he had finally managed to steal something valuable. He was horrified that he had been caught by Dion Hart himself, and thought of running away as soon as he was distracted. But the Earl grabbed him by the throat. Count Cruel picked him up with one hand holding him by the throat when he suddenly appeared in the palace. Dion was greatly surprised to see his older brother here. Cruel didn't express much joy at seeing a relative either. Dion wanted to pick up the stolen papers and bent down to pick them up. But Duke Luther was quicker. He took the documents and began to study them. They exchanged greetings. Dion said he had business with the emperor, but would not share details. The Duke was delighted that the Count had caught the spy just while he was waiting his turn. The Duke asked if the Count wanted to take the prisoner, for even if not Cruel, Dion would easily catch him. But Dion had no desire to deal with that. He'd already grabbed too much stress today. At that moment, the heirs came up. It turned out they were worried that he hadn't been back for a long time and went to look for him. Edward was disturbed to see the bleeding on Dion's arm. The heir called for a doctor. Though Dion said everything was fine, his damn body couldn't handle the stress again. Cruel suggested it had to do with a wound from the mercenaries, and Luther agreed. Their weapons could have been poisoned. Dion was trapped again. He couldn't lay all the cards on the table. But at that moment, the doctor came running in with a suitcase that he shouted at the whole palace. Everyone stared at him like he was crazy, and Dion had no idea what was going on. The doctor cringed when he realized he'd have to examine the damn Dion heart again. As on the last occasion, the doctor rushed to the Count's house and found him surrounded by royalty, who then questioned him. The prince grabbed the doctor's shoulder and asked what he thought, if the Count was poisoned, but the wound was superficial, according to the doctor. The prince didn't believe it and began to shake the doctor harder. Dion was afraid he would make more enemies that way. Into this pile of Malu rolled Nemesis, who said that the nosebleed was a consequence of the demon's curse. He informed everyone that His Majesty was summoning the Earl of Heart to him, and so sent the general to fetch him. Dion immediately caught the general's unfriendly look and told everyone he had to go. He told the heir not to worry so much about him in the future. Edward clenched his fists. He couldn't worry, for the future of the empire depended on it. A curse that cannot be cured. No one in the world understood this man, thought the prince. Dion chided himself for being overly arrogant. The prince didn't look good. The Duke and his faithful dog Cruel got into a carriage to leave the palace. Duke realized that secret documents, this is definitely a budget for a future war. Even though the emperor said he didn't want war, his plan was so sloppy. His Majesty's plan to enforce the Duke's will, Luther thought, and decided to help him out a little. The emperor told him that he looked so-so, and asked him if the spy had hurt him badly. Dripping with sweat from the excess tea in his system, Dion replied that he was fine. The emperor still insisted on not hiding his condition. Desire told him bluntly that he was the most important unit in the empire, then confused Dion more. Surprisingly, the Count was fine. All he had to do was go to the bathroom, which he tried to do. They finally got to the main issue, but as soon as Dion spoke of the estate, the emperor dismissed his idea of returning without even listening. The Count was taken aback by this abruptness and asked what about the knight's mad dogs. But they too could not be fused back together. Then Dion shook his resignation and was refused a third time with advice not to speak nonsense, which made the Earl flame with righteous anger. But then the generous emperor said that if the Count would fulfill his task, he would honor one of his requests. Dion read the contents of the sheet. It said so about a certain Church of Salvation. Recently, this pseudo-religious church had become active in poor neighborhoods, and the emperor wanted Dion to destroy it. The Count wanted to refuse, and laid the sheet on the table, but Desire informed him that he had given Duke Luther and Cruel the same task. If Cruel could handle this task, the emperor promised to fulfill his wish. Hearing this, Dion jumped up from his seat and said he would do everything. Dion unconsciously agreed, for he knew what Cruel would want. In fact, it was the Duke himself who suggested the destruction of the church. But the emperor could not let the Duke's plans come to pass, so he sent Dion, telling him that he would reward whoever succeeded first. The Count assured him that he would definitely complete this task first. The Count was sitting in his study and reading the reports. There was nothing important these days, he said when the butler placed a cup of tea in front of him. The emperor himself had sent this tea to Dion after hearing that it was to his liking, but after everything that had happened, the Count thought he would get sick. The butler also reminded him to drink his medicine. These herbs were prepared for him by the same doctor who didn't want Hart to get sick again. Dion was about to say he wasn't poisoned, and the point was that he was working too hard, but Rem said he brought goodies. A little later, Lian returned to the office. She announced that she had completed her assignment. The girl knight was investigating the activities of the Salvation Church and found out what neighborhoods it operates in. The church gave out food and money and demanded nothing in return, only faith in salvation. But Dion found that too vague. Giving food and money to the poor required a great deal of wealth, so the church was supported by someone in the nobility, Ram said. It wasn't just about the money. The purpose of the church's existence wasn't clear, Dion thought. He felt the pressures of the tea and decided he would go to the bathroom first, and then think about everything. A relieved Lian thought he had decided to take on the investigation himself, for the Count could have assigned it to someone else. She immediately said it was dangerous to go at such a thing alone, and the Count didn't understand since when toilets were so dangerous, but ended up getting involved with the Salvation Church personally, missing the chance to discount it to his subordinates. They climbed into the slums, and Leon was his guide in the neighborhood. Before going out, she made sure he hid his identity, so quickly that Dion didn't even have time to prepare mentally. He still hadn't gone to the bathroom, so he really wanted to relieve himself after drinking his tea. That's why Leon told him not to follow him while he was away for a while, so as not to step on the same rake twice. She wanted to go after him and stop him, but when she looked around the corner, the Count had disappeared. Leon was horrified. Obviously the Earl looked bad, pale, sweating with bitten lips. She thought the curse had played out again. Dion, on the other hand, was happy to be alone and breathed a sigh of relief. He was lucky to find an inn with a restroom, because he already looked so bad that Leon wanted to follow him. But then he noticed a silhouette that was painfully familiar and stunned. It was Cruel. Dion immediately got very stressed, so much so that he got a nosebleed. He couldn't afford to look weak, so he attacked first. Cruel parried the blow. Cruel marveled that the wound he'd received earlier hadn't deterred Dion in the slightest. Dion wanted to say he was okay, but his brother grabbed his shoulder, and he pushed with force, then jumped back, and Dion grimaced in pain. Somehow, the Count realized his brother knew that he had been injured not only by a spy in the palace, but also by an assassin during the monster hunt. Dion asked his brother if he had sent those assassins. If he had, he should have killed Cruel right here and now. But at that moment, Leanne entered the back alley. She was worried, and so she went to look for the Count. Leanne panicked, but quickly came to her senses and stood up for the Count. She saw the blood and realized that his sickness had played out again. To top it all off, the Count also got into a fight with the hero Cruel, Leanne worried. The girl knight had already decided to attack the hero, but Dion stopped her. He extended his arm and told her to step back, much to her surprise. The Count would very much like to kill his enemy. With Leanne's help, it might succeed. But Cruel was a hero of the Empire. Leon was at a disadvantage, Dion decided. When his brother asked him about the Salvation Church, Dion decided to pass it by. He saw no reason to answer the question, and realized that Cruel would not stir up conflict. Cruel warned his brother that he would be in danger if he got involved, but the words only made Dion angrier. He reminded his brother who had instigated his murder, and thanked him for the valuable experience. Cruelu was stunned, not knowing what to say to that, and noticing told his brother that he was a fool, and advised him to live his life with comfort and peace of mind. Dion had been weak since birth, so cursed by a demon, he didn't have much left. Dion dirtied his face so no one would recognize them as nobles in this poor neighborhood, but caught Leanne's squeamish look. Dion grinned imperceptibly, watching the noble maiden dare to dirty her face. She had never done something like this before. The Count helped her make up her mind by pointing out that she could not leave him alone, for then her words of defense would prove false. The girl blurted out that as a knight she was obligated to do so. To refuse to recant was an even greater shame to her. Without hiding her disgust, she took handfuls of dirt and smeared it all over her face and clothes. Otherwise, it would have been too noticeable. That was what annoyed the Earl. It was the advice Cruel had given him. But he recognized that the recommendation was sound. They were here to mop up the church. Time was short, so Dion warned Leanne to hide the sword under her clothes. He told her he would go first, pulled his hood tighter, and walked forward. The Count could not lose a second, so he quickly approached the church at the door of which someone was standing. He really wanted to get it over with faster than Cruel, but he was in such a hurry that he tripped and rolled forward, until I put my face right in the dirt in front of an unknown person near the church. Out of shame and embarrassment, Dion didn't even want to get up, and preferred to just be killed on the spot. A green-haired nun saw some poor man fall down in front of her, and asked him if he was okay. Even for a starving man, he was weakened, so weak that he could not stand, and she assumed he was wounded, and noticed the blood that ran down the Earl's nose as usual. He told her it was just a chronic illness and it was fine, but the nun still told him to bring him inside to rest. At this time, Leon mistook his clumsiness for a cunning plan to infiltrate. Now anyone would think the Count was a beggarly ragamuffin, and decided to do the same. But the green-haired nun with glasses wouldn't let her in, saying it was unlikely they could admit anyone else today. She gave Leanne bread and water like the other beggars, and asked her to come back later. Leanne wanted to say something else, but the church doors closed right in front of her. Leanne was instantly discerned. Her warrior aura was impossible to hide with mud, the clear and powerful gait of a trained fighter. It was obvious that she was a nobleman's spy. In contrast, Dion moved with the shuffling gait of a starving man. He was spitting up blood because of some illness, and was constantly holding his wounded arm, so the nun took him in and brought him tea. Daeon realized that just like people said, they were giving out bread and water here. The nun agreed with him. But the Count immediately asked what about the price. The nun assured him that they weren't taking money, so he could be calm. And Daeon thought that nothing looked suspicious yet. He was in the most ordinary temple of which there are many, clean, quiet, serene. Priests with friendly faces, poor people crying with joy, paladin guards. The Count marveled at the cleanliness, despite the fact that many people came here. When he was asked if he was tired of walking around in his hoodie, Daeon pulled it tighter. His face shouldn't be familiar. After all, he hadn't shown it much, but his eyes were an unusual color. The nun insisted that even if he was ugly in the face, he could take it off safely. She abruptly pulled the hood off him, telling him that no one here would say anything bad about his appearance. For a second, Daeon was afraid of being exposed, and watched the nun's reaction carefully. Her face looked amazed but not frightened, and it was impossible to tell if she knew him or not. Then she leaned toward him and took his face with her hands, noticing his red eyes. Daeon stared at her helplessly, thinking he was in trouble and didn't know what to do. He turned away and made a cute face, saying he knew she didn't like those eyes. The Count made up a story on the fly about being kicked out of the family because of those eyes, though it was close to the truth. But the nun replied that he wasn't ugly at all. He just looked like Daeon Hart with his eyes, as if she couldn't believe it was him. She said that although he is a hero of the Empire, he is also called a killer vampire. He is a terrible person. Such words made Daeon cringe. But none was sure that a weak gasp like him certainly couldn't be Daeon Hart. She told him that they were a Salvation church, and Earl really wanted to know how they helped people if they didn't take donations. The nun said that the church was under the rule of the tyrant Desire, and had been established to help those in need, and also for those who suffer from the Emperor's oppression. Would they live like this if he ruled the country better? The nun said. That he was in such distress was the Emperor's fault for not paving the way for them, she said. Daeon pointed out that their demands were far-fetched. None of the past rulers helped the poor, but their faith worked, for they distributed food. He wanted to know what the essence of their faith was, and whether it really led to salvation. Munching on a bun, Daeon decided to walk around the temple and look around. He was told that he would find out when he became a true believer. However, everything looked suspicious, but he had no proof. The bread and water were clean, so further investigation was required. When someone confronted him, a little girl of about 12 years of age in appearance, dressed like a poor but clean, looked at him with shining eyes. She looked happy and asked him if he was a new believer. The girl introduced herself to Shia and remarked that he had had a rough time outside, but it would be okay now that he was in the Church of Salvation. She was happy to report that it was a wonderful place that gave food for nothing, which only increased Daeon's suspicions. The girl looked converted. He wanted to know what had been done to her. The place looked too clean, and said he wanted to believe in salvation too. Besides, the Count thought, there were guarded rooms here that needed to be inspected. He stroked the girl's head. When a boy called her and asked her what she was doing, for they had to go to prayer, Daeon thought the boy was her brother, and immediately caught the boy's wry look. Paul told Shia off for not talking to anyone, but the girl countered that the man seemed nice. The Count was worried that Mrs. Leon was nowhere to be seen when he heard some shouting. Leon wandered around the church. She had lost her way a bit. She had wanted to enter the church from the back door or through the window, but it hadn't worked out, and now she was worried that the Count would be angry with her for procrastinating. Leon heard a nun around the corner reprimanding her subordinates for allowing the hero into the building. Leon was afraid that it was about Daeon, which meant the Count had been captured. She had completely forgotten that she had recently seen another hero of the Empire. Without waiting for the worst to happen, the girl knight entered the church by knocking politely on the doors. She made a friendly face and asked them where her master was. Daeon was breathing hard and glad it was all over, like he was barely alive. He was called out so suddenly that his soul went to his heels, and he wiped the sweat from his face with his hand. Some servant noticed him and took pity on him, again offering him some bread. Daeon was sneaking around the back of the building hiding from people when he found an open window. Through it, he was able to enter the prayer hall, which didn't look suspicious at first glance either. But at that moment the doors of the hall opened, and a priest with a nun entered. But when they went inside, they found no one, just an open window. The priest reminded everyone to be careful during the cleaning, because those who want to disturb the church can get in through the windows. But they had no idea that this someone had already infiltrated and was hiding behind the curtain. Cruel clamped Daeon's mouth shut. Again they were in a ticklish position, but the Count was desperate to get out. The priest began the service, and read out the boring text of the introduction, with him, and a nun with green hair standing behind the pulpit. She spoke next, and said that today they would speak on the true meaning of salvation. Many exclaimed eagerly, They had been wanting to find out for a long time. She said that only the most dedicated followers of salvation were now gathered in this room, and only they would know the truth. The nun touched the wall, and it flashed violet and became as if it were permeable. She told everyone to go into the portal in the wall. Dion was quite surprised by this. The spy brothers watched through the gap as the men disappeared into the passage one by one. Shia took Paul's hand, and they too went through the portal together. Eventually, all the people went through the magic portal until the brothers were alone. Cruel let go of his brother then, and he lunged forward, breathing heavily. His brother followed. He wasn't happy to see Dion here either. They began to bicker about who was to blame and what to do, but Cruel accepted all reproaches indifferently. When the Count went to the wall, he saw there a magic stone that the nun had touched. To get an effect similar to magic, you have to pay with something of value. A method created by humans to counter the magic of demons anyone could use, but finding a shaman for sorcery was not easy. The Salvation Church was using hard-to-access sorcery with an outstanding mastermind behind it, Dion thought. The whole thing was a headache, and if he surrendered, Cruel would get his wish. While the brothers were wondering what to do next, another man broke into the hall to report the problems to his superiors. Dion, who had managed to hide under the pulpit, heard the novice call his superior Aaron. He spoke into the crystal, informing them that an outsider had broken in and was running everywhere screaming where the Lord was. Hearing this, the Count wondered who else could have infiltrated the Salvation Church but them. And then there was a polite knock on the door of the prayer hall, and a heavy rumbling sound. The novice was horrified when the mad intruder asked him where the master was. The Count marveled that Leon burst in with 2 feet. Though he told her to sneak in quietly, the girl knight had already grabbed the novice for questioning. Though Leon called the Count Lord, she had no right to do so. She was bound by contract, and served him under the Emperor's orders. Leanne didn't swear loyalty to him to the grave. She couldn't call him a title or a hero, so she just called him Lord. But the novice thought it was such a name, which discouraged him even more. Dion quietly watched Leon's recklessness, wondering how to proceed. Now he understood how the girl dealt with mad dog knights. The Count looked at the stone, and realized that the connection didn't seem to have broken, which meant that if he was caught, he wouldn't be able to get out of the church safely. Erin listened to the conversation. She recognized that voice. It was the voice of that disguised noblewoman who had tried to get in, and now she was looking for the Lord. At the same time, a man with red eyes came into the church. Erin showed wonders of deduction, and realized it was Dion Hart, even though she knew of his errand. Earlier, she had met Cruel, and asked him how he had only gotten into the building, for all the windows were closed. Erin knew why the Duke had sent Cruel here. He was determined to test him, so she stated that she would not help him in his quest. She asked the hero if he had gotten the information he needed from him. Then Duke Luther gave him a parchment with a plan of the building, and demanded that he finish the game as quickly and safely as possible. Cruel took the scroll, and promised he would not disappoint the Duke. Erin said she wouldn't call for guards, but that's the most she can offer someone who serves the same Lord as her. She reminded him that before Dion Hart gets to them, they'll be beefing up security, so he should be careful. Either way, thought she, the Salvation Church had accomplished their goal, and they just needed to clean up the place. And she hoped that Cruel Hart would do better and faster than her brother. Leon threw the useless novice to the ground because he couldn't say anything. Tip never said anything, and Leon wondered where the Count might have gone and where to look for him. But then he looked out from behind the pulpit and called out to her. Leon wasn't surprised but was glad to see he was okay. Dion noticed that the gemstone's light had gone out, which meant the connection had broken. He told Leon that they would discuss it later, for now it was time for them to leave. But instead, Leon kneeled down and missed her head. She apologized to him for calling him master, and there was no other way she could. Dion was sympathetic. But the noble girl couldn't leave it like that, and wanted to take responsibility for everything. She told him that she hadn't given much thought to his qualities, since she was serving under the Emperor's orders. But today on this assignment, I realized that he's a man willing to sacrifice pride for the sake of the task, and he's also very brave to break through. And then Leon swore an oath of loyalty to him, pledging to follow him, to risk her life if it was not against the Emperor's will. She promised to serve the Count faithfully, like a true knight. Dion accepted her vow, saying he would do his best to make sure it was not wasted. But the caveat about the Emperor revealed her priorities. Leon then looked up and asked if he wanted to come back. The Count agreed. For such an important task, they needed to take more noble knights with them. And on top of that, they still needed a capable shaman. 3 days later, he learned that there were simply no shamans in the Empire. The most savvy ones living in the south, and almost none in the north. Going south would be too long. Cruel might have beaten him to it, Dion thought, as Ram the butler informed him he had found the shaman. The Count exclaimed joyfully on hearing this news. and ordered that preparations be made immediately for departure. There was one village only a day's journey from the estate that was rumored to have its own shaman. The shamans were few in number, kept in groups and lived in hard-to-reach places. The Count could barely climb the mountains, though he said he was fine. Leon reminded him that he was her master now, and could turn to her if he felt ill. Dion answered her that they should have found the shaman before that rascal showed up here. But at those words he met Cruel. Dion feigned unspeakable joy and apologized for saying it out loud. Someone threw a stone and hit the honorable Count right in the head. He certainly didn't expect a welcome, but it was too much. Leon immediately covered him with her body, worried if he was okay. The old woman was tearing herself out of the hands of the villagers, screaming that disaster had appeared, and they must stop it, or better yet, kill it. She screamed at him to go away from their village and spared no effort. Leon resented how the old woman dared speak to her master like that. But Dion only laughed. The word calamity was to his liking. With a ghastly grin he approached the old woman and said he was a sinner, not a scourge, but the woman did not relent, and said he must be killed. Dion rubbed his bruised head. He was used to injuries by now, but getting one from an old woman was hurtful when he heard someone call her a shaman. He was greatly surprised to learn that she was a spellcaster, and the old woman started talking like a lunatic, that he shouldn't hate anyone. He wasn't allowed to do that. Otherwise it will provoke a terrible calamity that will be unavoidable. She clung to him so hard he barely wrenched his arm out, talking nonsense and looking very strange. A girl came up behind her and asked her grandmother to calm down. Her name was Lan. The old woman told her that the man in front of them was a calamity, and Lan should see it too. The woman replied that it had not happened yet, and one could not judge a person. Dion wondered if this old woman was a shaman. Taking her with him would be a mistake, and perhaps we should rush south. Lan went up to the Count and said that she had been waiting for him. She was the granddaughter of the old woman, and wanted to ask his forgiveness, which surprised him. Dion replied that it was fine, he was on his way back anyway. But it turned out Lan knew who he was, why he had come, and that he needed a shaman in the work of the Church of Salvation, because she was a shaman herself. She informed him that if he took her with him, he would find out everything he wanted to know. The Count was greatly surprised. The girl was telling the truth, though she could not have known about it. She looked young but was clearly very capable. He glanced irritably in Cruel's direction. If he didn't take the shamaness away, his hated brother would. Either way, this option was better than traveling far south. He should be early, Dion thought, and took her up on her offer. Cruel looked at it indifferently. It didn't matter that the shaman was taken away. The Duke wants to test him, which means he will find a way, or another shaman. Before he left, however, an old woman came up to him and smiled at him welcomingly. She hugged him gently as if he were her relative. The old woman began to say something incomprehensible about love and hate, that she was the only one who loved him, and he should live a long life. Life without love won't last long, she said, and for a second, Cruel felt the bonds of fate that bound him and his brother together. She wished him to survive their battle. Cruel's mind boggled at that moment. The old woman told him that he was the child from whom the destruction would begin. If he won, it would not happen, and there would be no calamity. But if he is really going to or wants to die, she said in a grim voice, he must first kill his brother, and then die. When Cruel heard these words, he drew his sword and put it to the old woman's throat without hesitation. He told her in a stern voice that he would sort out his own problems, and she was overstepping her bounds. Dion asked Lan what the old woman meant when she said the girl should see too. It was about his future, his destiny, Lan replied. She could see it even now. Dion was surprised that one could predict the fate of those one did not know. But Lan explained that it was a prediction about a boy from the village. And their fates must be deeply connected, she told the Earl as a boy emerged from the bushes toward them. Dion immediately realized that this guy must have been following him since his arrival. They decided not to do anything to the lad, as he was weak, and Lan declared that she could not speak carelessly of fate, but said that hate is a spark for Dion. One day it will flare up and everything will burn, and this baby will be the fuel. And when that fuel explodes, scorching everything around it, the words made Dion think. The boy fell on his knees before him, said his name was Dan, and asked him to take him with him out of the village. In the past, when he learned of his fate from the old woman, she recoiled from him. The other children helped her up, and worriedly asked what she had seen. Dan was scared himself, so he asked what she saw in his fate. The nasty old woman spelled out her sentence. He would be the one to help the disaster in the future. She stated that he is the strongest calamity protector to accurately make the prophecy self-fulfilling. From that day on, the attitude towards him in the village changed dramatically, for it was not enough to label the boy. It was necessary to make an outcast out of him. Public bullying, at a vulnerable age when there was no one to protect him. That's for sure. Of course, in such an environment, even a normal child would turn into an embittered, vengeful individual. Lan was the only one who tried to reason with everyone so they wouldn't judge a man for something he hadn't done yet. But her authority was too low in the village. As a result, everyone who used to treat him with love betrayed him overnight and rejected him. And then the psychological trauma was rooted even deeper. The villagers feared that when Dan met calamity, he would bring misfortune upon their village as well. After all, since everyone believed in the prophecy without proof, he decided to believe in it too, and live up to expectations until he met the Count. The boy was jubilant. His life had found meaning. He recognized the calamity as soon as he arrived in the village. By some sixth sense beyond his reach, he realized that this white-haired stranger was the one he needed. Ram met the Count at home and immediately asked who the kid was with him. The Count turned to the young man with a baleful look behind his back. Lian answered for him and informed him that it was a child from the village that had been taken away by the Count, and Daeon felt as if he woke up. He didn't remember it. Dan stated emphatically that though not as well trained and not as strong to satisfy them, he would never disappoint the Lord. Dion thought about bringing back the overly combative guy, but decided he'd talk about it later. Right now, the mission came first. He ordered Leon to take 10 slack knights and move out as soon as they gathered. Dan immediately volunteered to follow his master, but the Count told him to stay on the estate. The boy was clearly not satisfied, but there was nothing the Count could do. The boy could not fight, and otherwise he could not be protected. Daeon noticed the boy's displeasure, but didn't understand why he was so eager to follow him. He didn't know the ultimate goal, so the boy looked suspicious, though strangely not annoying, the Count noted to himself. It was deep night, when the townspeople are asleep at home, or noisy in the inns. The lights were still on in the Salvation Church. The servants smelled the odor of burning, as if someone had forgotten to remove a pot of soup from the stove, an acrid, thick smell. The knights burst into the burning church. They shouted for everyone to leave, or be burned alive. One of the knights remembered the order the Count had given him before he would be infiltrating. They would have to spread the fire and smoke all the people out of the church and execute the suspicious ones on the spot. But the common believers were told not to be touched, and also insisted that they not drink their pills and fight with a clear head. The knights began to resent that it was easier to kill everyone. God will recognize his own. Dion told them not to talk nonsense. He wasn't doing it out of compassionate motives. Lan answered for him, saying it was her request not to spill much blood. She couldn't go into details, but it was all for the Count. When the knights heard that things were in the captain's favor, they perked up and said they would do the right thing. At that moment, Lan thought it would be an easy task, but it was hard to watch the suffering of underprivileged people who were used to the church. Even former war veterans did not understand why they should destroy the place of shelter. For the elderly and orphans, Shia grabbed one of them and asked them to stop. People were crying, cursing the vampire Count. The girl asked them to kill her too if they wanted to destroy the place. She begged him, for death by sword was better than starvation. Without the church, she simply had nowhere to go. The knight was already thinking of using her as an admonishment to everyone else for touching him when Paul appeared and told her to run. The knight raised his sword, his face creased with anger. He convinced himself that it was okay, after all, these people were up to something. But he couldn't do it, and regretted that he hadn't been given the order to kill everyone. Then he could have taken the cure and forgotten the guilt. He realized that this was the last hope for the people, and if this place collapsed, they would rather die. The people gathered in the street and looked at the burning church in horror, and cursed the name of Sword Emperor Dion Harat. People swore to themselves never to forgive the Emperor for the destruction of their paradise. Lan examined the magic stone in the wall where people disappeared last time and said it was precious. Because of the noise outside, they were able to enter the prayer hall unhindered. Lan felt something similar to a spell. The ability to transmit messages and warp space, and much more, she discovered. Lan recoiled and Dion scooped her up, the shamanist telling him it wasn't sorcery but magic disguised as it was. The Count marveled even more. Magic was the work of demons. No one could use it but them. Magic in the lands of men was an unbelievable event. But Lan assured them that she had checked everything out. Dion didn't know if the Demon King was aware of this. Lan informed them that she knew the structure and asked them to wait. The Count marveled even more upon learning that the shamanist could sense demonic energy. The girl was definitely no ordinary shaman, Dion thought, looking at the stone. When it glowed with a purple light, she said they could go in. It was exactly like then, Dion remembered the green-haired nun. He pulled his hand forward decisively and told me to follow him. When they got to the other side, they opened their mouths in surprise. They were back in the prayer hall. Only now there were many magic circles. Lana told Dion that this place was something else. There were cracks. Magic cracks, circles, everything led in the direction of one door. Leon noticed that it didn't look safe. But they opened the door anyway and walked in there. The other side appeared to be a forest. Lan told them that the forest was also the result of complex spatial magic. You can only get to the real room behind the door if you know how to open it properly in a certain way, the shamaness explained. They were looking for a specific room, and it seems that moving there starts automatically if you follow the right steps. Dion asked how long it might take. The shamaness said she had never done magic, and it was very difficult, so about 10 minutes. The Count wondered. They didn't have 10 minutes to just sit here. There could already be someone waiting for them outside the door. What if Cruel finished his business first and showed up through another passage? Dion thought. He began to fidget in place and think what to do, but there was only waiting. He couldn't lose to Cruel, but there was nothing he could do himself. Leon noticed his worry. She wasn't surprised at his excitement after all. He had been given this task by the Emperor himself. The girl decided to cheer up her master and motioned for him to sit down in a chair. But in that instant, Daeon, who had just been in the hall, vanished without a trace. Leon began to call out to him, and the shamaness turned around fearfully. Daeon appeared in the room behind Cruel's back, who was holding a torch in his hands. Aaron hid far away from everyone and watched irritably as the church burned. Ordinary people were kicked out, those involved were caught, although it was not the most effective solution. Aaron thought that if it was up to her to solve this case, she would lock the people in the burning building to eliminate everyone. Right now, she realized, the most important thing for Dion to do was to find evidence. She needed to preserve proof of the church's involvement. She was counting on being the one to win, make the sweep, and Dion Hart would get nothing. Cruel Hart was standing over a huge pile of paper, and he had a torch in his hand. Dion, puzzled, asked his brother where he got his information from, that he understood things so quickly. But the brother said nothing, just threw the torch at the securities. Dion was horrified and threw himself at the fire, yelling at his brother who was always messing things up. He wanted to save something, but Cruel overpowered his arm. Dion demanded to be left alone and called him crazy. After all, he needed those scrolls himself, Dion told his brother. Because of his weak body, the Count couldn't even pull his hand out of the hero's steel grip. The heat of the fire only made things more difficult. To make matters worse, his brother lifted him like a child on his shoulder and dragged him to the side. Dion frantically twitched and demanded to be released, but it was no use. No matter how much he thought about it, didn't understand why Cruel would do this, or who was behind the Salvation Church. There weren't many people in the Empire for such a thing. And then Dion was struck by a hunch that there was only one person in the entire Empire who did bad things to everyone except the Emperor. It was his symbol for the color purple, Dion realized. He is also subordinated to his sibling and hated brother, who has been assigned the same job. Duke Luther was behind everything, and then the Count became furious that they had just decided to play with him. In this contest, he was doomed to defeat from the start, and had only put so much effort into it for nothing. Out of frustration, Daeon elbowed his brother, but Cruel didn't even raise an eyebrow as Dion continued to swear. They returned to the prayer room. Leon exclaimed when she saw her lord in the hands of a hero. Then Cruel carelessly tossed his brother to her like a sack. Then Dion remembered the shamaness's words that hate was like wildfire to him. But it was too late. He had already gotten upset and said he hated him and would kill him. The brother coldly replied that if Dion wanted to live, he should keep quiet about everything he saw here. Dion lay in his bed at his manor and remembered everything that had happened. He realized that everything had been planned by the Duke, and now his brother was the winner in this dispute. Leanne came to him when he woke up, and the Count asked her if the shaman had left. The shamaness had indeed left. Leanne couldn't know when the Lord would wake up, so she didn't delay her, much to the Count's dismay. Dion wanted to ask her how to curse Cruel, but he couldn't tell her that, so he replied that he just wanted to understand how she knew about magic. Leanne revealed that Lan was able to figure everything out after Mr. Count disappeared. Turns out that 3 turns to the left and 2 to the right activates the magical transfer circle. The Count gaped, realizing that he had cracked the secret cipher just by darting back and forth. Leanne was very worried and concerned about him that time, and said that Lan had left him a note before she left. At that moment, Ram, the butler, who seemed to have heard the whole conversation, came in and said that he had the note. He brought healing tea and informed me that the Count had another guest. It turned out to be a messenger from the Emperor, who reported that His Majesty was summoning the Count to his presence. Dion grimaced. He hadn't expected to be summoned so soon. Emperor Desir was tormented by a nightmare, and he awoke by jumping up sharply on the king's bed. Ever since he ascended the throne, he has lost the ability to sleep soundly. How would he sleep if the people he killed on his way to the throne came to him every night? The ghosts of murdered relatives stood before him. They whispered hate to him, and asked why he was the only one left alive. The ghost grabbed him by the throat and began to choke him as if he were flesh and blood. When his nephew Edward entered the bedroom, he saw his uncle strangling himself with his hands. The heir came to announce that the Honorable Earl Dion Hart had arrived, and his brother is a hero. Coming closer, Edward noticed that His Majesty was pale and asked about his health. He realized that the Emperor was having nightmares again and offered to call someone. The Emperor looked irritated towards the captive. Even now the ghosts obscured his entire field of vision. This illusion was very persistent. Edward caught his uncle's angry gaze, which was directed slightly away from him, though no one else had entered the room but him. Then he guessed that his uncle was tormented by visions, to which the Emperor declared they were no hindrance to his daily life. Edward persisted, but his uncle dismissed all objections. It was not a disease that could be cured. He said he'd been working hard preparing for the war, so he'd gotten overworked and didn't really want to pay attention to these visions. The Emperor hoped his nephew would believe this excuse and stop talking about the visions. But Edward exclaimed that he had suffered from guilt for too long. The families of those killed were compensated. It got to the point where the Emperor knew everyone by name. Desire realized it was like a disease or possession. But if it wasn't for him, these people would be alive. As in the case of the 8 Years' War, it was entirely his responsibility. The blood of enemies and friends on his hands, the Emperor declared. To become a monarch, a man must bear a heavy burden, he said, and looked again at his shoulder where the ghost had clung. He told his nephew again that he had nothing to worry about, for the Emperor had a lot of responsibility on his shoulders for him to break. They waited together for the reception. Dion couldn't stand it and yelled at Cruel not to stare at him. His brother simply turned away, ignoring these claims. Dion was annoyed that they had come together, though they could have appeared separately. Then they were given a sign that His Majesty was ready to receive them, and the brothers entered the throne room. Both bowed to the son of the Empire, but it didn't escape Dion that the Emperor wasn't too happy to see them. Desire told them to raise their heads, and said he had heard of their neat completion of the mission, though his voice sounded displeased. It was also reported to him that Dion had behaved more gently than usual, and had spared the common people. Although it was unclear how Cruel had acted, they now had proof of who was behind the church. They had both done a good job, the Emperor noted, but couldn't help but give the right of Desire to Cruel, as he had contributed more to the cause. Dion averted his eyes disappointedly. He had expected this. Cruel discreetly thanked the Emperor. The Emperor asked the hero what he wanted, while Dion thought he couldn't accuse his brother of colluding with Luther, since he had no proof. Cruel then requested that the Hart family estate, which was owned by his younger brother, be returned to him, which dumbfounded him. The Emperor had not expected such a request, and decided to ask first what the current owner of the estate thought about it. Dion really wanted to say that this was his territory, and there was no way he was giving it to his hated brother, but replied that the land was still a burden to him, and he would be glad to pass it on. Of course, he didn't think he would have to share the property with his brother. The Emperor was agreeable, but to obtain one had to possess the title of Count. Since the honorific title of Earl Hart already existed, other titles with this surname could not be given. The Emperor suggested a change of surname. Dion had once received the same offer from the Emperor, to become the head of the Hart family in exchange for support. But Dion only put up with the name for revenge, and so he refused the offer. He decided not to change his name to keep his revenge in mind. The Emperor asked him then what he wanted. Dion replied that if he wanted anything, it was to destroy the Hart family with his own hands. The Emperor did not become angry, only informed him that it was better to have a title for this purpose, and gave him the honorary Count. It's an easy title. It didn't cause any problems for either the Emperor or Dion, which means Cruel had 2 ways to get the title. Though the Earl didn't understand why his brother wouldn't accept the title of head of the Hart family. The hero stood his ground. He didn't want to change his last name, nor did he want to become the head of the Hart family. This question threw Count Dion into a stupor, and he stared at his brother in surprise. Unlike the title of Honorary Earl, Earl of Hart is a title with a deep history and foundation. They were the last heirs of their lineage, but no one had accepted the headship, which meant the seat of the head was vacant. Dion didn't understand why Cruel didn't care if his lineage was cut short just like that. The Emperor sighed heavily. Cruel was also refusing. Both brothers were stubborn. Dion mistook it for a longing for his family, or rather a thirst for revenge against him. Then the Emperor offered to give the lands of the Harts to Duke Luther, who could appoint Cruel as administrator, and they came to an agreement. At this, the Emperor let Cruel go, and told the Earl of Hart to stay. They were alone. For the first time in a long time, Dion didn't want Cruel to leave. But it was too late. The mood was oppressive, and the Count was already beginning to worry that the Emperor had realized his worthlessness and uselessness. The Emperor mistook Dion's agitation for quite another sign, and thought the Count was worried about his estate being taken from him. He waited a moment longer, something to let the Count speak out if he wanted to. But Dion never said anything, so the Emperor, moved on to the main questions, about the fact that he was going to start a war soon. The Count was stunned at this news, and Desire went on and said that the church was destroyed in time. The kingdom of Irian was already a mess. The Emperor planned to take advantage of the unrest in the kingdom and go to war, and this was just the beginning of his plans. The Count grimaced. He had long been sick of wars, and this time the Emperor wanted to subjugate the entire continent. Because of that, he wanted to ask Dion to go to the demon realm this time. The Demon King won't stay away, watching the Empire devour kingdom after kingdom. So Dion's job is to stay close to the Demon Lord and avoid his involvement in this war. Being an envoy to the Demon Lands was still easier than waging war, and Dion calmly accepted the order. Desire touched his seal on his shoulder, and stated that he wanted it gone the next time they met. The Count tiredly promised to do his best, as the Emperor still won't accept his resignation. Duke Luther asked Cruel if he agreed that he had sole possession of the heart property. The hero was as brief as ever in his assent. At such times he was himself submissive. Luther remembered that he had met Dion once, the moment he had come to reclaim the heart's domain. The Duke grinned evilly, and asked Cruel if his brother was the reason he didn't want to take possession. The hero indifferently replied that he just didn't need anything. Luther put on his mask of courtesy again, and said that he must have been overexcited about the upcoming meeting. The Duke did not believe Cruel, and suspecting him of sympathizing with his brother, he patted the hero indulgently on the shoulder and asked if there was anything unusual. Cruel again replied briefly that there was nothing unusual, his face remaining impenetrable. Dion had figured out that the Duke was behind it, and they were just playing him. But if Luther found out about it, his brother would be in trouble, Cruel thought. The Duke called out to Cruel, who froze in place that they might be late for the meeting. Whatever happens, he must keep it a secret, the hero thought, or the Duke will want to kill his brother. Luther said hello to the green-haired assistant. She had returned from an errand. He complimented her on her excellent work with the church, and the girl replied that she had just done what she had to do. Aaron stated that there are many believers in the church, and sooner or later she will get results. Salvation Church distributed food and water to a multitude of destitute poor people. The goal of the Salvation Church is to get people to follow Duke Luther, and to present the Emperor as a ruthless tyrant. Salvation is Duke Luther. That's the idea they wanted to put in the minds of the masses. Luther was pleased with the results, but asked her to sit quietly for a while. They were not to be caught by the Emperor. However, the Salvation Church is just a springboard in for Duke and his plans. Aaron cheerfully promised to do his best to succeed. The Emperor gathered the council. All the high-ranking nobles were already waiting for His Majesty. They were nervous, not realizing what could have prompted the urgent meeting. It was definitely something important after all. His Majesty didn't summon everyone urgently without a reason. Luther looked at them as if they were fools. There was only one reason for the urgent gathering. What the Emperor knew how to do best, what he did to demonstrate his worth as Emperor. Wars of conquest. His entire history of rule is one of continuous conquest. Just now, the energetic and rigid Emperor burst into the council chamber. They were done with the formalities, and Desire ordered them to sit down, thanking them for their arrival. Luther, noticing that the Emperor was not feeling well. Without putting things off, he informed them that he would declare war in 3 days. The lords were horrified because it had only been 2 years since the last all-out war. Last time he declared a truce because there was no kingdom convenient for conquest. But in those 2 years, territories have emerged where the fear of empire has been forgotten. Someone objected that if it was the Irion kingdom, there were other ways to curb their insolence. But the Emperor stated that there were other insolent people. Many raised their tails upon learning that the sword of the empire, Dion Hart, was injured. Kings, sultans, khans, chieftains were happy to receive this news. They thought the empire was no more. That you can take advantage of her moment of weakness and grab a piece of her. Hard times produce strong men. Many have died, but 3 remain. Dion Hart is the most famous among the pillars of the empire, despite being the youngest. The Emperor explained to them that Dion's mere presence cools the ardor of the insolent. He is half the power of the empire. But the empire can't be jealous on Dion Hart's behalf. So they must demonstrate to everyone that they are strong without him, Desire stated. The nobles were outraged when they learned that the Emperor's goal was to conquer the continent. They thought it was too early for that. To top it all off, they were worried that they had not yet fully exterminated the revolutionary army, and it was risky to wage war having an internal enemy. The Emperor sipped his tea, and condescendingly remarked that things were not simple, and so he had called a council for them to consider a plan. When they started to object again, Desire reminded them that he was the personification of the empire here. What's good for him is good for the empire, and from now on, if they don't want to offend him, they had better refrain from saying such things, Desire told them. The Emperor told them that the war is a decided matter, and at the next meeting, he wants to hear their plan on how to deal with the rebel army. Disappointed and gloomy, the nobles left the assembly hall, convincing themselves that maybe it was all for the best. The emperor called out to the duke. He wished to speak to him separately. He told the duke that the culprit behind the Salvation Church has been revealed, and it seems to be a person close to the nobility. The duke defiantly stated that it was all about mismanagement of people. But Desire stopped these speeches by drawing his sword and putting it to the duke's throat. He asked him if he was amused, and the duke said not at all, and chuckled caustically. The duke realized that the emperor, who could not go openly against the nobles, had his spy, who was sent to the church where the duke was revered. Luther stated that this is just nonsense chanted by uneducated fools. The emperor also grimly chuckled. Of course this is nonsense, for he is not a sin, as they say in the church, but rather a calamity. The duke answered him that the emperor could not kill him, though the sword was already licking his throat. He asked Luther if he thought the emperor would hesitate, since he was the last duke left. Luther boldly repeated that hesitation was pointless, for the emperor could not kill him. As long as there is opposition from the aristocracy, war will be difficult to accomplish, the duke said. The emperor grinned again. There was truth in the duke's words. He slowly withdrew his slashing blade from his throat, promising himself not to do that next time. The emperor declared that sin was something else. Luther looked at him still just as smug. It was time for the emperor to know his place. In order to usurp the emperor's power, the duke needed to eliminate the emperor's dog, which meant it was his time to act, Luther thought, and a chill ran down Dion's spine somewhere far away. He was drinking tea at a reception for the heir, who asked him if he was going to the demon realm. The count was surprised and didn't understand how the crown prince had secret information. He was quite intelligent for his age. Dion experienced déjà vu, and Edward stated that he was the next emperor, after all, so he had been carefully preparing for this. The count realized that the emperor was sharing secret information with the heir to keep him informed of decisions. The heir was aware of the count's tasks to prevent the demons from interfering in this war, and insisted that whatever happened, Dion Hart must return to the empire. The count flashed his red eyes and coldly replied that he would keep that in mind. At this point, the young heir decided to leave, saying he always appreciated his efforts. Edward walked down the hallway and thought about the fact that Dion was not only a hero of the empire, but also the commander of the demon army, and worried that the demon lord might make the earl a better offer. No matter how the emperor felt about it, Dion might betray them once, wanting to be more friendly to the earl, but it was difficult considering his personality. Edward wanted to create a new bond for the earl. Aletta tore him from his musings and asked him how the meeting with Dion Hart, for which he had been left alone, had gone. Edward answered her that he had been forced to leave her because of secret affairs, and that she had given up the title of heiress in vain, though it had been difficult. He wanted to comfort his sister, but suddenly she asked him why such haste, shrewdness a characteristic trait for people of her status. Edward marveled at that again, though she knew nothing, but she was mature about it. But the girl was quick to agree with him that the empire had made a lot of noise lately, given the revolutionaries and the war. She called him with her to tea in the covered conservatory, and dismissed the servants. It was nice to relax for a minute like that, without the palace hustle and bustle. And then Edward told her that their uncle was hallucinating, seeing not nightmares, but the ghosts of dead people. As the crown prince, he had to keep it a secret, but as Desire's close relative, he couldn't keep it from his sister. He also shared with her that the emperor persevered, his sense of responsibility unyielding. Aletta told him to call words by their proper names. It wasn't responsibility, but guilt that was weighing down their uncle. As it was, the guilt, the regrets, had left a deep mark on the young emperor's psyche. Ever since he noticed his uncle's condition, he realized that they didn't have much time, so he advised Aletta not to relax and to study everything properly. Everyone was young then, Edward thought, but the burden must have pressed differently on them. Being just young in the imperial palace is a crime, but he saved them. Earl Hart sat in his chair and thought over the words of the heir, how much he knew, and why the emperor had delivered those words of return. While Dayon was in gloomy thoughts, Dan came in, but he noticed that the master was in a bad mood. He had heard before that the earl had a contradictory temper. Today was another aggravation, thought Dan, when Dayon noticed him. The mood was already tense, and if Dan kept quiet it would get worse, so he quickly blurted out that he needed money. He quickly corrected himself, saying that he was not greedy at all, and would give all the profits to the gentleman. From the beginning, Dion wondered what the guy's purpose was. After all, he couldn't just follow a stranger. He remembered the man falling to his knees and begging to take him with him. The boy didn't know much and he fought badly. But what else would you expect from a village boy? There were two possibilities. The guy was just a crook, or he was trying to ingratiate himself. But the Count didn't care. He shoved a paper in his hand. And he said if he showed it to Rem the butler, he'd give the kid some money. The Count didn't know what the lad needed, but ordered him not to be annoyed again. All the essentials Ram had put in his saddlebags, the Count was setting out at night in a hurry and unguarded. He informed the butler that he would be away for a while and asked him to look after the estate. His mad dog knights had already saddled their horses and were rushing after him in pursuit. Leon tried to intercept the frantic men who were disobeying orders, and those didn't want the Count to leave without them. Rem indifferently remarked that the Count had been caught by his men, and Dayon was stunned. The Count ordered the underdogs to stop and prevent them from leaving the estate, and then spurred his horse, Rem only grumbling that once again the old man had been given a hard job. But the knights weren't going to stop, and shouted loudly to the Count. When Ram yanked the fastest one-handed man right off the galloping horse, there was a terrible rumble, for the front rider had fallen, and was now preventing all the others from getting past the gate. The Mad Dog Knights were defeated. Their cavalry unit was defeated. Lian caught up with them at the gate. She couldn't stop the knights, and they asked her to at least cover for them in front of the Emperor. They imagined how they would be cut to pieces for not following the Count for his defense, and became despondent. Lian told them to get up, and promised even tougher training when they returned. Butler noticed some movement away from them, as if someone was spying and looked over there. Dion reached the Twilight Zone, on the border of the Demon Kingdom. Duke Luther was drinking tea at the revolutionaries' headquarters. He had ordered them not to interfere until the Emperor was involved in the Continental War. Army leader Daniel didn't doubt the Duke's decisions, but wondered about the reason behind them. The Duke explained that once the Emperor was drawn deep into the war, he would no longer be able to stop it at will. And this was their chance. By this time, the army will have suffered casualties. They will have called in everyone they can, and the palace's defenses will be weakened. Daniel smirked, realizing the possibilities for the revolutionaries. They would be able to operate throughout the empire, unopposed. The Duke praised him for his guesswork, and Daniel assured him that he would do as instructed. At this moment, they received a report that Earl Hart had left the empire after meeting with the Emperor. The Duke rejoiced at this opportunity, and ordered one man to be sent to follow the Count. The revolutionaries were now indebted to the Duke, and promised to recruit more supporters. Luther smiled. Of course he knew that the people who would follow the Count would die. On their way to the Demon Kingdom, they were ambushed, and the spy was killed. The Emperor had already foreseen everything, and made sure his double agent was covered up. But the Emperor's soldiers were also attacked, barely accomplishing their task. Death caught up with them in the blink of an eye when they weren't expecting it. For the Duke had foreseen everything, and sent the hero Cruel after them. If the people sent by the Emperor didn't return, he would definitely be upset. That's how the Duke thought. It's a little joke on the Emperor. But also Luther wanted to learn thus about Dion's goals. Now Cruel can follow his brother himself, and find out where he's going. Shia sat in the rain, remaining indifferent to the cold downpour. Pal asked her how much longer she would sit like that, but the girl remained speechless. Shia had struggled with hunger and fear all her life. Paul had shown her a happy place, and now it was destroyed again. They sat together in the rain by the ruins of a burned church, a place of dashed hopes. The boy told her that he would join the revolutionaries and take revenge on the Emperor for taking the place away from them. He held out his hand to her and asked her to walk with him, smiling encouragingly. Paul remembered finding her in the slums, and now understood what it was like to have a baby sister. But Shia continued to sit speechless like an empty doll. The guy didn't wait, turning away and telling her to go on living like this and be the one to lose everything. Be friendly, but don't get attached. He remembered the ancient rule. From the beginning he should have followed, thought Paul. If he hadn't gotten attached to Shia then, he wouldn't be in so much pain now. But it was too late. He grabbed his heart, which was aching. He couldn't ignore this pain any longer. Riri had only ever talked about Sir Arthur. She'd even gone out on patrol to meet him. Receiving the signal from the west wall, the sorceress tore down the wall. Her partner shouted after her that the Demon King had told her not to use magic in vain, but Riri had already vanished. This time indeed she met Arthur, who entered through the gates of the Demon Castle. The girl wizard landed from a great height and smiling sweetly asked him how the mission went. The Earl almost gave his soul to God at this sudden appearance, but he did not show it. Riri hesitated, not wanting to spill secrets. But Dayon admitted that he had seen fake religions and those who believed in them. Dayon thought it was no secret that he had traveled to the human world and decided not to make himself look bad, but found out that Riri didn't know the word religion. He was surprised that the demons had no concept of faith, and explained to the sorceress that it was as if the demons blindly followed the Demon King. Riri said that was nonsense. It was better to truly believe in the Demon King and nothing else. She immediately began to think that the faith of the demons was faith in the king. That was their religion. Riri decided to change the subject, and said that if Arthur went to the king now, she would find him in the garden. The king sensed that someone in a long time had entered the castle and wondered who it could be. At his reception sat the king of the elves and the queen of the sirens, both concerned about the war of the empire of men against the kingdom of Iraeon. Other concerned representatives of the abyss were also there, the leader of the dwarves, the vampire queen, all realizing that this was just the beginning. The demons occupied quite a bit of land at this point, and the king was surprised to note the concern of his guests. The elf king remarked that once the emperor of men conquers the continent, he will appear in the abyss, and no one can leave it that way. He hoped that the ridiculous actions of the demons would not damage his clan. The demon king calmly noted that his guest seemed to have something to say. He splashed his hands contentedly and informed everyone that his informant sent to the human world had finally returned. The demon Arthur, brought before the demon king, had long since gotten used to his role as a double agent. The demon king invited him to join the others at the table and asked him how he was doing. He touched Dion's seal and began to ask about the war and the attack on Irion. The demon king already knew of the emperor's plans. All Dion had to do was confirm Desire's intentions to take over the continent. The elf king jumped into the conversation and said he had heard a lot about the informant, the demon king. He, as well as all the other nobles, openly expressed their distrust of the count. Seeing their stares, the demon king touched Dion's shoulder and informed them that as long as he was here, he could be trusted. Dion realized that the king was implying that he would kill him as soon as he betrayed the demons. The king asked him what the emperor's orders were, and Dion glanced at the guests, wondering if he could speak in front of them. Dion told it like it was, that he was ordered to prevent the demon king from interfering in the war, and to escape if he did. So he also reported that magic was discovered in the demon kingdom, during his dealings with the fake religion. Dion was personally convinced that magic, not sorcery, had been used. The demon king smiled and informed him that he was investigating the matter personally, so Dion could rest. The king didn't look surprised or angry. He told Dion to show himself to Dr. Ben before going to rest, because he noticed his wound. Dr. Ben appeared so suddenly that he nearly provoked a heart attack in Dion. The count coughed up blood from fright, but everyone thought he was overworked and began to worry about him. Dr. Ben literally took him with him from the garden, demanding to show him where it hurts. The elf king considered Dion's words to be fiction. Few people could use magic outside of the demon kingdom in secret from the king. Of course, it was the demon king himself, the elven king stated. Sooner or later the world will send a hero. The more magic the demon king uses, the stronger that hero will be. Unlike the previous ones, this hero will become a serious threat to the demon kingdom. To which the demon king stated that he had no reason to fear the hero. The hero would show up anyway, and then the king would welcome him with open arms. Plus he was incredibly bored considering his age. The elven king rose from his seat and declared that he didn't care what happened to the demon, or who pierced his heart. The elf was annoyed, but recognized that the demon king was protecting them, so he decided to find out for himself. On that anxious note, they left the garden, thinking that if the demon kingdom fell, it was only a matter of time before the humans came after them, which means they have to think about measures to deal with human invasion. But as soon as they turned their backs, the demon king used the dark side of his power on them, and told them to be polite. He didn't mean to insult them, but hinted that if the elf king didn't become more polite, they would elect a new king with manners. At this, the demon king sighed indulgently. They were all his juniors, so he stopped the force and let them breathe air. The demon king knew of the elves' hatred for demons. Even now the one was glaring angrily at him. He asked them to be more restrained, promising that then he could be calmer himself. Dr. Ben kept pouncing on the Zero Squad leader and demanding to be allowed to examine him. Dion stated that he just needed to rest, but Ben knew his habit of not watching his body and making everyone worry about him. Ben noted with regret that it would have been better if the commander had thought as much of himself as he did of others. It was the same as before. Every time the Zero Squad commander visited the castle, it was in bad shape, the doctor recalled. The Demon King was always reprimanding him for being late, though the doctor always ran with all his might. He was made in charge of the Zero Squad leader who was perpetually sick. He always apologized, even though he knew the commander was suffering the consequences of fighting a hero, and blamed himself for not being able to help him in any way. Ben knew he could just be executed for failing to help his commanding officer, but Dayon said he wouldn't kill him. Ben asked why, to which the commander responded by asking if he wanted to die, and the doctor shook emphatically, no. It wasn't like he had done anything wrong to be killed, his commander told him, and stated that he just needed to sleep. The other doctors were surprised to see him alive after something like that. Then he realized how proud he was to be the commander's doctor. He knew of his mercy, but never thought to spare even a useless doctor. He'd made up his mind that day that it wouldn't happen again, so Ben insisted again that he had to examine the commander. Dion started to object, But then Dr. Ben showed him a pendant that burned with a red light. He said it was a mana stone, with the blood of a commander and the magic of a demon king, much to the Count's surprise. The pendant monitored Dion's circulation and reported problems to the doctor, as well as pinpointing the commander's location. Of course, the pendant only worked within the castle, Ben informed him, so the commander must not leave without permission. Ben still wanted to improve the world's first heart rate monitor and tracking navigator. The commander said it wasn't necessary. Ed was already waiting for him at the entrance to Dion's chambers. He had heard of his commander's arrival and was faithfully waiting for him. When Ed asked Ben what he was doing here, the doctor fixed his glasses with an important look and said it was natural to be with his patient. Ed was immediately worried about the commander. Realizing that he had been hurt in the human world, Ben immediately reported, adjusting his glasses, that the patient was wounded in the arm and emaciated. Ed was immediately enraged that the pathetic humans were unable to take care of the commander, and called them weak and useless. While they were arguing, Chloe showed up and asked if Dion had a minute. But the insolent girl was immediately grabbed by the faithful servant of the deputy, like a naughty kitten. He looked fearfully at the troublemaker, and informed the commander that he would be away for a moment. Dion remembered why he was afraid of demons, looking at the way his assistant got angry at nothing. Ed grabbed her by the throat and asked how dare she speak to the master. After all, she was a simple incubus. It was the ultimate impertinence, Ed thought. But Chloe declared that the gentleman liked her garden. She told how they met and how he liked her garden. She showed the flower and said she wanted to give this baby to the Lord. The demonic Violet smiled welcomingly. Ed didn't believe at first that the commander could like this weed, but then he doubted his own words. He thought that the commander might really like the flower and decided to hand it over himself, snatching it from Chloe's hands. The girl wanted to hand over the flower herself, but she didn't know that she was only left alive because the commander wouldn't like her death. The commander asked Ed not to kill the incubus girl. For some reason, he felt pity for the lower demons. He flashed his red eyes and insisted that she had done nothing wrong. Ed told her never to approach the commander so carelessly again or she would die, and thought the Lord was too soft-hearted. That's how Violet ended up in his room. To top it all off, she could still hum boring demonic tunes. And demons were really bad at music, so Dion looked at the flower and didn't know what to do with it. Violet bared her fangs, so eerily that the Count recoiled backward, hitting the bed. Even though Ed assured him that the flower wouldn't attack because Chloe had trained it well, he still felt uneasy. Dion promised himself to punish the zealous gardener when he met her. But at that moment, a dagger stabbed into the bullnose of the bed. A little more, and it would have pierced his head. The one who threw it didn't hide and stepped forward. She said she wanted to test his abilities. Second Corps Commander Lania smiled contentedly and greeted him. She was surprised at his calm reaction. It hurt her pride. After all, she was an expert in infiltration and assassination. Dion whispered something, but she couldn't hear it, so she asked again. But the Count was in such deep shock that he couldn't even call for help. He was vomiting blood again from the great stress. Lania was talking some nonsense, misinterpreting his fear as usual. Dion looked at her with glowing red eyes, as if his core personality had awakened. She was the one Dion didn't want to cross paths with in the castle the most. Because that demonic woman, too annoying, she bought him a lot of gifts. She set about picking out his clothes and dressing him up in a strange way, but the Count could not refuse. The clothes from the southern regions did bear him a lot. But how can you live without fan service in a manga? Lania was pleased with herself. She loved all the outfits she had chosen for him. But Dion felt like a squeezed lemon. Another commander, the 8th Squad. Hell came knocking at the door without knocking and said he had knocked, but no one answered. He noticed that Lania was already here and apologized, but Dion took it as a rescue and said it was fine. Hell heard that the 0 Squad commander had returned and came to greet him personally. But he miscalculated the width of the door and caught his sword in the doorway like a puppy dragging a stick in its teeth. It was so awkward and ridiculous that the formidable demon was instantly demoralized by his own inferiority. His first mate immediately began to comfort the depressed demon. "Everyone makes mistakes," she said. What happened next was a circus with horses, with Hell engaging in self-defeating behavior on and off, to which Dion looked on in a stupor. Lania decided she wasn't going to stand for it and left, saying she'd be back later. Already at the door, she informed Hell that she had heard someone spreading rumors about Mr. Arthur while he was chilling here. Hell immediately turned to Liquid Shadow and dived into it. Assistant Hella stated that Lania was too harsh. Barely her master had the courage to come here as he was intimidated again. Lania angrily replied that a mere assistant couldn't treat her like that if she didn't want to die. Dion felt tired even more, not enough to see demon fights in his bedroom. The commander of the 8th Squad, Hell was created by the Demon Lord's shadow arts, and he had the secret task of guarding the Count. True, he protected him from leaking information to the human world by eliminating demons who were too chatty. He appeared every time where someone started spreading rumors about the Zero Squad commander. Wherever Daeon appeared, Hell stalked him from the shadows and eliminated witnesses. He had been entrusted with this important mission and had been meticulous in its execution. Each time he dissolved without a trace, leaving behind carpets. It was for this reason that no one knew anything about the Zero commander. Nain noticed a shadow move she always saw when the commander was approaching. She greeted him joyfully in a puddle of shadow, but the commander kept saying he'd made a mistake. She praised him for a good job on the sweep. Everyone makes mistakes. It's important to learn from them, the aide said, and the commander perked up. She had convinced him that he was worthy of meeting Commander Arthur, and Hell blossomed into a smile. Daeon was assembling a Rubik's Cube, to the monotonous chatter of a flower. The Count shrieked and spat blood again when he saw someone staring at him through the open door. Hell apologized and said he wanted to say hello since he hadn't been able to do so earlier. But seeing the commander suggested he get a doctor. Without waiting to be called doctor, Ben called himself. The Count huffed again. Because of all the commotion, he couldn't get a proper rest. The doctor received a signal from the tracking pendant. Hell decided it was all because of him, and decided he would kill himself if the Zero Squad leader bled out. Daeon convinced him not to, and Hell blossomed again, because he was being treated so kindly despite his low self-esteem. Daeon replied that to him that he had his work done and could rest. Hell realized that the commander was barely containing his rage, though he looked calm. His gaze was directed from top to bottom in a completely natural way. Daeon had told them he wanted to rest. Hell only admired the Zero Squad commander more. His greatness, the most powerful man. They left him completely drained, so even the demonic Violet began to comfort him. He sighed heavily. Still, he lived in the demon world, with its own rules. But there was nowhere he could escape the Emperor's orders to be a double agent and spy for him. And since he is a spy, he must steal information. And to that end, he went to the library. The attentive gazes of the demons were immediately directed at him. The demoness jumped up from her seat when it came to her attention who had appeared in the library. The demons jumped up from their seats and bowed low to the Zero Squad commander. The Count had long since gotten used to this attitude, but he was still nervous, so he decided to hurry up and take what he needed and leave. A book with a catchy title, Analyzing Empire, caught his eye. An analysis of the current heroes of the Empire, by Adelia, one of the demon commanders. The first hero on the list, Commander Nemesis, helped the 9th Prince raise a rebellion and take the throne, then received the title of Marquis for his successes in the war. Second figure, Stephen Primer, the illegitimate son of Viscount Rupel, destroys the barbarians on the southern frontier. Daeon was surprised at the detail of the information, and realized that there must be information about him here as well. The third character, Daeon Hart, was written in the book, but his portrait was not there. There was a warning sign in the book, that this information was classified by order of the Demon King. The Count chuckled. It was for the best. The fourth hero, Cruel Heart, brother of Daeon, Duke Luther's man, currently in conflict with the Emperor, the Count read. But he immediately slammed the book shut irritably. His brother haunted him even in the demon realm. Daeon was angry, then scared all the demons around him. The information about his brother was completely useless to him. There was another book by the Demon King, about a hero, his enemy, who was gifted with power. The hero surpasses men in everything. Talent, intelligence, strength. The Count read what he already knew so well. People with incomplete hero power were called fragments. Even if they weren't as strong, they still surpassed human limitations. All this Daeon already knew, and wanted to look at the information about the Demon King, who he appeared right behind his back. The Count was so frightened that he dropped the book, and the king pointed his finger at it. When the Count reached his hand to the book, he saw the entry that Hero and Demon King. This was proof that the world was not mature yet. Daeon didn't know what that meant, and examined the book for damage from the fall. Then he looked at the king, who seemed to have no other occupation, and asked him what he was doing here. The Lord grinned, and said he had come to take some reading for himself. The Count thought again that he was suspected of something, but the Demon King apologized for taking the book from him. Then he waved him off, telling him to keep doing what he was doing, and walked away. Daeon was as nervous as ever, not knowing what to do. He decided that since he was so caught up in it, he should just leave, and crawled out of the library, completely drained of energy. After such excitement, he didn't care about spying, he just wanted to go to his room and stew in boredom. In the corridor, they were whispering among themselves that there would be a party, since the commander of the 5th Corps had recently returned. She used to dislike all sorts of goings-on as she was obsessed with things she found outside in the human world. The commander of the 5th Squad, Noelle, is so inquisitive that even a demon lord couldn't match her. But the maids gossiped that it would be more than just a party, for Noelle and her deputy were in a relationship. She drew a lovingly carrot-shaped picture that made Dion nauseous again. The girls flinched when they noticed that their entire conversation had been overheard by the Zero Squad leader. Dion was seriously surprised that demons could date each other, even though it was pretty obvious. In the imagination of the maids, the horrible commander had just heard them gossiping and was about to punish them. They already thought they were going to die and begged for mercy with their arms around each other. But when they stopped making noise, they saw that the dreaded commander had simply disappeared. The Count didn't care who was having a party with whom. He was more excited that there would be a party, and the best demon tea at it. But when he opened the doors, he saw a real mess. The Count had come too late and all the revelry was over, he realized with disappointment. No demon tea was observed either. Noelle had brought human tea, apparently interested in the culture of her neighbors. The Count realized he had only come here for nothing when he saw the trio enter the hall behind him. They were horrified when they realized they were facing a Zero-Corps commander, and in a trembling voice asked if he happened to drink all the tea in the room. The Count frowned and glared menacingly at the bad jokers. He was clean and fresh as a cucumber, but the demons didn't wait for his explanation, shouted something about an emergency, and scurried away. A special alarm alert informed the entire castle that the Zero-Corps commander had had tea. Even the Demon King was surprised, for he had seen his commander just now. In just 2 minutes, the Count was already surrounded by a multitude of demons with a bunch of defenses. From this arrangement, Dion was horrified, and thought at first that he would be gotten rid of. The Count became nervous. It was a shame that he was being accused even though he hadn't had a drop to drink. Everyone's mood was somber. Dion hadn't felt that way in a long time. No matter who he told that he wanted tea, everyone in the demon realm resisted it. The Demon King gave the appropriate order. Dion felt pinched all the time, for the ban was all about him. Even if he'd had a little to drink, they could handle it. And the Count didn't understand why the demons were reacting so violently. The guards were nervous too. The commander seemed calm lately but ended up drinking tea. They hoped to avoid the worst. 2 years ago, a welcome party was held in honor of Squad Zero commander. Thanks to this incident, the demons have long remembered who Sir Arthur is, who asks everyone if he is an enemy or not. One demon couldn't stand it and knocked his hand aside, shouting that he was tired of answering that question. He shouted to the commander that even if the enemy, he could do nothing to him. The demon was annoyed that the Demon King had put him in a made-up position that didn't exist before. So to top it all off, this position was a higher rank than the first squad leader. The demon decided to see if Dion was worth it over them. But in that instant, his heart suddenly stabbed from the excess iron in his system. The demon didn't even have time to notice his movement. To Dion, who was in a berserk state, the word enemy meant one thing: he must be eliminated. So one of the commanders was eliminated frighteningly quickly, without even having time to put up resistance. Since then, the castle had new rules. If a Zero Squad leader asked if you were an enemy, you had to answer no, loud and clear. Secondly, if Arthur asks disappointedly why not, you need to explain to him clearly and unequivocally. And thirdly, if the answer doesn't satisfy him, prepare to defend yourself, because in this state he just wants to fight. Of course, the demons wondered why they had to defend themselves, since it was much more profitable to attack the most. But there was an unspoken rule that if anyone laid a finger on the Zero Squad commander, he would fall at the hands of the Demon King. One of the guardian demons was indignant, while the other blocked out his fountain of utterances so as not to provoke the commander. It would be up to the king himself to calm the raving lunatic, and their job was simply to survive until then, they whispered behind Dion's back. Seeing their gazes, the Count tried to smile in a friendly manner, but the demons were only more frightened. Dion didn't understand why they were so startled by his every move. After all, he just smiled sweetly. His Majesty the Demon Lord entered, and from the threshold asked him to stop. He was glad he was close enough to come quickly. Ed and Doctor Ben came along with him as well. They were making a big deal out of it, and Dion didn't even know what to say when the Demon King asked him if he could hear him. The Count trembled. He heard him perfectly well, but he had absolutely no idea how to get out of this situation. The Demon King assessed the situation, and decided that now Commander Arthur has the first phase, so told him that there are no enemies here. The Demon King spoke calmly and slowly, asking him to set down a bottle of tea, which Dion did, letting them know he wasn't going to kill. Everyone immediately noticed that he was speaking calmly and politely, and realized that something was wrong. Realizing that he was speaking calmly, the Demon King asked him if he had been drinking tea. Dion replied that he had not drunk anything, as there were bottles of tea from the land of men here, and he was just examining them. The Demon King took a deep breath, exhaled, and asked if he was bored. He clutched his head, and chided himself for not realizing it sooner, for Dion had come to the library where he had never shown his nose before. The Demon King suggested he go for a walk with Devlania to the second city, and Dion didn't understand anything about where or with whom. He smiled sweetly, informing them that the war would start soon, and so they had time to have fun for now. Ed said he'd get everything ready, Doctor. Ben promised to give him a full examination before sending him off, and Earl didn't understand how it had come to this. Before they left, the Demon King asked Ben to stay. The kingdom of Irion has fallen, read the Demon King in the latest issue of the Demon Times. The Emperor had already consumed half of the continent, and they had less and less time left. The Demon King picked up the microphone connected to the castle's public address system, and informed everyone that from now on, the use of magic was forbidden in the castle. They were not allowed to use magic other than what was already in the daily items, exception risk of death. The commanders of the 2nd and 8th Corps will eliminate anyone who disobeys these orders. He also stated that they had the right to kill, in a scary voice. The commanders grinned, glad they would have a lot of interesting work to do. The fluid shadow of the 8th squad leader also shook with excitement. Normally, the ancient Demon King didn't pay attention to the appearances of heroes, but the ones that appeared during the war are quite different. Delaying the hero's appearance seemed to him a reasonable measure, the king thought as he watched the merry trio leave the castle. Dion wanted to go alone. Even Ed was willing to leave. The Demon King didn't know if it would work or not. He wondered if the typhoon could be foreseen. The Elf King was still sipping tea in the Demon Castle when he heard the order to ban magic. He felt that the world had already made its move and the hero would soon appear. Therefore, the king's actions no longer made sense. The moment the hero appears will be the worst moment for the Demon Kingdom. No doubt everyone is expecting it, and making their own far-reaching plans. No doubt death awaits everyone at the end, Dion thought, and didn't realize when he went from comedy to tragedy. Someone dared to declare to the Emperor that there was no more strength and capacity to continue the war. Someone very brave. The Emperor squinted at the Marquis and asked what had led him to such decadent thoughts. Unlike the last war, in this one, the Emperor spared the royal families and their nations after surrendering. And as long as they are alive, the nation retains its spirit. They will live in hope. Soldiers that were subdued in battle will never be loyal to the Empire. If you continue the war in this way, there will inevitably come a shortage of troops. You can make supplies of weapons, but not soldiers. Therefore, you have to stop. The Marquis bowed and bade farewell to his life. But for the sake of the Empire, he had to say it. He regretted nothing. But the Emperor remained silent. Moreover, he kept a calm expression on his face. Another member of the council objected to the Marquis, saying that they could replenish the size of the army with ordinary citizens of the Empire. They began to argue loudly about whether poor people from the slums could be conscripted, and Desir thumped the table loudly to get them to stop barking. They offered to take away the ordinary citizens and pay for the war with the blood of the lower classes. But why not use their personal soldiers' knights, suggested the Emperor, or themselves. It was still better than sending untrained men. After all, ordinary citizens work hard and pay taxes. They know they will be protected, and they are willing to pay their price for the well-being within the country. It is their choice, and the duty of the Empire to protect the people, Desir said. The Emperor drew his sword and said he would not stop the war, and when the soldiers ran out they would go to the front lines themselves. The standards of war are the same as in the past. If there are 2 or more men in a family of nobles, one of them is unconditionally subject to conscription with half of their personal family units. If there are no men, then the family is obliged to send 2/3 of the knights. Recruitment of townspeople for recruits will only be done as a last resort. He stood with sword in hand until everyone had gone away and Desir was left alone with his ghosts. He knew not to lose his temper, but if he stood by, the subordinates would make a mess of things. He felt disgusted, like he was just like them. His hallucinations were getting worse. Each time they affected daily life more and more, the ghosts were very impatient. He wasn't going to enjoy the millennial life anyway, so why rush him? The far south of the Empire, the border where there were continuous battles with savage barbarians, these lands were guarded by Stephen, the hero of the Empire. He learned from the newspapers that the Empire had attacked the next kingdom, and he understood why they too had been ordered to be ready. Slaying barbarians in the south, he inexorably built up his power and became strong enough to lead his own army. He informed the soldiers that fighting barbarians is great, but real war is better. Not by himself. After this war, His Majesty is sure to reward him. You can't get recognition for barbarians. There was something he wanted to ask of His Majesty, he informed his aide. During the 8-year war, he gained vast lands, the title of Marquis, and much gold and jewelry. At first he was pleased, until he learned what Dayon Hart had asked of the Emperor, and wondered how such a brilliant idea hadn't occurred to him. Stephen asked if Dion would participate in the war, and was told that the Honorable Earl would join later. The Marquis had high hopes of their meeting soon. He was very glad of the opportunity. He ordered his men to make good preparations, all surviving enemies to be finished off, and looked forward to being sent to the front to receive the credit. The second demon squad leader disappointedly said that she thought she was only going with Dion. Ben answered her that it was the king's order, and even if he stayed home, they still wouldn't be alone. After all, Lania had taken an entire army to accompany her. The demoness declared that it was no good dragging around everywhere without servants. Ben stated that they were all wimps compared to Sir Arthur, while the latter just sighed heavily. They were just going to another town. Such an escort was unnecessary. Dion couldn't understand why he was so insistent on being sent to the border. The king himself had said so several times. Plus, he had been fitted with a pendant with protection, and Ed was very excited about his weapon, all of which made Dion even more nervous. Of course, this could all be preparation for various contingencies, but the Count couldn't be sure. There was definitely nothing behind it. His panic played out so badly that he wanted to get out when their carriage shook. A servant stopped by and nervously informed the commanders that there had been an emergency. Demon monsters appeared in their way, in very large numbers. The Count noted that the members of the second squad fought well, using spider thread techniques, but there were too many enemies. He realized that he couldn't just stand by and watch. He had to do something about it himself. Lania noted that it was going to be a nasty day. In every city the commanders had set up defenses, but that wasn't the case here. Dion marveled at their calmness, and thought it was because they might have known about the attack. There were so many demons they could invade anywhere. Now Dion understood what it meant to send along the borderlines. The Demon King wanted to avoid monsters invading other countries' territories. He set it up that way on purpose to utilize his services. Dion was supposed to walk along the borders and mop up all the monsters, and he naively thought he was going to rest and have fun. Lania said she'd go first and take care of it, and she told him to hurry up, but the Count didn't want to. He bit his lips nervously, and was tensely thinking about what to do when Dr. Ben called out to him. The Count thought he was worried because he was coughing up blood again, but this time the doctor was looking at him strangely. Dion thought he was arousing suspicion by openly avoiding battle, and was afraid he was about to be killed. Ben filled him in that the commander often drinks and doesn't take care of himself. He noticed that the commander either fights like a berserker or avoids battles for no reason. A normal demon would have thought he was weak, Dion heard, and thought he was about to be exposed. He told Ben that he didn't mean to lie to him, but the doctor replied that he understood. They thought about each other's answers for a moment, but Dion quickly changed the subject by asking Doc what he meant. And the one said that no matter how many monsters there were, the enemy was so insignificant that the commander didn't want to move for them. Then the Count realized that he had almost wet his pants in vain, and he became angry. The doctor told him not to worry, for he had something prepared for him and took out a bottle of herbal tea. Such news made Dion's face blurred with happiness. Of course it was suspicious, for not long ago he had been forbidden tea, and now the doctor himself was offering to drink it. He was also saying that it didn't matter how much the commander drank, and Dion's suspicions peaked. But Doc persuaded that all one had to do was drink tea and enjoy. The Count couldn't resist, even though the tea looked suspicious. Satisfied, he made himself a proper tea, having emptied all of the doctor's marching stock of tinctures. He thought about the fact that he would still be able to avoid the battle, but even if he died, he wouldn't be sober. Doc watched the commander drink his tea and mentally apologized to him. The Demon King ordered to give the commander tea if he avoided combat. The king insisted, for the commander was accustomed to restrain himself, to the point of being called weak. But when Arthur imbibes the tea, he is set free, the king noted. Although Arthur likes battles, he's often more calm than he needs to be, Doc thought. But the Demon King suggested that it was better to send the commander before he exploded, for he always used whatever was possible for his purposes. Though the doctor thought it absurd to give tea to one who was already unwell. He was thinking about apologizing for it later, when the Zero squad leader pinned him against the carriage. Dion, in berserk mode, asked the doctor if he was good at using his brain. Alcohol and fixatives are kind of the keys to the commander's psyche. Doc wasn't ashamed of using them so openly. The Count pressed him harder and asked again if Doc had a brain, or if they didn't have time to think. The Emperor is moving faster and stronger than expected. Monsters increase in numbers just as quickly, so procrastination is dangerous. The Count realized the urgency of the situation. But that didn't mean he liked being used, he said, and plunged his knife into the wood. Doc began to apologize. He realized that the commander was like this not at all because of the action of the tea. For all his worth and merit, he promised to let the doctor go this time. But it wouldn't happen again. He offered to think hard about whose Dr. Ben was, and took back his dagger. The commander said reproachfully that he didn't expect him to do that. Ben sank his gaze guiltily. Sir Arthur's words were fair. He's the medic for the commander of Squad Zero, not the Demon King, Ben reminded himself. Ben wanted to apologize and say he understood, but at that moment the monster broke through the cordon and lunged at the commander. Dion closed his eyes and thought how boring it was to constantly try to survive at all costs. However, he wasn't about to let anyone shake him down. He sits usually quietly inside and decides for himself when to come out into the light and take control. In the blink of an eye, he killed the monster and still stood pensively in the middle of the battlefield. The commander told Dr. Ben to contact the Demon King through the stone. Ben objected, recalling that the king had forbidden the use of magic, but quickly realized he had almost made another mistake. The commander's orders were more important. He opened the comms, and the king asked what happened since they were so brazenly using the comms. Dion simply reported that the enemies were much larger than what they expected. The Demon King agreed. He thought 2 commanders would be enough. He promised to send support and asked Dion to hold out for 15 minutes. The man replied that he would try, and the king realized that Arthur must be very angry. 15 minutes was still a lot for the count. It had been quite a while since they had fought. But if he had given up so easily, he wouldn't have survived the 8-year war. Other than the opponents being ordinary monsters, this battle was no different from the 8-year war. The count rushed forward with lightning speed, avoiding all of the monsters' attacks. No matter how big the opponent was, the count defeated everyone. It was his only way to survive, Dion thought, as he was tossed aside and the doctor picked up a rock to protect him. His specialty was not in killing, but in terrifying his enemies. Seeing him massacre the monster leader, the others froze in place in indecision. Monsters driven by instincts, they will flee as soon as they feel overwhelming terror. Of course, not all are vulnerable to fear. But that was for the best, because the goal wasn't to make everyone run away now, Dion thought. If the monsters escape now, they'll come back later anyway. So Dion suggested trapping the monsters. The stupid monsters froze in place. Their bodies would be cut open if they began to move recklessly. They did not realize what was happening, for they were being killed by a silken thread that could not be seen with their eyes. The cobwebs completely surrounded them and prevented them from advancing. Adelia asked him what he was up to, since she wouldn't be able to contain the monsters for long. The count set up a fish-shaped trap. The narrow neck keeps the monsters out, but the demons are also limited in what they can do. Dr. Ben warned Dion that this was a temporary measure and he needed to be careful. They were surprised when they realized he was going to walk into the monster's trap alone. Adelia had warned that only an extremely experienced warrior would be able to find where the threads were attached. Of course, she didn't doubt his abilities. The Zero Squad commander grinned grimly and said he'd figure it out because he was lucky. He went inside the trap and began to kill the monsters one by one unhindered. Adelia was surprised that he had succeeded. He was luring monsters to the threads and killing them. When those tried to attack him, they would die from the webs. Dion acted as if he could actually see them. He saw them as the spider silk reflected in the moonlight, all because he had spent his life hiding from the light. So his eyes were used to the dark and the moonlight. Adelia noticed that the flow of the battle had changed. The monsters were no longer attacking so recklessly, but there were still plenty of them. Doc answered her. Dion's condition should have reached its limit by now. He'd been moving around with a broken arm for too long. No one knew when help would arrive. Dion released the dagger from his broken hand. He could no longer hold it. Ben wanted to tell the commander that he needed treatment, but Dion told him to stay back, because he knew how this was going to end. The count told him coldly not to be a fool, and to keep his temper. Dion felt like he was about to pass out. He tried not to go head-on, but there was nothing he could do with his weak body. The doctor had to fight back with his briefcase too. He shouted to the commander, as he saw the man fall and the monsters bearing down on him. Someone threw many daggers and killed all the attacking monsters. 7th Squad Commander Celia said hello to him, and said she was glad to meet him. She cheerfully announced that she had heard about the party, and was rushing to it with all her might. The Count woke up. He remembered trying his best to avoid the battle, and now he didn't realize what was wrong with his shoulder. He also didn't understand what was going on around him, standing on a carpet of monster bodies. And then he realized that he was back in the battle after drinking tea. Celia approached him sharply, and said defiantly that he was not Commander Arthur. Just a second ago, he was the real Arthur. And now this one is back again, the demoness resented. She picked up the monster's carcass, and told him that there were more monsters here to summon his wild hypostasis. And Dion realized she was just another crazy person who wanted to hurt him. He recoiled from her, not knowing what else to expect from her. Celia continued to tease him by showing him the dead wolf, and asking what he was scared of when Adelia approached them. The demoness told Dion that her men would clear half of it so he could get some monsters too. Adelia clutched her head, realizing that Celia was their backup because she had left her section of the border she was guarding. Celia countered that it would be okay because she had left a helper behind, and thanks to her they had a great backup. And that solved the problem to some extent, she said, clapping her hands. She wanted to say that now Commander Arthur would be able to frolic in battle again, but he just collapsed into Dr. Ben's arms. Eventually, he exceeded his physical limits. Ben told him to rest, for they would take care of the cleanup. Ben asked him to forgive him for the past, and to believe him one more time. But the Count never understood what he meant, and thought he had lost a lot of blood. Celia was greatly disappointed that he was going to rest, and asked for his second part to show up before resting. Adelia breathed a sigh of relief. She had mopped up the remaining monsters except for the ones that escaped. Dr. Ben had healed Dion's hands, and now he could move them, albeit weakly. Adelia asked Celia why, when the job was finished, she didn't go back, to which the demoness resented being used and discarded. Adelia grinned and suggested they go to town two together. After all, Celia should know who was guarding it. Celia gritted her teeth. The second city was guarded by the commander of the 10th Squad, whom she was not at all eager to meet. Celia bowed and said she would leave, though Dion expected her to stay a little longer, but thought it was for the best. The 10th Squad's commander's name was Gaius, Dion remembered. But he didn't know why Celia hated him so much. A vampire with bat wings bowed to them when they arrived in the city. Looking at how sweetly the ghoul was smiling, Dion realized why Celia hated him. He was given a real ceremony, as if he were a triumphant general, carried on a palanquin, and showered with flowers on the way. Gaius was all smiles and asked how Dion was enjoying this meeting. After all, he had done everything in the traditions of the humans, but the Count just wanted to disappear quickly. Noticing the look on his face, Gaius became worried that the Count had gotten sick. But really, Dion was just going crazy about the whole situation, and the 10th Squad leader himself. In an instant, he realized why Celia hated Gaius. The one kept going on, and asked me to tell him if anything was wrong so he could fix it. But he was immediately forced out by Dr. Ben, who thought the commander had a headache. Demons watched the procession with their mouths hanging open. Many were seeing the Zero Squad commander for the first time. However, they had to like how cool Commander Arthur looked and his magnificent aura of victory. There was no information about him, so rumors spread instantly. Demons were surprised that a man could have such an aura. People wondered how the Demon King could elevate such a strong man without fear, for even the other commanders sucked up to him. Why the proud commanders accepted the assignment so easily, what Arthur's role is, and what he is capable of. Everyone gathered to look at the commander's face hidden by the cloth, and those who saw him were sure that he was as strong as the Demon Lord. Dion whispered quietly, with just his lips, "Get rid of it." Gaius leaned over and listened to his voice, saying he couldn't hear it. Dion reiterated his desire to end the ceremony, but Gaius understood it as taking everyone away and eliminating them, which he ordered his men to do. Dion wanted Guy to get rid of the stinky flowers that made him sick, and didn't understand why kick out innocent citizens. He came to be horrified that the townspeople were rudely kicked out of town saying his name. Now he saw the angry eyes of the people of the city, and realized that he had become their #1 enemy. However, the townspeople were persistent, and sought other places from where they could see the face of the Zero Squad commander. At one intersection, their procession was greeted by an entire fan club holding up posters with his face on them. Demoness shouted his name and prayed for him in chorus with the other fans. He remembered how he had rashly talked religion with Riri, and she had invented Commander Arthur's religion on the fly. Now, because of little Riri, he has become a revered demon deity. Dion was displeased, for he had given her cookies, so that such a thing would not happen. He found them in the carriage which the butler Ram had prepared. Seeing his displeased look, Gaius fell to his knees in front of him. He deeply regretted having upset Dion so much, and the Count noticed that a thread of silk was stretched around his neck. Adelia grinned, and said that Guy had annoyed Commander Arthur before. Dion was shocked again. After all, there was a rule against commanders killing other commanders, but realized that demons were selfish. He told her to stop, for nothing had happened that required death, and said that since they had come for shopping, there was no time to waste. Dion figured he too could be put away at any minute if he made a mistake. Code Adelia put away her silk. Guy was happy to be left alive and vowed to do his best to be helpful. Dion's reasoning was grim. He thought there was a limit to killing commanders, but it turned out not to be the case. And therefore he must always be on his guard, the Count thought with horror. Adelia waved her hands contentedly. She had bought a lot of nice clothes today. Dion felt like a fitting mannequin again, but was glad to change his soiled clothes. As they walked through the markets, Guy kept trying to placate the commander, this time bringing ripe mangoes. Adelia told him to stop interfering with their date, and demanded her purchases. But Guy had already given them to his men. The Count wanted them all to shut up sooner, but suddenly a rider blocked their path so they wouldn't collide. Ben stepped forward and closed it. Dion turned his attention to the horse, and the doctor asked him what was the matter. The Count was surprised that the gates of the city were still open, although the monster attacks had increased. He noticed that the city had many things similar to the southern part of the human world, and wondering if there was a border that ran close by, Gaius dropped his mangoes. He was terrified that he had been exposed so easily, and asked the commander how he knew. On their way here, they saw that the entire road was littered with monster bodies, Gaius told them, because the border with the human world was discovered here. A place where day and night are neighboring but still separated. A real border between the world of humans and the world of demons. Dr. Ben shouted at Guy because he was hiding this fact. The latter began to justify that the demons that went to the human world were still here. He just wanted to have a little fun, Guy said, and Dion grabbed his head. Guy assured them that he did his best not to be seen by people, since they use camouflage and don't stay there for long. They killed monsters to keep them from breaking through to the human world. There was nothing dangerous about it for Earl, but he was still human. He had no choice but to report it to the Demon King, Dion said, and Gaius slumped his shoulders. But before that, he decided to check things out for himself to find out what region of people were on the other side of the border. At the same time, in a small region to the south, there was a commotion, the guards had learned, of the intrusion of strangers into their lands. The local governor, the Zarek, became despondent, and the servants said they would immediately bring the strangers to the palace. But the king was inconsolable. None of this would lead to anything good, even if the strangers showed up, he said. He himself hid the border with the demons, so as not to agitate minds. He had enough problems with the Empire, so to mess with the Demon Kingdom as well. A servant reported that there was another matter, and the king asked what could be worse. He reported that the second corps commander, Idelia, and a second more honored one, most likely the commander of the Zero Squad, had shown up at their door. The Tsar was horrified at such news. There were various terrible rumors about Zero. It took him a few minutes to deal with this news. He told everyone to hide this information, no matter what the demons were up to. No one was to know of their presence. The trio of demons moved forward. Dr. Ben insisted the commander pull his robe tighter. The sun was more aggressive here. The sun was really scorching, so Dion pulled his hood up tighter. What he didn't understand was why the others were following him. He didn't need help in the human world, especially not in the form of demons. They decided to go to the market and scout things out when a man appeared on the way. They apologized for blocking the way of travelers. Dion assumed they were local knights. Their head said that they had come to send greetings to the mercenaries for stopping the monster's invasion of the human world. They had managed to survive the crisis, and on behalf of all the knights were thanking the outsiders. Dion was glad they were taken for mercenaries as well. They were given a small bounty in Mania. The knights prepared them knowing the mercenaries would get dirty, and it seems for good reason. Adelia and Dr. Ben examined their soiled clothes. The Count was the only one who was clean. He had completely forgotten that he was the only one who had changed clothes unlike the others. Dion wondered. His companions didn't even bother to cover themselves, so anyone would have realized they were demons. But they were being treated kindly. With trembling hands, the knight held out a purse of money to him. The Count realized that he was frightened, but not surprised. They had already seen many demons, which meant it had been a long time since the Southern Kingdom had discovered the border. The Count also realized from their reactions that the Emperor had not been informed of the existence of the secret wicket between worlds. Obviously, the Southerners want to cover up the fact that demons walk back and forth across their lands. Dion laughed quietly. He was relieved that the Emperor didn't know about this place, but his laughter only scared the knights more. The knights wanted them to leave as soon as possible without making a fuss. The Count was in a good mood, having unexpectedly received a generous reward. The knights noted that only one demon was not stained with blood, and also possessed an unusual aura, meaning he was the Zero Squad leader. The knights sighed heavily. They had done the best they could with what they had. The demons entered the city to look around. Dion immediately grabbed some street food. The city was a busy trading place. The Count was happy to just walk around like this, but right now he needed to gather information about what this place was. He was pondering this when someone bumped into him, accidentally or intentionally. Dion grabbed his wounded shoulder. Adelia asked him what was wrong and supported him. She was surprised that the commander flinched so much when confronted by the man. The Count immediately sensed her suspicious gaze and hurriedly excused himself that his recent wounds still hurt. Dion had already thought to gloss over the whole incident since Adelia had remained calm. But this time Dr. Ben lost his temper and started to get into a relationship with the man. Realizing that they had switched roles, he castled again. And now Adelia wanted to smash the man's face in, and the doctor was holding the Count. Dion got nervous that they were attracting too much attention when the guards showed up. The soldier told them to stop fighting immediately, and his men surrounded the neighborhood. The Count realized that the knights in front of him, he knew this would happen, so he hurriedly apologized. But instead of grabbing the strangers, the local authorities grabbed the poor guy who was just down on his luck. He was immediately accused publicly of picking a fight in the marketplace and ordered to be taken away. The poor man began to plead pitifully and beg to be let go, for they had just run into each other, but the knights would not listen to him. Dion was surprised. Security in the human world was top-notch, but he didn't realize if it should be. But even after that, it wasn't over. A petty thief tried to steal his wallet at the market, and Dr. Ben managed to grab it. The knights immediately grabbed the lad and led him away, apologizing to the wanderers. As soon as some incident started, they would immediately intervene. This time, Dion didn't like the strange, overripe fruit. The merchant was accused of poisoning the merchandise, and immediately led away, the count not understanding why grabbing for rotten fruit. All day, the royal knights had been appearing out of nowhere and deciding everything, so it made Dion uncomfortable. The knights tried to scuttle all contact before it attracted public attention, and the townspeople began to shun outsiders, fearing the knights. The count sighed and grabbed his head, trying not to attract attention. The knights only made matters worse. There was no point in staying here anymore. Dion overheard two merchants arguing about Deus tea leaves. Someone wanted to open a whole chain selling divine tea. The merchant was outraged. An entire shopping center could have been a serious competitor. He wondered just what the authorities were up to when he saw the stranger that approached him. Dion stated that he would like to buy Deus tea, and the merchant was pleased that the strange stranger was his customer. He noticed that the stranger had outlandish clothes and thought it was an aristocrat hiding his identity. The stranger was intimidating, a strange, ominous aura emanating from him. Deus tea leaves don't grow much anywhere, so they are difficult to obtain. Among the aristocrats, they are very prized. There's a lot of this tea here, so it is sold just in the market. The merchant handed him a box. Dion now realized that it was a small kingdom that made money by selling tea. He found out where they are. It's the kingdom of Tekon, with access to the sea. The guards were glad the outsiders were gone, one of them noting that the one spitting blood was too weak to be a Zero Squad leader. They didn't know who it could be, but they hoped that such powerful demons would not appear in their lands again. The Emperor was surprised that Duke Luther had asked for an audience and was now saying this. The Duke asked if the Emperor remembered the death of the first prince, who was the father of the current heir and the Emperor's older brother. The Emperor ordered everyone out. Of all the family members, the first prince was the only one who cared about Desiree, a man with a good heart, and the one who killed him was Duke Gratis. Luther grinned caustically, glad that the Emperor remembered those events. The Emperor responded in the same way, calling Luther a madman since he had come here for this. Only after the death of Duke Gratis, who had killed the first prince, did the Emperor learn that Luther was behind everything. But because of the danger of revolt among the nobles, the Emperor had withheld this information from them. But now Luther himself came to tell the truth. The Duke stated that he got rid of the first prince because it was his way up. He was well aware that if the most important heir suddenly died, the other princes would go crazy to climb the throne. Luther wanted to choose someone he could control on the throne, but someone unheard of showed up and killed everything. The Emperor sank into reminiscence. Then the first prince told him he would be back soon. He asked him to take care of Aletta and Edward for a while. Then Desir sensed something wrong. He should have stopped him, but told him not to worry. If only he knew that that day was the last time they would see each other. There was no way he would have let him go that day. His conscience still plagued the Emperor. When he received the news that his brother had died, he had to make a thorough investigation. However, he trusted the plausible rumor that made him grab his sword. Rumors that his other brothers had killed him to take the throne, and rivers of blood were spilled. The ghosts were now clutching him on all sides, and the culprit of it stood brazenly and defiantly right in front of him. The Duke has pretty much admitted that the assassination of the first prince, Dion Harath's involvement in the 8 Years' War, and even the Salvation Church, are all his doing. The Hart family then pounded the doorsteps of the Chancery office, trying to explain that they wanted to send Cruel, not Dion, to war. And they were denied. The clerk's office did not receive corrections after receiving the application. Dion's mother was beyond grief, not knowing how a sick child could survive the war. He was worried that he was so weak that she was even afraid to hug him. That woman was crying. Head Hart demanded to be allowed to meet with the Emperor, but they were again refused. He went there almost every day, but they kept getting turned down. The father asked to at least give the letter to his son, and this conversation was overheard by Duke Luther. He was the reason these letters did not reach the Emperor and Dion, as well as the request to replace the youngest with the eldest son. The Emperor found out through a post-war investigation and still watched Dion murder his family. The Duke couldn't wait for Dion's reaction when he was told the truth. The Emperor frowned hearing this. He looked angrily at the Duke and asked if he really wanted to die so badly. The Duke smugly declared that the Emperor could not kill him, for the Duke's honor would be clear, and Desire himself would be branded as a mad tyrant. But Desire was not afraid of labels. They could even be used, and the Duke understood that. But it was impossible to protect his heirs from this negativity. Edward and Aletta would lose their authority. And the Duke understood that the Emperor would definitely want to avoid it, because he was thinking about the Empire. Besides, he was aware of everything, but pretended not to know anything, which meant he was now the Duke's accomplice in Dion's case. Desire had sent him away, the Duke talked too much, and the Emperor was looking forward to dealing with him himself. For Luther to achieve what he wants, the Emperor must not die. Desire thought exactly the same thing, that he wouldn't die until he destroyed Luther. The Duke came to the Emperor to cheer him up, and also gave orders to Aaron that he was working in the army of revolutionaries. Everything has already been prepared. They just waited until the Emperor was alone. Desire noticed their presence. He stepped out to clear his head as the pesky gnats were right there. He grinned when they all popped out of the bushes like a roving troupe of performers. The leader of the revolutionary army, Daniel, arrived at his mother's house and called out to her. The woman was knitting a scarf and was happy to see her son alive. He was injured because they had encountered demons on their way to the kingdom of Irion, but reassured his mother that it was nothing serious. He took her hands gently and told her there was no way he would cheat her. His mother didn't care what he was fighting for, just to see him healthy. He believed in his son who fought in the name of egalitarianism, a world without estates. One man had united them all for the sake of killing the Emperor, Daniel thought. His mother insisted to himself. It was she who inspired them to rebel, suggested they create a world where all would be equal. She was a noble lady who ran away to marry a commoner. But even in exile, she could enjoy a simple life. But then his father was captured by some aristocrat's mistake and killed. Mother's body weakened and an ailment felled her, but she did not give up. Even in this state, she told him of her dreams, of a world without kings or nobles, where everyone was their own master. She dreamed that Daniel would one day see such a world, and the boy collected those dreams and kept them deep in his heart. Seeing his mother getting weaker by the day, he made a decision. Since then, he has fought in the name of the revolution. Because of his orders, many people are dying, Daniel said, pressing himself against his mother's lap. Besides, in the future they will start a battle from which the lives of many will be in danger, he said. And his mother asked him if he wanted to retreat. But Daniel didn't want that. Even looking at his comrades dying, this madman wanted to pull off a coup d'etat. His mother told him that she would believe in him and wait for him as she had promised, and asked him to return safely. If her son dies, she will use poison and follow him. A servant burst in with a report, and told them that Aiden was now leading an army to attack the Emperor. His troops surrounded the Emperor, ambushing him in his hunting grounds. The Emperor grinned. These dogs weren't the only guests. He got off his horse and decided to tell them the story of how he got those scars, or rather how he ascended to the throne, and who was the hero on the battlefield of the 8 Years' War. Desire had another aggravation with the ghosts, so something had to be done immediately. He pulled out his knife and stabbed it through his left arm like a madman, much to the bafflement of his pursuers. This way, he managed to ward off a little of the hallucinations of ghosts that were blocking his vision a lot. He waved his hand and smiled. It was much better that way. He kept asking his pursuers who was the hero with no name, with the fragment in his heart, and why the Emperor had no guards. The rebel leader said there was no point in listening to this nonsense, and ordered the Emperor to be killed, but lost his life at the same moment. Desire told them to be careful with the forgotten. They swarmed all over him, thinking that quantity could solve something in this case. A man that does not remember his past is forced to repeat his mistakes over and over again, Desire recalled the old wisdom. If they had prepared properly and learned about his background, they would have been aware that during the 7 Years' War, he had been on the front lines with everyone else. In that case, they wouldn't have attacked him with such a weak unit without preparation. He wielded his sword with ease with one hand and slashed his enemies left and right. His swordsmanship was powerful and unrestrained, so the rebels grabbed his mantle. They wanted to make fun of him for wearing a robe during battle, but it didn't deter Desire in the slightest. The Emperor was so strong, as if he could cut through the heavens and shatter mountains. He grinned and told them not to underestimate the enemy, even if it was the Emperor. And then the rebel dummies, the unemployed students, realized who they were dealing with. Desire's talent was hidden behind the titles Tyrant and Emperor. He killed all but one to interrogate. His robes and the symbol of a bird on his arm were well known. But as far as he could remember, the rebel leader wasn't so stupid, Desire asked. Now he could no longer fear their gang, for he had just defeated many of them. There were many people that carried a fragment of the hero, but among them, Desire stood out for his strength. He bandaged his arm. It was clear that these goons had been sent by the Duke, who knew they were no threat to him. Used the revolutionaries to kill the Emperor, but didn't really want to get rid of him. The goal of the revolution is equal rights for all citizens, but the Duke's goal is the highest title. which means he will abolish them sooner or later, Desire thought. There was confusion at the headquarters of the revolutionaries. They lost 1/9 of their forces, the Duke skillfully strangling his enemies among themselves. Daniel praised Paul for gathering information and said he could leave. The revolution had taken so long to gain momentum and was back to what it was. Ever since the Emperor himself began to enter the battlefield, it had become difficult to keep track of his position. But Aiden had somehow managed to find out the exact location. Daniel had a hunch. The only one who could know such things was Duke Luther, who helped them with one hand and punished them with the other. The last person who saw them was a witness who contacted Aaron. Duke and Aaron broodingly mouthed Daniel and realized that they could have planned the whole thing from the beginning. The Emperor calmly made his way to his stake all alone. The Chancellor was surprised that he had blood on him. It meant he had been attacked on the way, to which Desire condescendingly stated that if one died over such nonsense, such would be his fate. The Chancellor objected that he was the light of the Empire and could not speak of himself in that way. The Emperor laughed, his servant taking the simple joke too hard, and the Chancellor huffed. Desire was once again immersed in memories of times past. His sister wanted the kingdom to be rich, to make everyone happy. His brother wanted the kingdom to be reckoned with. In other words, he wanted to turn it into an empire. They could talk all day long about their ambitions and plans. However, because of what he accomplished, neither his sister nor his brothers were able to accomplish their goals, and Desire was taking responsibility for their wishes going unrealized. He never got off the path he chose, all thanks to the Hart brothers. But he himself still has a lot of things to do. "Who would think of death when there is so much to do?" said the Emperor. And the Chancellor remarked that his wounds had ceased to heal, and surely there were new ones. The Emperor is the heart of the Empire, even though the Chancellor told him to watch himself. Desire no longer placed value on a body that had no soul. If he were to die, he hoped to at least not waste a lot of people for his body. He told the Chancellor not to worry too much, because he intended to stand firmly on his feet until the very end. Besides now, he didn't even want to die. A new demon had taken over, the vacant position of Squadron 9 commander, and was being interviewed. His name was Trower, and he knew how to use an earthquake. He looked tough. Despite the fact that demons consider magic out of specialization, they fight using their trained bodies. The powerful attack nearly crushed the long-eared demon, but it managed to bounce back. He struck the redhead with his claws, and he had to defend himself. Jaikar and Asild watched the fight, their ranks far beyond mere demons. The second squad leader also returned to the castle to observe the battle. Dion couldn't understand why everyone was shouting spells if they weren't using magic. But more than that, he couldn't grasp why he was sitting here with everyone else. Trover had challenged him to a fight barely Dion had arrived, but was able to refuse, citing fatigue. But then the demon had asked him to be the arbiter this time. Trower told his rival to be more restrained when he interacted with his boss. The commander of the 5th Corps asked him to dedicate the victory to her, like in that novel she was reading. Her assistant didn't take his eyes off her and promised he'd win. Trower shouted that it was fight time and demanded that Commander Arthur quickly give the go-ahead for the fight to begin. The Count wondered what words to use to start a duel in the Demon Kingdom. Nothing he remembered was suitable for the ferocious demons. So he said in a creepy voice, so they wouldn't kill each other. A strange atmosphere prevailed. Everyone fell silent and looked at the Zero Squad commander. The Count already thought that he had made a mistake because he thought that this was an appropriate phrase for harsh demons. When he was approached by the commander of the 12th Squad, Merce. This demon was rumored to be taciturn and moody, and it seems that was true, Dion thought. But instead of saying what he wanted to say, he hid behind his aide and put it on his shoulders. The aide bowed, introduced himself, and said he would pass on the Lord's words. Turns out they were thrilled with Arthur's suggestion. Fight as long as at least one could stand on his feet so the fight wouldn't be easy. None of the commanders were this brutal, but it was worthy of a Zero Squad, the aide said. Again the demons got it wrong, Dion thought. Then the aide uncoiled like a spring, as if he had been impersonating his master all this time and could now relax. Dion was at a loss for words at what was going on. It was as if the commanders were being recruited in a circle of psychological help for the poor. Asild was pleased thanks to Commander Arthur. The demons couldn't just give up like before. Since Trower had been given the title of commander, his abilities with his aide had to be equal. Quite a few demons had declined the king's offer to become commanders. The first was Ed, Adelia recalled. Dion was surprised that his aide was given the opportunity, but turned it down to remain deputy commander. The second was Durnovan, the third Trover, who were now fighting amongst themselves. Many wondered why Dern turned down the promotion, but it was simple. He didn't want to be separated from his love. The Count was surprised that the commander of the 7th Squad had appeared so suddenly beside him. The Demoness touched her belly, and asked him if a baby appears in her belly if she falls hard in love with someone. The Count realized she was talking about pregnancy, but it seemed the demoness knew about it solely from novels and children's fairy tales. She had heard somewhere that a child who came into being in this way was a blessing. Trover, meanwhile, had picked up a huge boulder from the floor and was ready to drop it on Dern's head. But the man calmly waited for this blow, as if he was planning something. His commander, meanwhile, shared with everyone that she would like to receive a blessing. Riri noticed Dion's hands clenched and tried to figure out what had caused that reaction. But the topic of family was the trigger for Dion's difficult memories, who suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder. The words of blessing were in stark contrast to the way his family treated him, which drove him to the brink of insanity. Asild quickly gagged the amorous demoness, noticing how upset Dion was at her words. Riri didn't understand why Commander Arthur was so upset. After all, the duel was supposed to amuse him a bit. She decided to tell him about Trover using magic, but noticed he wasn't interested. But Dion was distracted from his heavy thoughts and asked why. A cheerful Riri explained that Trover had already used up everything. Since the magic power consumed by magic doesn't regenerate, you have to be careful when using it, Riri explained. The problem is that Trover is unbridled and subject to excitement. That's why he's already used everything rashly. That's how stupid he is. Now the demon could not use any magic for the rest of his life, except that which could only be used once, the demon's power. Since all demons are descended from the Demon King, their bodies are also shaped by his power. Their bodies can be described as the most powerful force of pure magic imaginable. Such is the magician's life, Dion realized. It was an important secret about demons. The Count wondered if Trover would use this power for fun. Demons are crazy after all. Trover praised the werewolf for dodging well. The wolf motioned for Trover to surrender and rubbed his arm. But the giant wasn't going to give up so easily and jumped back into the attack. He applied many skills at once and further destroyed the castle floor. Dion covered himself from the dust and the countless stream of phrases before he struck. When he noticed one of the rocks flying right at his head, he was lucky that Ed had somehow managed to protect his commander, flicking the boulder away like a pesky gnat. Dion told them he was fine, but at that point his nose started bleeding. The duel immediately ended because of Dion. Trover was now worried that the Zero squad leader would finish him off. Ed dropped to his knee and apologized for not keeping the commander safe. He apologized for not thinking that this dusty place was unworthy of a lord. He also didn't think there would be a fool to attack him. The demons on the platform also became nervous, and the Count didn't understand what was happening to them. Dion tried to calm Ed down by telling him he didn't need to do anything about it. He stated that he would go rest and awarded a draw in this fight, to continue on to the next time. The Count hoped the demons would settle down or fight in his absence, and left everyone in awkward silence. Dr. Ben came to him as soon as he saw the signal from his pendant. The Demon King summoned him to his house after resting, and informed him that he needed Arthur to go to the human world. Dion realized now why he was feeling the mark, the Demon King, and asked what had happened. The king suggested he look at a map. The empire was expanding, and that was putting it mildly. The emperor was painting the continent red frighteningly fast. They had already taken half of it. The Count remembered one conversation with the butler Rem. He had asked him then what he had been doing before he arrived here. The servant was too strong and suspicious for a mere butler. Then Remus replied that he was from Esperance, a small kingdom in the north. And now the empire was at war with this kingdom. If it continued like this, it was a matter of time before the war against the demons began. There was no point for the Demon King to sit idle, and from now on, he decided to participate in the big game as well, and turn the whole empire game upside down. Fight in human territory will become a war for the existence of the human world and the demon world, said the king and burned the map. He ordered Dion to move out immediately, as it was dawn now in the realm of men, and he would be able to arrive at the location by noon. The king determined the time by a pocket watch that Dion had given him earlier, and it came in quite handy for telling time. The king told him lastly that no gifts from the human world were needed this time. But if he wanted it badly enough, the king asked for information to be brought to him. The king sat alone and thought about how he didn't want to let Dion go, or it would be a violation of the rules. It's a game, a fight between him and the emperor, for a reward called Dion Heart. There is one rule. If you tried to stop him or kill him, then you lost as a coward, and you have to follow the rules to make it more fun. Right now, the king had to use Dion very carefully because he was extremely useful. But just as dangerous, from here on out, Dion Heart is going to get tired a lot. Dion thought about the war. There would definitely be situations that would arise where he would have to get personally involved, and thought about whether to pick up the rag again. Then someone noticed his mouth bleeding and held out a handkerchief. He was told that it was a normal massacre between soldiers, and the weakest were attacked first. You had to swallow the blood, or spit it out in a rag. Better to hide the disease any way you can, Dion thought. and wrinkled his nose at the memory, which caused Ed more concern. It wasn't about what happened in the training room. It was about the fact that the Count couldn't remember who had given him the handkerchief. Everyone knew about his condition now. But back then, that kid had helped him. The Count had reassured Ed again, saying everything was fine. This was the end of the packing, and the Count set off again for the human world by the usual route. The Count was not riding his horse alone. He was accompanied by a demonic Violet that had climbed into his backpack and now peeked out for air. Violet remembered the words of the one who raised her. She was commanded to protect Mr. Arthur. The butler Ram greeted the gentleman as usual and poured him tea. He said he was glad to see him whole. The Count noted his hard work in preserving the estate, the butler modestly remarking that he had done what he had to do. He asked for one thing, why the Count had not given his knapsack to the servants, and Dion shuddered and replied that the burden was to be taken care of himself. He was horrified when the crazy weed got out and started yelling out of control. If he was found out in the human world, he would have a hard time explaining the origin of the demonic plants, and that moment something coughed in the bag. Ram told him to drink calmly, but Dion only clutched his backpack tighter, begging Violet to stall. Dion noted the taste of the tea, and the butler informed him that it was the Deus variety that the Count had brought with him. Ram reported that as of late, there has been a lot of supply of this tea, and a trade association run by Dan has taken over. The Count remembered that he had given money before, and the little fellow appeared bright, knew how to handle the capital. He wanted to earn money, so the Earl sent it to Rem, who was in charge of the estate's treasury. Dana's trade association has grown rapidly in a short period of time, Ram reported. The Count remembered that when he was in the Tekon Kingdom, beyond the border of the demonic realm, he heard a similar conversation in the marketplace. Rem also noted the lad's talents and suggested that Dion take a walk and see things for himself somehow. The Count was surprised that the butler was so attached to Dan, and wondered if he had time, for the war between humans and demons was about to begin. Then Dion remembered something important, for Butler's homeland was about to be attacked by the Empire. The Count thought that this news would make Rem feel depressed because his homeland was in danger. The butler had heard about it, but claimed it was fine, which surprised Dion even more. His native land is called a natural fortress because it is surrounded by mountains on all sides, Ram said. In other words, we'll have to strain all the forces of the Empire for this campaign and attack the country from different sides. The losses will be greater than the gains. His Majesty will soon send troops there, but this country will not be an easy prey. With those words, the butler sipped his tea surprisingly calmly. The Count was surprised by his faith in his homeland and decided to look for more information about it later, when the communication stone on his desk lit up with a violet light. Since this was the Emperor's means of communication, Dion quickly brought the stone up to his face and reported at the machine. The Emperor was ordered to omit details and to report to him immediately. Desire realized that the Demon Lord was finally getting into action. To confront the demon world, humans urgently needed to unite, so it was time to put an end to the conquests. It was the era of his and the Demon King's psychological duel, and the Emperor didn't think of backing down. Dion said that there was still important information about the Demon Kingdom, and asked whether to talk about it or not. The Emperor gave the okay. If he didn't, Dion wouldn't tell him anything. Having gotten the Count's consent, he informed him that demons had been activated on one border. He also revealed that a portal had been discovered in the kingdom of Tehon, to the realm of demons. The Emperor praised him. This information was very valuable. He told Dion that they would see each other in a week, at a hunting competition, and the Count was surprised that they would be held at such a time. The Emperor has already sent an invitation, as well as a gift of clothing that must be worn. There were indeed many boxes on the table. One of them had a stamped envelope on it. Cruel was nervous, not understanding why the Duke still hadn't given any instructions, since Dion Hart had already returned from his mission. He thought that as soon as the Duke heard about it, he would immediately send a revolutionary army, or a band of mercenaries. While he was thinking, the Duke entered his office and asked if Cruel knew of his brother's return. He told Cruel that he personally had to take the case personally this time. It's execution time, and the hunting competition is just right for that, Luther informed. A week later, the Count went to the trade association. He was terribly embarrassed by his flashy outfit, but there was no choice. Rem assured him that it suited him very well with these clothes that the Emperor had chosen for him personally. They entered a large hall where it was quite lively. People came here to make deals and exchanges, no matter what they involved. It was mostly about medicinal herbs, of the highest quality. The scope of the organization was larger than the Count had believed, and he wondered how to find Dan here. But at that moment noticed Dan, who was giving instructions to his men. He knew all the trade routes well, and was quick to make decisions. He was very busy, the Count noticed, dealing with a lot of issues literally on the fly. Dan ran up to the gentleman, scarcely noticing him, and was very glad to see him. Dion praised him. The organization looked great. Dan replied that it was all because of his name. It was worth mentioning it. Everything resolves itself. Dan found out that the Count was going to a hunting competition and said he needed an assistant. He asked to take him with him, but the Count resolutely refused. Dan was surprised and asked why, for he had already learned to handle the sword and would not be a burden to the Count. Of course, that wasn't the problem. Dion simply couldn't get rid of the weed in the bag if Dan was with him. He had already tried to do this many times in the manor, used a knife, fire, tried to throw it away, added poison, but all to no avail. The hunting grounds were his last chance to get rid of the devil violet. And if anyone followed him, it would be problematic. But then the butler stepped in and told him how hard the boy had worked for the Earl. Dion grabbed his head again. It wasn't about trust at all, he said. He just wanted to be left alone. But then he saw their puppy eyes again. The old man's request, "The boy is not a burden," was read in their eyes. The Count clenched his bag from their demanding stares, but eventually had to give up and take the happy guy with him. Dion was still dejected because he was so weak in spirit. Now he didn't know what to do with the weed if he just threw it away with the bag, but he was worried that it might jump with her. He decided to wait until the hunt was over and deal with the flower afterward. Weeds really were a problem, the Count reflected. And he didn't notice the hand being offered to him as he stepped out of the carriage. The Count noticed the knight's glances, then turned his gaze to the hand Dan was holding and realized everything. He jerked his hand away sharply as if in disgust, and Dan asked him if he was okay. There were too many problems piling up on the Count at once. To top it all off, Leon saw the weak gesture and hurried over to them. She clutched her head, for the Count was not a lady in an uncomfortable dress, or even an invalid in need of support. It was degrading to the Earl's dignity, though she thought that perhaps her lord had allowed it himself, since the curse had weakened him. But still, Dan, in addition to insulting his master, tarnished his honor as a hero. Though the lord was patient, Leanne doubted he would leave it that way. Dion glanced at Dan and noticed he had a keen eye. He patted him on the shoulder and told him that his condition today left a lot to be desired, so he thanked him for his help, but asked not to do that next time. Hearing this, the knights whistled cheerfully, greeting their commander. They admired his calmness in a situation where anyone would have gotten angry. The Count walked forward under the rapturous stares of the stoopers. Somehow he managed to avoid ridicule again. Leanne was bursting with pride in her master, who was magnanimous like all outstanding people that condescend to minor mistakes. In the demon world, such gestures were natural, so the Count forgot for a second that it looked strange in the human world. He realized it was pointless to tell Dan, or you'd be a laughingstock if you made a mistake, and Ram wouldn't help either. Leanne greeted him formally and asked him if he was tired from his long journey. One of the knights asked him what was in the bag and offered to carry it, but the Count immediately grabbed his bag tightly. In the eyes of the knights, he clung to her like a capricious child. More importantly, he asked Leon where the others were and was told he had just called him too soon. Crown Prince Edward approached them and apologized for such haste. The Count greeted him formally with a bow, and the prince asked him if he knew that they would be attacking monsters on this hunt. The real reason for the hunt was a show of force, that even in times of war, the Empire is capable of such events, politics being everywhere. The monsters really became numerous, so they decided to mop them up in the hunt area first, and then go on to the end of the competition. The heir hoped for the help of the Order of Rofteg and the Imperial Knights in this endeavor. Of course, it wasn't an obligation, so the knights themselves could take care of everything, Edward reported. During the night, the knights made a debauch so that they did not show up in full, for which they earned Dion's scornful and angry look. The Count bowed and gladly handed over to the prince the command of his mad dogs, which he had long dreamed of getting rid of. He himself wasn't sure if the heir could handle it, but thought it wasn't his problem, and said he could do whatever he wanted with them. But the heir was of a different opinion, and said that it was the Earl who should lead the hunting team. The Imperial Knights marched into battle in tight formation and attacked the hordes of monsters. But Dion's mad dogs went into battle fiercely and without any plan, just to kill everyone. Everyone knew how peculiar this squad was, just like its commander. The commander of the Imperial Knights was horrified at the contempt with which the dogs regarded the fighting order. He glanced at the Earl, and the latter caught his glance, but could do nothing, for he himself was shuddering at the sight of them. Dion pondered. Not that this was the first misunderstanding that had happened to him. The situation wasn't that bad. He thought he'd be able to go home soon anyway. After many mistakes, he decided to hurt himself quickly, and so go home. The Count laughed at his cunning, and his men mistook it for battle excitement. Just at this opportune moment, a werewolf burst through their orders and leapt at the Count. He was about to set himself up for a hit, but Leanne defended him. She instantly and violently shredded all the monsters around the Count. Dion strained a smile and admired her abilities, giving her a thumbs up. Lian thanked her for the praise, and the Count thought with annoyance that no one had asked her to do that. She promised that she would see to the Earl's safety in this battle. Therefore, he need not bear his sword. It wasn't bad, but there were still a lot of monsters. If this continued, Dion would have to continuously participate in these hunts. And to hurt yourself, you have to fall off your horse on purpose, the Count decided. But in that instant, the horse stopped listening to the Count, as if it had read his thoughts about the fall. Dan apologized and said he tripped in the mud and touched the horse, causing it to spook. Though in words Dan was apologizing, he looked strange and frowning and held his hands behind his back as if he were plotting something. The Count noticed Dan's strange mood, but decided not to touch him. He sat down on the ground and started to check his bag because the flower had gone quiet. Dion had hoped the violet was dead, but it wasn't. Of course, such nonsense certainly wouldn't have finished this monster off. Dion told the flower to stay put and slammed his mouth shut the moment Dan approached him. It wasn't until the Count turned around that he realized there was no one near them, and Dan must have taken it all personally. Dan asked him why the Count wasn't angry. Ever since they'd met, the boy had been acting more and more cocky. The Count did not understand the question, and then asked what the boy meant. The insolent man claimed to have been rude to him, but the Count is not angry with him at all. Since Dion Hart is a disaster, Dan followed him and hoped to piss him off, but got a friendly attitude. And then he had the question, what if in fact the Count was not a disaster? Dan's question sounded like he wanted him to lose his temper, Dion realized. But in that instant, the monsters returned, and the battle boiled over with renewed vigor. Dion told him to meet him after the hunt, and galloped ahead. He really wanted to get home. Dan grimaced. If the Count wasn't a disaster, there was no point in going after him. Dion decided that he would definitely get hurt this time, pulled out his dagger, and approached the fighting men. He just saw the right monster in front of him, and thought that if he did it right, it wouldn't hurt much. But the brave and loyal Leon outran the Count and killed the monster with a single blow. Dion realized it was a bummer, so he raced off to find the next one. He came across one vicious monster that was already a bit weakened, but he was immediately finished off by a rabid hound who began to argue over who should have saved the Count. But instead of thanks, they saw Dion become enraged and dismount from his horse. The Count didn't understand why these fools kept interfering with his plan, and became very angry. He thought about the other side, their hunting zone, but it was the same there. Knights everywhere were fighting pretty well when another werewolf broke through the cordon. The Count rasped even more and rushed towards the monster that appeared. This one would definitely be his. His dogs noticed the Count's strange movements and realized he was going to use that technique. They grabbed their heads because it was ridiculous to use this for some monsters, and didn't understand why the Count was so serious. Dion had already gotten close to the werewolf, who froze in indecision at the sight of the fearsome man. But at that instant, the rabid dogs got in the way of the Count to seize him. They swarmed at him from all sides and completely immobilized their commander. Dion asked them what was the matter, for they were putting him in danger, to which the knights were indignant, for he was the one who could be hurt by using that technique. A technique for pushing the limits of your leg speed, as well as the strength of your arms. Pushing your physical limits makes you stronger and faster. But this method is a last resort that damages muscles and bones. On the battlefield, they survived by the sacrifice of the commander. But now it was of no use, because the knights grabbed him. The Count kept trying to break free, because he only wanted to get a light wound. Their arguments and excitement made the Earl's mouth bleed again as the commander of another unit of knights approached them. He said that since the hunt was over, they could hit the road, to which Dion demanded to be given more monsters. The mad dogs comforted the Count that soon the competition would begin, and that he could kill as many monsters as he wanted. Alone Dan stood nearby and watched the gentleman with a grim expression. Dion had never been able to call in sick, so he was resting in the field tent. To the howling of violets, the Emperor was soon to arrive. He assumed that the Emperor wanted to see him because he had something to say about the war. The war brought back bad memories for the Count. He didn't want to go there. The mere word made him nauseous. To make matters worse, this was a war against the Demon Kingdom, and he's been playing the role of double agent for far too long. The flower pestered him again, and Dion told him not to touch it. But at that moment, one of the mad dogs burst into the Count's tent. He found the Count engaged in a strange occupation, standing by his bedside and waving his arms. Dion quickly excused himself by saying he was warming up and asked if there was any problem with that. Mad Dog asked to take one more person to accompany him besides Dan, and the Count asked why he would do that. The knight felt uneasy leaving the Earl alone. Moreover, he caught Dan's baleful gaze directed at the Earl. The boy looked on with an impermissible anger, and the knight didn't trust him. There was a frightening doubt, anger, frustration, Something like that coming from the guy. The Count accepted this news calmly, and the knight was glad of it. Dion smiled sweetly and motioned for Leon to lead the slanderer away. Leon grabbed the troublemaker by the ear and dragged him away. The knight became indignant and said he wasn't kidding. He insisted that Dan's look was bad, and another helper should be brought along. Dion clutched his head. The weed was giving him a lot of trouble. One witness was enough of a problem as it was. Leon let the knight go, and stated that although she didn't know much about it, she agreed with the aide's opinion. Both volunteered to go and accompany him, and with glee. He immediately began to argue who was more deserving of the honor, the one responsible for his safety, or the one who first spotted the threat. The Count turned down both of the annoying servants and grabbed his bag. The knight followed, but Daon firmly stated that he didn't need an assistant, and left them. Mad Dog was extremely upset that his commander didn't believe him, and didn't want to keep himself safe, though the Count himself felt suspicious about the guy. He really was uncomfortable with the looks and expression of the young talent. But even if he attacks him, he can handle one boy after all, thought the Count. The knight kept whispering in his ear like a pesky fly, but the Count brushed it off. Somehow he had survived until now, without their tutelage. He was on his way to the hunting ground, when someone blocked his path with a full title. Some nobleman decided to taunt Dion by calling him not a real earl. The Mad Dog was about to go for the insolent man's throat, but Leon stopped him. This could get the Lord in trouble. But Daon himself didn't realize what kind of an underdog was sticking it to him. The other nobles also wondered who it was that was allowing himself such insolence, as if he didn't know what kind of tiger was pulling his whiskers. Dion asked who it was, and his men echoed him, asking if the insolent man knew who he was talking about. The insolent man claimed to be the head of the Hart family, the real Earl Hart, and proudly jabbed his finger at himself. He stated to Dion that he wasn't some fake, and again caused a wave of whispers. He was from a side branch of the family. The rabid dog was eager to tear him apart again, but Daon held him back, he and Cruel relinquishing the title to his parents. And eventually some dandy from a side branch with manure under his fingernails took over the title. The Count stepped closer to him, and placing his hands on his shoulders properly, congratulated the distant relative. He informed him with an eerie grin that very soon the Hart family would be erased from history. Dion was glad to bits. The cocky dandy walked away, saying he'd see who the winner was. Obviously, the greedy vassals have put a fool at the head of the race who is easy to control, and easy to remove at the right moment. The heir raised his hand, calling attention as everyone gathered. The heir realized that everyone here was busy and thanked them for arriving. He expressed his hope that no one would be disappointed, and everyone would have a good time, and signaled for departure. It is a tradition in the Empire to give ribbons to lovers and handkerchiefs to friends, with the hope of a speedy return. The knight may accept the lady's gift and dedicate the victory in the contest to her, Daon asked, just in case they were going to give him handkerchiefs. And the knight was surprised that he cared about such things. Leon smiled, hearing their arguments. The knight promised to get a handkerchief for the Count immediately. She saw a little girl give her brother a handkerchief so he wouldn't hurt himself. Leanne remembered how she had once done the same for her older brother. She gave her brother a handkerchief before he went off to the 8-year war. The Count was surprised that her brother was in the war. Leanne wanted to go too, but her parents wouldn't let her. She was healthier and stronger than he was, therefore she felt anxious for her brother. She couldn't accept the fact that her sick brother was gone. So she became a knight herself, so her parents couldn't stop her. The Count thought about it. This story sounded painfully familiar, but had its nuances. The ending of the story was quite different in their families, grimaced the Count. Daniel stood next to Cruel, and noted the perfect preparation of their forces for the operation. They had many weapons and assassins, each with a heavy crossbow that pierced even armor. Even Dion Hart couldn't handle one of those, Daniel said. This was the best moment for them to kill him. The Duke had informed him of the plans before the hunt. In case the assassins failed again, Cruel was to take care of it. Dion Hart doesn't like crowded places. If you go away from the others in the direction of the monsters, he can easily be found, Duke said. He knew him well, Cruel noted to himself. His brother, on the other hand, did not know the Duke at all. Not knowing who the prey was, Daon took part in a hunting competition, and just as he did, a dummy from a side branch followed him. Once they were on the border, he needed to pretend to catch monsters and deal with the weed, Dion thought. Dan lunged at the Count and pushed him to the side. At that instant, several crossbow bolts pierced the ground. They tumbled across the grass, the Count losing his bag. Before they knew it, another arrow fell from above from the forest, aimed at the Count. But Dion reacted in time. The assassins realized that arrows were useless, and came out of their hiding place with their swords at full draw. They swarmed on the Earl, and the Earl began to fend off a slew of assassins. There were many enemies, and Daon barely fought back, gritting his teeth. He was already regretting not taking more escorts, and he ducked under the assassin's kick. The Count resented it. He had to fight to the death again. The goofy dandy hid in the bushes with his pants wet and weighed down, completely useless. Dan had only recently started wielding a sword. Though he was pretty good, he lacked stamina and strength. The Count realized he was surrounded by enemies. Those had no problem attacking sneakily from the back. He himself also lacked the ability and stamina to handle everyone. He pressed himself against a tree so that no one else would come in from the rear. But at that moment, the gunners gave several volleys and raised a shower of arrows into the sky. Daeon was taken aback. He didn't know how to dodge such a thing. Death was coming at him from the heavens. But in that instant, someone grabbed him and threw him off the line of attack, so that they rolled and all the arrows went into the milk. The Count rested his head on Cruel's shoulder, thankful he wasn't hurt. At first, he thought it was Dan covering for him again, and he'd already said thank you. But then he saw the face of his hated brother. Daeon grabbed his brother's hand and squeezed it with force. He recognized him even in the silly Robin Hood robe. The Count asked him what he was here for and how his presence could be construed, but Cruel only looked sadly back. Someone struck the assassins with their spiked tentacles and they died instantly. They didn't realize where the huge flower came from and started waving its cuttings. The aggressive plant quickly killed all the assassins that were nearby. It had tremendous power. Seeing his master, the violet, waved happily at him. The Count was glad the assassins were dead. But now he felt even more threatened. At the cries for help and sounds of battle, other knights rushed to the scene of the battle. When they came to an open clearing, they were horrified, for they had never seen such a monstrous plant. Squinty Heart came out of the bushes and immediately began to stink that a flower had come out of the Count's bag and saved him from the assassins. They were greatly surprised that Daeon Hart was capable of controlling such a monster. The knight thought it was as the Count calmly approached him. Daeon glared angrily at the goofy relative. Regardless of the truth, this underdog must have been aware of the rumors that were going around the Count. Apparently, due to his stupidity, he had become fearless. Turning back, he saw that Cruel had already fled, both relatives annoying the hell out of him. The situation was not in his favor, so he had to deal with the demonic flower first, the Count decided. This time he had to really finish him off, though it was difficult. As if hearing his thoughts, the flower attacked. He grabbed it firmly with his vines and slammed it to the ground with a deafening thud. Daeon lay senseless and able to breathe, Violet still holding him tightly. The knight looked incredulously at the chirpy man who had said that he and the Count were on the same side. Daeon couldn't understand why the flower was acting this way. Not so long ago, it was waving at him in a friendly manner. The Count began to gasp, and the monster approached him with its mouth open. He swung his hand and with a dagger demanding the plant let him go. The demonic Violet immediately shrank and snickered, and Daeon was able to crawl away. Shouts erupted. Everyone rejoiced that the Count had defeated a new kind of monster. Dan immediately rushed to the Lord. He inquired at once about the Count's condition, for he had lost a great deal of blood. Daeon was surprised to have defeated Violet in one blow. He was spitting blood again because of his weak body. From the outside, it might have looked like he had survived a brutal attack, but before he fell, the plant protected his head with its vines. And when he instinctively swung his weapon, Violet set up a weak spot and killed himself. Someone had the nerve to kick a flower and call it ugly. Plant realized he'd be in trouble if everyone realized they were on the same side, so he attacked to prove otherwise. No matter how many times he tried to kill this flower, he survived. But for the sake of it, he had parted with his life in an instant, the Count realized. Dan also all saw the monster come out of the Count's bag. The situation was extremely suspicious no matter how one looked at it. To top it all off, the monster attacked the Count by presenting himself under attack and ridding him of suspicion. Stiegel kept convincing them that it was an act, but no one believed him, because humans couldn't control the monster. Daeon flashed his red eyes and asked Dan coldly, now satisfied. When he saw the monster in the bag, he stopped helping the Count. But now he made sure he was definitely a disaster. He promised that he would never doubt the Count again, and at the evening meal they noticed a chirp that would not quiet down. Mad Dog asked the Earl what was wrong with this deranged man from the side branch, for he was the first to hide in the bushes. The true Count himself thought that he should leave this place as soon as possible because the rumors were true. He was resenting the whole thing being set up when Daeon grabbed him by the shoulder and asked if the dandy was staying at the Hart estate. Daeon grinned grimly, noticing that he had apparently managed to clean the blood off the walls, even though he had tried very hard to stain them. Then the dandy realized that those rumors about killing everyone in the house might have been true. The Count looked at him with a chilling stare and asked him to let him know if any more cleaning was needed, especially from unsettled souls walking the halls or something, and warned that if the dandy didn't want to join in the cleanup, he'd better let him stay out of it. The Count smiled as he recalled the conversation and suggested that the competition had been too exhausting for the Chigger. In the evening, the Emperor appeared and everyone fell down, praising the son of the Empire. Desire asked his subjects if they had enjoyed the hunt, which was led by the heir on his behalf. He noticed that there had been a little excitement, but was glad that everything had ended well. The emperor moved quickly to announce the winners, as he still had more to say. Cruel Heart took third place, defeating 4 monsters, with Heir Edward taking second place. To everyone's surprise, the first place was given to Dion Hart, which put him in a stupor. The commander of the knights congratulated him for his efforts, but the count still didn't understand what the favoritism was. After all, he had killed 1 monster. The emperor reported that since the monster plant was discovered for the first time, he added a few points. The competition came to an end, but before everyone dispersed, the emperor said he would make an announcement. Everyone knew that the empire was at war with many countries, but the emperor declared that all wars with humans would be over. Because a war with the Demon Kingdom awaits them, he thunderously proclaimed. The Demon King has announced that he wants to participate in their war and they can't refuse it. The humans took the news very coldly. They asked if other human countries would accept it. And the emperor said they had no choice because their country was the only one that could stand up to the demons. Dion wondered if that was odd, since there was no consideration of the possibility of the kingdoms joining the demons. The Demon King accepted the count as a human without question, and even awarded him a high rank. He has no prejudice and can reward people for loyalty to demons. Many could positively accept such an exchange. The emperor asked how the count was feeling about the sudden invitation, but he replied that he was fine. Desire praised his choice of clothing. In the eyes of the nobles, his servant in blood-red robes was meant to inspire fear. He promised an extra reward for that unfortunate assault incident, though Dion didn't need the money. At these words, the count noticed that the emperor was wearing a glove on his left hand, which he had not done before. The emperor called out to him, noticing the excessive thoughtfulness in the conversation before him. The emperor wanted to say something to him, but he stopped talking and frowned. The earl's ability to hear only what he needed to hear was truly amazing. Desire told him that in this war, he had to decide whose side he would take. The emperor stated that he had already given him ample opportunity to make up his mind. Daeon was sent to subdue the Demon King, and returned with the body of a hero, which was a great accomplishment, but turned into a disaster. Though not badly wounded, Dion was spitting blood, and the branding at his collarbone was the seal of a Demon King. Then, in the past, Desire asked him if there was a way to get rid of the stigma. Dion replied that time that he had to go to the demon realm again, something the emperor couldn't imagine. He provided Desire with a lot of useful information about the demon world, and again had to leave because he didn't get rid of the seal. Then the emperor began to suspect something wrong. He could still use Daeon as a spy, but so could the Demon King. What would happen if the Demon Kingdom found out that Dion was a spy for the Empire? Desire wondered. The information he had gotten from the Count was very detailed. It could only be obtained by a close associate of the Demon Lord, and with his appearance, rumors of a Zero Commander began to spread in the demon world. Then the Emperor realized that Dion Hart wasn't just working for the Empire. He and the Demon Lord both used it, but Dion kept it neutral between humans and demons. It was obvious that this ambiguous man was working as a double agent. Even after all this, the Emperor did not get rid of Hart, and asked him if he still needed more opportunities, and the Earl replied that he had not always lied. The Emperor agreed. That's why they didn't touch him. And the Demon King, the Count, had been cheating from the beginning, but it was convenient to use him. Although the Count wasn't on his side, he wasn't an enemy either. He never spoke first unless asked directly, and obediently answered a direct question. Although Dion did not act alone, he faithfully followed orders. Though it was strange, he had outstanding talents. The Emperor realized that if he could attract the Count, he would have a very valuable figure. The sword is held by the wielder, and so it began. A game against a Demon Lord, with vague rules. It was natural to think that the Demon King thought the same way. Who would be able to use Dion Hart and be the first to recruit him? That was the big question. They were waiting for him to pick a side on his own and solve this dilemma. Everyone prepared to respond to any choice the Earl made, and wanted to know about it as soon as possible. The participants in the game are the Demon King and the Emperor, the hero Dion, aka the prize. But he might want to be part of that party himself. The Emperor told him with a pat on his shoulder that the Demon Lord's branding would disappear if he was killed. Everything the Count has achieved is right here in the empire they're building. There had to be a reason why he was born on this earth. And it's not like the Earl could have lived his whole life where there's no sun just because he's an albino. The Emperor explicitly suggested that he stay here as a human being. Dion bowed his head. It had been a long time. He knew this moment would come someday. Desire recognized that it was a sudden question, and it didn't require an immediate answer. He asked to think hard before doing so. Also, as a token of his faithful service and hard work, he promised to raise Dion's title to honorary Marquis. The Count smiled and thanked. He could see right through the Emperor. Aleda gnawed her nails in frustration. She had to present the ribbon to the Count before the competition, and blamed herself for not being able to help her uncle. The Count returned, and the courtiers at once began to whisper about him, wondering what the Emperor might have said to him. Dion walked right up to Aleda and greeted her formally with a low bow. She thought it might not be too late and, feigning concern, asked about that incident on the hunt. She was thinking of taking the bull by the horns herself when Dion took the initiative and suggested we talk in private. Aleda replied that she was ready to follow him anywhere, and they went out into the garden, where she again expressed her concern for his health. Dion replied that he was fine, but he still wasn't comfortable with the situation. He didn't understand why she forgot to give him the ribbon. He looked at her with a devilish grin and said it was fine. Aleda didn't understand the grin and thought he was disappointed. She couldn't understand what he was getting at, but the Count said he knew all too well. He knew and understood that he didn't like Her Highness at all, the Count said and grinned again. Aleda stopped, his words sounding like an obvious taunt. He was embarrassed, realizing that the Count knew everything, and was just playing up to it, and admitted he was right. She was very embarrassed, but Aleda grabbed his clothes and told him that they could work together, and it would be very profitable for him too. But Dion stopped her half-heartedly. Aleda realized it was a complete failure. He asked her not to waste her life like that, since she had one anyway, and left her alone. Aleda sat on the ground, hugged her knees, and cried bitterly. The Count was too determined. There was no point in pushing further. It was strange that he wasn't seen in scandals with the ladies looking at his looks, thought the princess. She thought that perhaps the Count had fastidious tastes, and he shivered as if he had heard those thoughts. Dion felt that perhaps his refusal had been misunderstood. He was pondering his own thoughts when someone grabbed his shoulder from behind. The Count recognized Marquis Stephen at once, with his distinctive green hair. The Marquis asked him where he was going. Dion didn't know what to say. He looked around, for it seemed that he had been talking to the Emperor not so long ago, and he didn't realize when he had gotten here. The Count realized he was in memory trouble again and cleared his throat, embarrassed. The last thing he remembered was that the Emperor had promised to give him time to think. That could be left for later, Dion decided. The Count looked at his companion again and asked him what he wanted to talk about. Stephen thought the Earl was lost, but was still glad to meet his youngest in this way. At that moment, some courtier popped up and said it was wrong to delegate judgment to someone who was close. Dion was taken aback by this phrase, but the Marquis objected that they were not friends, for they were seeing each other for the first time. Then the courtier objected that you can't call a man junior anyway, to which the Marquis hugged the Count and said he liked him, which immediately raised the stress level. It was the first time they'd seen each other, and it was like this. Then the courtier said it was up to the Earl to decide, though Dion really didn't want to be mixed up in anything strange. The nobleman extended his hand to the Count and introduced himself. His name was Tent Amble. It was their first meeting. The green-haired Marquis also introduced himself, though the Count already recognized him, but bowed courteously anyway. Dion couldn't figure out what was wrong with these two, for they kept interrupting each other, so he asked what the judgment was. Marquis Stephen explained that they just had a difference of opinion. Stephen began to tell of the savages on the frontier with whom he had fought. Tent immediately interrupted him, reminding him that they were called barbarians. Barbarians periodically invade the Empire, stealing, killing. Because of this, the Marquis informed the Emperor that he didn't need support, but he must destroy every single barbarian before the war with the demons. But the Marquis of Tent thought it was nonsense. Stephen quickly explained their argument. The Emperor wanted them two marquises, whose lands bordered the territory of the barbarians, to decide what to do. Stephen suggested destroying the barbarians before the war started. Trent wanted to recruit them to use in the war against the demons. The Count thought that they were pondering just like the Emperor. Marquis Tent seemed pretty sure that the barbarians would not side with the demons, said Dion, and dumbfounded him. Tent didn't understand how it could be otherwise since they were all of the same race, albeit feuding, but would not be allied with a demon. At these words, Marquis Stephen laughed, calling Tent sentimental. He liked the Count's words. Stephen leaned over to his ally and said that people are affected by overwhelming force and hatred, not racial prejudice. If the demon world is strong, the weak will join it to survive. Besides, if it's about destroying their enemies, the barbarians will sell their soul to the demon lord, and race won't matter. Stephen was glad that his junior had taken his side in the matter. He let his neighbor go, and said he would report everything to the Emperor himself. That's how Dion unwittingly decided the fate of many tribes. He wanted to leave, but the Marquis said he wanted to talk to him personally. Dion flinched, but couldn't refuse the more powerful man. He was uncomfortable with the piercing stares all around him, and the Marquis agreed with him. They were attracting too much attention, and Stephen realized that the younger one didn't like that either. Once Stephen flashed his eyes, everyone reacted, and Dion was surprised at the strength of the Empire's second hero. Stephen smiled and asked smugly if the Count was still uncomfortable. But Dion suddenly noticed that Stephen had brown eyes, and involuntarily said it out loud. The Marquis grinned grimly and replied that it was a common eye color, quite common, and the same as his mother's. And then the Count realized what a foolish thing he had said. For the Marquis was the illegitimate child of a servant girl. He saw Stephen grab the tea bottle and was afraid he was going to hit someone with it. But Stephen was not at all angry. He decided that their conversation would be a long one, and suggested that they have tea. He poured the carcade into glasses, and asked me to just call him Stephen. Dion decided he would call him Mr. Stephen, and thought he hadn't had tea in a while. But then he caught the surprised look of the Marquis, and asked what was the matter. The one laughed, replying that you can't believe rumors. He thought that the Count was a cold-blooded man, and couldn't think that he had a naive side as well. Steve was glad to have such a junior in his life and said he understood why His Majesty loved him so much. The Marquis stated that the Emperor values those who have risen by their own strength, those who are like him, whose status is unrecognized and in need of proof. And of course he appreciates the man who killed his family with his own hands. For this he liked the younger one very much. So the Marquis asked how he had come up with such a brilliant idea. Marquis said that after an 8-year war his youngest asked him. Dion sank into reminiscing. Then he came to study with his brother. He remembered how his father had changed, and told him to sit in his room and think about his behavior when Dion was the victim. Remembered a mother who only pretended to love him and thought he was a monster. The Count had barely escaped the abyss of depression, so that even the Marquis had grown uneasy on his account. Stephen realized that a man with such a request to the Emperor could not be normal, and offered another kind of tea that he had brought from the south. Despite the late hour, the Emperor did not rest. He still had a banquet to attend, so he hurried his enemy. He changed his clothes and told Duke Luther to get right down to business. He smiled sweetly and asked if the Emperor was hallucinating. Desire demanded an explanation, for he had been asked to meet to say some nonsense. But the Duke had already guessed everything. The Emperor's left arm wasn't healing despite being a shard of a hero and looking away quite often. The Emperor is a man who must always look forward, while Desire only focuses on the past, which is already lost. Rather sadly, thought the Duke, the Emperor is steeped in guilt and therefore easy to destroy. How can a man who pays with his life for the weight of the crown be a ruler? The Duke explained that he simply thought the crown was too much of a burden on the Emperor, and offered in that case to gently hand her over to him, holding out her arms. Desire grinned. Why such tongue fluttering if the Duke could try to remove the crown from his severed head? Luther laughed, covering his mouth, and said that such menacing speeches were unnecessary. He was just looking for a suitable place for the crown. After all, the Emperor must have been aware of the fact that the Duke was calculating everything. It was hard to disagree with that. Luther is the head of the noble faction, and under him is one of the heroes of the Empire. He incites people with the help of the Church of Salvation. He also has ties to the rebel army of revolutionaries. Revolutionaries are being kept on a short leash so they can't raise a wider uprising, Desire thought, and wondered why he should. The Duke never tried to overthrow the Emperor, but he didn't need a reason to want power. Luther said it takes a lot of power to protect what is dear, and the seat of the Emperor is the pinnacle of power. Desire grinned. Someone like the Duke could have a dear man. It sounded like a joke. The Emperor didn't want to know. He didn't care. He declared that he would not give the crown lip service. A heavy and gloomy silence fell between them, whereupon the Duke declared that the psychotherapy session with the exchange of pleasantries was over for the day. The Duke noticed that Desire didn't feel a crisis in this war, and even the bells that were ringing didn't make him think of betrayal. Lots of possibilities. He could be betrayed by his own nobles or allied kingdoms, not to mention enemies. All of these possibilities, Desire didn't even consider them as such. Luther realized that he had no other choice, and ordered him to give Aaron the order to spread bad rumors about demons. Any rumor would do. Betrayal, cruelty, cannibalism, whatever. As long as people couldn't trust demons. Luther decided to help the Emperor enjoy a game of demon warfare. All because he didn't want to rule over a fragment of the Empire after the Emperor was overthrown. The silence and boredom of the stuffy feast was interrupted by the clanking of weapons. Dion and Stephen were in a duel. The Count was panting and staring like a madman, his red eyes seeming to be hidden by a veil. Stephen offered to stop before the banquet turned into a disaster, but Dion replied that the man had called himself an enemy. Stephen wiped his cheek and claimed he was just kidding to see not his reaction. But the Count did not relent, for he had clearly heard that they were enemies, and again attacked the careless Marquis. Stephen was pleased with this reaction after all. He was only joking a little. After they had emptied a couple bottles of tea, Dion suddenly hung his head. Stephen then decided that this was the perfect opportunity to get the Count into an honest conversation. However, Daeon couldn't even speak properly. All he could do was ask him if he was an enemy or not. Stephen replied that anything could be, and he was immediately jumped on. If it wasn't for the hero's reaction, he could have been badly hurt. Had he known of the Count's quirks beforehand, he would not have made such a rash joke. Stephen was a little confused at first, but now realized that these were not the attacks of a man with a hero shard, but the riot of a strong tea drinker. So he felt there was no way he was going to lose and easily kept his distance between them. But the Count's madness knew no bounds. His hands were trembling, but he didn't even think of stopping. However, without the tea, the Count would definitely attack faster. Stephen realized then he would be in trouble. Stephen yelled that it was going to hurt a little and swung his sword. The Count stumbled back, and then someone covered him from Stephen's blow. Then an imperious voice told them to stop, and turning around they saw the Emperor, who had come to the noise. But Daeon wasn't stopping, and quickly pinned his defender to the floor. He was the enemy, the Count told him, and nearly slit Cruel's throat. "All enemies must be slain," said the Count in a frenzy, and swung his arm, but his hand was intercepted by the Emperor, who again told him to stop. The Emperor told him to surrender, for the Count couldn't do anything about his hand anyway. But Daeon didn't stop resisting, and forced his wrist to break. Then Desire anxiously released his hand and recoiled from the Count's madness. Daeon broke his wrist with his own weight, and dropped the dagger from his palm. But his madness did not go away. He kept saying that the enemy must be killed and glared at his brother. He had to kill all enemies, and kept saying "die" over and over, clutching his brother's throat with his left hand. Then Desire quickly prescribed a sedative with his muzzle on the floor to his servant. Daeon angered the Emperor by taking advantage of his weakness. He knew that Desire would not be able to hold him off for long lest he hurt him even more. He reminded him that he had already told him to take better care of his body, but the madman kept insisting that he be allowed to kill all his enemies. Cruel stood up and touched his throat. It was sore, but he was more worried about his brother who had broken his arm. Desire called the Count a fool. He used his subconscious personalities as an advantage. The Emperor told him this was not a battlefield and let go of his broken wrist. "Welcome to reality," the Count heard, and a piercing pain hit him so that he shrank back and fell. Desire patted him on the back thoughtfully, reminding him to breathe to get through the pain faster. The Emperor set Daeon's wrist, but the man still needed to see a doctor. A servant approached Cruel and asked if he was all right. Since the Count was still out of it, the hero asked permission to leave. He saddled his horse and thought about the mistake he had made, his body reacting before he realized. But Cruel could not forgive the Marquis for daring to swing his sword like that, next to his brother. Because it was his dear little brother he couldn't hate. The hero told his servant to stay, and to give the message to Daeon when he woke up. "No wandering the streets today and going straight home," the servant heard, and frowned. The Count woke up in the tent. They put him on a bed and let him sleep. The doctor examined his injuries. Daeon, as usual, couldn't figure out what he was doing here and why the doctor was examining him. He told him his wrist was fine, but it needed to be taken care of. The Emperor reprimanded the Marquis for giving Daeon tea, for at the banquet, any tea was forbidden. Because the Earl was weak before the tea and the hardening pills. Then they noticed Daeon had come to his senses. He got out of bed and apologized for causing a disturbance and said he was fine. But Stephen apologized too for giving the Earl too much tea. Daeon replied that it was no big deal and hoped he hadn't caused too much trouble, to which Stephen said it had been fun. According to the Emperor, Stephen realized that the incident was no ordinary oddity caused by strong tea. It is a phenomenon in which a person suffers from visual, verbal, and auditory hallucinations, depression, or aggression when everyone is the enemy. It's post-traumatic stress disorder, which is common among those who have been injured or killed others. Stephen had heard that Daeon had been sent to war at the age of 14, but he was still human despite the foul rumors about him. In that case, he delighted the Marquis even more than before. The fact that his hidden personality only shows up when he's had tea suggests that without it, he suppresses it with great effort. The Marquis realized that he had a terrific junior. However, the Count's nose was bleeding dramatically, and the doctor rushed to him again. He looked pityingly at Daeon, and mentally asked him to stop hurting. Besides the sprained wrist, the Count was badly beaten, but that couldn't have caused the nosebleed. Then Stephen asked what it was. The doctor wanted to reply that the Count was born that way, but the Emperor beat him to it and told them about the Demon King's curse. Desire looked glumly at the doctor and said that he had done enough and could go now. The doctor bowed and so left, and Daeon rose to dress. They saw his branding under his collarbone. Seeing the effort the Earl made to not look weak, Stephen admired him even more. Cruel appeared before the Duke, and the latter met him coldly, saying that the hero was late. The grim Duke was playing a chess game with himself. Cruel asked what was the matter, and the Duke replied, tapping his piece on the board ringingly, that he had to kneel first. Cruel flinched at such an order. Normally the Duke didn't show his anger. The dagger that stabbed the hero in the leg made him fall to his knee. Beside the smirking Duke stood not ordinary bodyguards, but real experienced assassins. The Duke said he'd heard an interesting story, and his tone didn't bode well. Krul already realized what this was about to be about, but he didn't care. Luther said he was a busy man and offered to get right to the point. He threw a horse figurine at the hero and said he knew everything. It was reported to Duke that Krul had twice defended Dion Hart, whom he was supposed to eliminate. Dion was outraged at the message he had received. His brother telling him not to roam the streets was unheard of. The servant confirmed that it was. Dion only hummed and climbed onto his horse. Naturally, he thought nothing of listening to his brother's advice and galloped off into the deep night. The servant thought about why Krul had given him such a strange order. The hero looked at him thoughtfully, thinking what to answer. Krul said that his brother, like a child, would not listen to anyone and would stagger around, then only hurt himself. Dion was riding and resentful. He didn't understand what it meant to go nowhere or why. A carriage was waiting for him at the right place, Dan and Leon meeting him. Leon obligingly opened the carriage doors and offered a ride inside. But it was as if Dion didn't hear her, just skipped past out of spite. They both decided to accompany the Count and move toward him. But Dion coldly told them he would go alone. If he went home now, he would definitely lose because he said he wanted to get some fresh air. The caring Dan handed him his cloak and said that since he had decided to go for a ride, it would be better if no one recognized him. He asked to take it in payment for his boldness and desire to test the Lord, and as well as not to burden himself with trouble. Grinning his face, the Count still accepted the robe. Dano's face reminded him of someone, the same obliging guy, only in the demon world. Dion ended up in the nearest town where the festival was held, despite the country's involvement in the war. The streets were busy with townspeople, so the Count left his horse at the gate of the town. Just like the Imperial Hunt, the festival was meant to show that all was well in the Empire. The Count usually avoided crowded places, especially when he was tired. But Krul had told him not to wander the streets and to go straight home, so now he couldn't ignore it. Dion pondered on why his brother would do this. It's a trap, a scheme. Maybe this is what his brother was expecting him to do. He remembered how they played chess. Dion took up the White King and thought about where to go, but his brother cautioned him. Dion was confused then, and his brother noticed it immediately. His brother often praised his moves, but was the phrase really a bait or a true warning? If it was just imagination, bad, he was only wasting his time. If bait, also bad, putting himself in danger. Now the Count really wasn't in the best physical shape, and was already thinking of going home, for he had already failed to return home as he had been told to. While he was doing some self-digging, someone shoved him in the crowd. The Count immediately bumped into the next man ahead of him, and the man asked if he was all right. He saw a passerby who bumped into him bleeding from the mouth. Krul thought back to their last conversation with the Duke, when they were still trying to use the Revolutionary Army. He had promised to send assassins for money, and now the Duke was asking him if he had really made this one. The Duke learned that Krul had changed the terms of the order, and paid for any wound inflicted on the Earl, half the sum. Moreover, at this competition, Krul personally saved his brother from assassins, and then protected him from the Marquise. Luther demanded an explanation as to whether Krul really wanted to kill his brother. The hero said something out of line. He said he didn't want to give Dion to the others, and he wanted to kill him himself. The Duke stood up and asked why Krul hadn't talked about it before, since they had wasted a lot of money. Luther understood his motivation, but said he would no longer trust him as before, and offered to make a wager. As he wished, the Duke will give him the opportunity to kill Dion with his own hands. He can do it any way he wants, but with Luther involved. Whoever can kill the Count first wins the bet, said the Duke. As a reward, the winner will ask anything he wants from the defeated. Before Luther left, Krul asked him why he was so eager to kill Dion. His younger brother was born albino, red eyes, white hair. Plus he was born before his due date, was tiny, looked like a white rabbit. Krul often came to babysit the boy as he grew up. Despite his weakness, he remembered very well how his parents had glowed with happiness that they had a child. However, it turned out that my brother coughs up blood when stressed. His body was very weak, and needs to avoid sunlight. My parents didn't understand how this was possible or why it was so, but Krul supported his brother as best he could. He told him not to worry about anything. All he had to do was stay home, the boy said. He was walking with his parents at the time, and they were worried that the boy's unusualness would reflect on him. He would have to face this attitude all the time. His father suggested treating Dion as normal. If you treat him like a weakling, then the boy would then think he was useless. That meant he had to maintain a certain distance with him so no one would suspect anything. His parents asked him to take care of his brother, and he gladly agreed. But in an aloof family, a special child from birth got it all wrong, which eventually instilled in the boy insecurity and anxiety, mistrust of his family, and misunderstandings. While they tried to keep him out of trouble and hide his weakness, ignore his peculiarities, they only exacerbated his unloved complex. Cruel blamed himself for not noticing it sooner, as his brother became detached as well. And then he was taken off to war, and the wall he'd built around his heart only got higher. Cruel failed to protect him when Dion found himself on the battlefield, something he was completely unprepared for. After an 8-year war, he returned with hatred. Seeing Dion kill their parents made Cruel feel like his world had been shattered, but seeing his brother suffer made him feel even worse. Even if Dion hated him to death, he couldn't hate him back. After all, it was his family that made his little brother suffer. Then, after the war, he couldn't kill him when his brother was unarmed. The reason they couldn't protect him was because their family changed him. Cruel ran away. How could he hate him when his brother was dearer to him than life? He did an in-depth investigation, stole important documents from the clerk's office. There was only one reason for what happened, Duke Luther, who for some inexplicable reason hated Dion. It was quite inexplicable how this high nobleman even knew about Dion Hart, for the boy had never been out in public. Even after the war, this inexplicable anger toward Dion did not disappear, so Cruel became the man's tool. The Duke then asked him why. Cruel came to him, and he answered to defend, referring to his brother. After all, his main goal from the beginning was to protect his brother from the Duke. Cruel had his reasons for pursuing his brother, on the other hand, but had never heard of why the Duke wanted it. Cruel could block the Duke's orders by being near him, but he never figured out the reasons why. Luther replied that as a representative of the Emperor's faction, this dog needed to be killed. That reason alone was enough. But Luther couldn't say that the reason was, of course, because of the contract with the Demon King, a hugely versatile force that can defy the rules of the world if desired. Even a portion of the power obtained from the Demon King under contract was incredibly powerful. Back then, the Duke was young and greedy with a desire to rule the Empire. He obtained a forbidden book, made a generous sacrifice to summon the Demon King and make a contract with him, but he said he wasn't interested. Unexpectedly, the Demon Lord remained indifferent to such a suggestion. Then the Duke came up with a brilliant idea. As if the sky was helping him, he offered the demon a wager, a toy that could interest a bored demon. The Duke said he met a strange nobleman. Even though he was human, he had white hair and red eyes like a vampire. A boy that was born with a weak body that only appeared at one imperial banquet. That's when Dion Hart caught his attention. He certainly didn't look like a man. The Duke asked the king how long such a man would last in the war. It was a cruel wager without shame or conscience, worthy of a demon lord. The Lord laughed upon hearing such a suggestion from an incredibly cruel man. Luther realized that the Demon Lord was not interested in his soul, so he offered this wager. It was to his liking, but there were doubts that a war would break out. In the end, the demon decided to be merciful and bet on survival after laughing. Duke was surprised that the demon was betting on survival, instead of betting on the time the boy would last. The bet was very unfavorable, and Luther had doubts, to which the demon replied that just when you bet on losers, it's just more fun that way. The deadline was set until the end of the war. If the Duke's victory died, the demon's victory would survive. And so began their long struggle. Why would you send a boy to war because he had to die? He was sent to the front lines and made commander because he was supposed to die. Therefore, all the machinations were carried out so that the mistake would not be known in the palace, and the Harts would not get their son back. This way, the Duke could win his bet. However, Dion's squad became immortal. And leading them into battle was the master who led the brutal assassins, and became a hero of the Empire. Dion Hart survived, and saved up the Emperor's rewards, and the Duke risked losing the bet. But the Demon King changed the terms. If the Duke sends him Dion Hart, the king will give him some strength. It wasn't a contract, more like an intermediate form of it. Duke had assumed that the Demon King would be interested in Dion after 8 years of watching, but he didn't even think it would turn out that well. Luther agreed. Sending Dion to the Demon King's castle was no problem, but he didn't know how to leave him there, but the king promised to solve that. That was already his business. It was important that the Duke just send the guy to the demon world. It was Luther who suggested using Dion to subdue the Demon King. The Emperor asked him what he was up to, and the Duke replied that it was nothing. The country was prone to chaos, and more talented people were needed. He offered to turn Dion into the Emperor's sword. Even though Desir was skeptical, he accepted the offer. That's how it ended up working out. Barely back from the war, Dion was once again sent to another front on the hero's team. The Count met this coolly, but still joined the hero and left the Empire. The Duke hoped the Count would die along the way, but that was no longer his problem. He had fulfilled the terms of their agreement. He hoped never to see Hart again, but then he got word that Dion was back. Taking the hero's body, the man he hated managed to return from the demon world. The Duke became furious. He tore more than one wig before he took all the anger away. The Demon King let go so easily the one who belongs to him. The Duke decided to find out what was behind it and asked Cruel if he knew anything. He told Cruel to sort things out and see where his brother was headed, but the future hero replied that he hadn't seen anything. The Duke didn't know if Cruel was telling the truth or pretending, but he said Dion's death was something that couldn't be avoided. With that, Luther was gone. There was no place in the human world his eyes could reach, and so he had already guessed where Dion Hart was. The commander of the Zero Corps that appeared in the demon world, the hero of the Empire in the human world. That meant they were both the same person, Luther realized, which made him despondent. A double agent, how is it possible to have two high titles in hostile countries, thought the Duke. One day, Dion needs to choose a side, and it would be bad if he chooses the Demon King, because Duke should have killed him before then. The doctor examined Dion and said his life was not in any danger. He was just weak and needed rest. He asked Daniel if he knew who he was leading into their hideout. He denied it with embarrassment. He was too distraught about what had happened. Because of the robe, Daniel didn't immediately see the Count's face, and all he thought was that the poor man needed a healer's help. The doctor promised to keep it a secret anyway. His memory wasn't good lately. Daniel thanked him and stood over his mortal enemy. This man he had to destroy in the name of his great goal as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and right now he could easily kill him. All he had to do was reach his hands to his throat. Daniel kept saying to himself that he wanted the hated Earl of Hart to die, but still he could not clench his hands. For some reason he thought of his sick and weak mother. Horrified at the abomination of his act, Daniel jerked back. He was breathing heavily. In a way, Dion was very lucky because they had a meeting today. They discussed the possibility of a coup, but a war with demons was looming. Daniel tried to reassure them, for they had prepared for this long and carefully. But his counselors would not relent and argued with him. Then Daniel pounded his fist on the table. The leader of the rebellion insisted that the survival of their world depended on it now, and they could not recklessly go to their deaths. Their raison d'etre and the legitimacy of their actions derives from the people. Daniel rattled off propaganda. Without the people, they cannot exist as a movement. Paul immediately agreed with him. Otherwise they would exist as a collection of traitors, he said. Convincing the people that they are fighting for a world of equality for all, they kill nobles with dignity, and thus exist as a revolutionary army. Daniel smiled. It was exactly like that. They should reach the imperial palace through the main gate, and asked his counselors if they had enough power for this plan. Then they told me that someone acting arbitrarily had severely reduced the rebel forces. Someone knew about the plan and didn't prevent it, despite willful failure. This man was helping the cause of the revolution, as they all were. But Daniel advised those who felt it was right to step down. Most of the council left without saying anything. Only the loyal Paul remained. He asked the leader of the rebellion if he was all right. Daniel shrank back as if from a blow. He gave the guy a flick and told him he had to go too. Daniel praised the boy for growing up and staying at his side. Paul was annoyed at being treated like a child. He already knew that when a leader is upset, he goes to his mother. Daniel laughed. The boy had really grown up. He promised him that very soon he would show him the world his mother had dreamed of. But when he lashed out at his mother, the world showed him its cruel side. The mother that had long suffered from an incurable disease was lying on the floor. He picked her up in his arms and asked how long ago this happened to her. And not realizing what those who were watching her were doing, the guards flinched. His co-workers knew everything, but kept it a secret from him. And his mother asked him not to be angry with them. After all, they did it because she asked them to, Daniel cried. With his mind, he understood it. The vicissitudes of fate, the inexorability of time. She didn't want to hurt her son. You couldn't undermine the spirit of the leader of the rebellion, the mother said. And Daniel walked forward without taking the road. Because it was worth keeping it from him, she said. And he realized that his mother was really going to die soon. Never having gotten a glimpse of a world where there is equality and freedom, Daniel thought as another passerby came upon him. He immediately recognized him as the same unfortunate man with a weak body. It wasn't his mother. Daniel demanded of himself to calm down. He grabbed Dion and dragged him to the shelter where he would be assisted to save someone. He was overreacting emotionally at that moment because his mother's condition was superimposed on the event. But even now he couldn't kill his enemy, the rebel leader thought and rubbed his arm. Dion Hart never realized how lucky he was. Before, Daniel would have gotten rid of him, barely revealing his identity. But he couldn't do that now. Seeing the seal on Dion's body, he realized that it was the same Demon King's curse that had been rumored so much. The Count was cursed, spitting blood from every sneeze. There was no point in killing him, for he was soon to go to the next world. As he left, Daniel said that if Dion was cursed by the Demon King, his mother was cursed by the whole world. The world that had always been cruel to this woman, and at least before she died, he had to show her utopia. Dion was left alone afterward, and rested quietly after all the tumultuous events of the day. But it turned out he was only pretending, and waiting for Daniel to leave, or finish him off already. Dion distinctly remembered that they had tried to strangle him, and had spared him for some reason. He realized he had to leave before the crazy person who brought him here came back. Except he had no idea where he was. The room looked like a hospital. Just as suddenly the doors opened and he came face to face with some mustachioed man. The Count did not see the face of the one who was strangling him, so he did not know whether it was he or the healer returned, and said he had no intention of running away at all. But the man handed him a cloak and a blindfold, and told him to put them on as he was about to leave. This way he wouldn't be able to memorize the route. He needed to wear a blindfold even if it was uncomfortable, said the mustachioed man, and promised to lead him out of the building. Dion realized that this was no ordinary place at all since he was being hidden. The Duke met Daniel and asked what he was doing at such an hour at his place. Without warning and out of plan, he noticed at once the unusual mood of the revolutionary. Daniel reported that they need to do some serious planning for the coup they are going to pull off. He demanded an answer from the Duke when they had already gotten underway. Luther stated that as the war with the demons approaches, the strength of the empire is important, and internal dissension is poison to the state. But Daniel's advice every day required him to be active, and the Duke noted this change in the revolutionary's demeanor. Daniel stated that he didn't think it was acceptable to sit around and do nothing, but that was exactly what Luther was demanding. He suggested that the revolutionary put everything on hold and get some proper rest. For now, Daniel was behaving within expectations, though he was quite shocked. The Duke had told him he was in too much of a hurry, and that was a mistake. Now on the brink of war, it was better for Daniel to focus only on her. Luther patted the revolutionary on the shoulder and asked him what he thought about it. Albeit surreptitiously, the latter agreed. Thanks to the Duke's words, Daniel was actually able to calm down and understand the whole situation. The Duke used to tell them to wait until the Empire had taken over half the continent. Luther then ordered one of his generals to attack the Emperor. The rebels lost troops. The Duke and Aaron, who ran the Church of Salvation, were conspiring to pit the Emperor and the revolutionaries against each other. Of course, the Duke didn't want the fall of the Empire, because it was sinful to give up such a high status. Then Daniel realized that from the beginning, the Duke had supported the revolutionaries just to keep them in line. He was a fool to trust a nobleman to wage war against class society. Daniel noticed that Paul had not yet left and was approaching him. The boy recognized that the leader was bringing Dion Hart with him, and Daniel was startled to ask him how he knew, for the Earl was supposed to be wearing a robe. He immediately pinned the boy against the wall and asked if anyone else had seen it. Paul swore he was the only one who noticed. He saw the Count walk away in his robe and blindfold, but it was hard not to recognize his white hair. The old doctor had done enough as it was, but he still could have wrapped the Earl more tightly, Daniel thought. Paul didn't understand why the leader didn't kill their enemy, or at least keep him captive as a valuable hostage. After all, this rascal was the Emperor's lapdog, and if they did anything to him, it would deal a blow to the tyrant. Because of Dion, the Salvation Church was destroyed, Paul shouted, and he himself lost a dear friend, the girl Shia, who never recovered from the turmoil. After the destruction of the church, Paul came to him alone, though he said he would take Shia with him. Paul replied that his friend didn't want to go anywhere. He held out his hand to her, but she didn't even look at him. Daniel calmed him down, telling him that the little girl just needed more time to think things through. He then consoled the guy that he would go with him later and look for her, but even if she didn't want to go after him, then Paul himself must become stronger and protect the little girl. Daniel spoke and ruffled the boy's hair. It seems like just yesterday the boy was shedding tears, now so grown up. Paul replied that he was depressed then, and asked why Daniel did that, to which the leader responded with strange admonitions, saying nobody is perfect, not even him. Look, absorb, filter what doesn't make sense. He had a lot to teach him in a short period of time, because the receiver role won't be easy. Paul came to dread his role, and then realized why he was dragged everywhere with him. The boy didn't understand why he was. After all, he was from the lower class, a beggar from yesterday who didn't even have an education. Daniel promised he would teach him everything, for not long ago, the boy himself said he had grown up. He told the guy that being young is wonderful, as is having a flexible mind and not being afraid of change. In the Empire, Paul knew only an orphaned marginal life in the slums, without support from the care of the state. The Revolutionary Army is made up of people that come from different countries, and the fact that he is not tied to the Empire increases his faith in justice. It was one of the many reasons to make him the successor. Plus he knew what love was, even though the boy had never been in a relationship. While his feelings were not a crush, he still felt affection and anxiety. So it could be, if not love. Yes, having attachment meant weakness. Daniel was also attached to his mother, which often caused him to show his dark side. Since their ideology is to create a world of equality for all, you need someone who knows what humanity and understanding is. Someone like him, Daniel said. Paul replied that even after hearing all this, he did not consider himself worthy of such a role, and did not understand why he was in a hurry to find a successor, but said that if Daniel were to teach him, he would do his best. The man smiled and accepted his answer. To accomplish the revolution, they needed to eliminate not only the emperor but also the duke, Daniel realized. Paul thought it looked like the leader sympathized with him as Daniel rose from his seat. The one said they didn't have much time and needed to start quickly, so he lowered a stack of books in front of the boy. Even dukes have their weaknesses and affections, Daniel thought. He patted the guy on the head and said they'd talk about human rights first. The emperor was hunting. He hit the target with a skillful archery shot and killed the monster. He told the chancellor that the duke's chief affection and weakness was his arrogance. The duke plays looking down on everyone, thinking he's the smartest. It wouldn't even occur to him that someone could look down on him. Désir spoke, and his eyes blazed with fire. There have been instances where someone foolishly took advantage of the emperor, but this game can be played with two people. The day the end of the war in the empire was announced was the day the war against the demons began. Some kingdoms were happy to survive, some were angry. Many people didn't like an empire built on conquest. But if it fell, the world would be invaded by monsters and demons. None of the neighbors even thought of joining the demons, and it was the duke who took care of it, even though no one asked him to. Even those who knew nothing of demons, and were far from them, bowed to the influence of the duke's propaganda. It was convenient for the emperor. He deliberately acted as if he didn't even consider betraying people, because he knew Luther would intervene and take action, for the sake of the empire. It's ridiculous to think that the great emperor wouldn't think of the obvious, Désir said, and drew his bow. In the end, thanks to Duke's efforts, the problem was solved and he didn't even have to lift a finger. Another successful goal. The chancellor did not approve of such a thing. Putting important decisions in the hands of the enemy was too bold a decision, but Désir could put the onus on the duke to do so. The empire is what he wants most, therefore he will not let it fall for anything, and so he himself fell into the trap, though he thought himself the smartest. One thing was clear. The duke's arrogance would catch up with him one day. The emperor really wanted to see his face at this moment. The heir holding a dazzlingly gorgeous bouquet of blue roses, and then passed it to Dion Hart, who accepted without hesitation. Edward said he had come to visit a friend, only to be given this bouquet. Dion didn't know what to say or think to that, so he asked why he did it. To tie Dion Hart to the empire, thought the heir. Aletta convinced him that perhaps the count was playing for the other team in the battle of the sexes. Though she conceded defeat, did not give up trying to tie the count down. She told her brother of her observations, for there were no women around the newly minted marquis, only men. So there was a mistake in their strategy from the beginning, and it's not her job to tame Dion, but the heir. Edward still had his doubts. And then Aletta reminded him of the incident at the emperor's banquet. No matter how many ladies looked at Dion, he had never shown any interest in them, paying more attention to the tea. It was hard not to recognize that fact, Edward thought. For some reason, his environment is predominantly male, and always quite close. Even too close, the heir recalled. And then he began to think that perhaps there was a grain of truth in his sister's words, and determined to test it. The count looked at the flowers with disgust. He and his sister were both desperate to get Dion, and were pulling any strings they could. Edward congratulated on getting the title of Marquis, and then he added that Cruel Heart had become an honorary earl, and immediately regretted his words, for Dion grew gloomy. Dion realized that the heir had stopped by to congratulate him on his title and grinned at his suspicions. Edward thought about it. Whatever his sister Dion had done, he had never smiled. But now he was happy about the bouquet. The heir asked about his political views now that his status had been elevated, and Dion was surprised by such a question. Edward crumpled, and Dion thought the emperor had instructed him to talk about the war. Then, as if angry at his own awkwardness, Edward asked what would happen if the empire strayed a little from tradition and spirituality. An awkward silence hung. Even the servants became uncomfortable with the heavy atmosphere. The heir was already begging Dion to say something so he wouldn't burn with shame. Dion stood up resolutely and headed for the door, saying that he had urgent business to attend to. But Edward grabbed his arm and said that he had been misunderstood. Dion grimly replied that he didn't judge such things and thought anything was possible as long as it didn't harm people. The Marquis said he shouldn't hide it. After all, it was a matter of personal preference. But he liked women. The prince didn't know what to do. The flushed prince raised his fist and also shouted that he really liked women. The maids with ruddy faces escorted the prince. They heard him shout and thought the heir obsessed with finding a woman. This was good news, so the empire would have no problems with heirs. The prince chided himself for even thinking of such a thing. He was so disturbed that he stopped thinking rationally and promised to punish his sister for speculating. Dion walked hurriedly down the hallway, accompanied by the faithful Dan. The one still could not quiet his laughter and could hardly keep himself in check, and promised always to be with his master, in spite of his tastes. Dion jabbed his finger at him and asked why he was here, since he had said he would only take him with him for the duration of the hunt, and ordered him back to the Alliance. Dan was looking for any excuse to stick. He had heard that the Lord was going on His Majesty's mission and offered his services. Dion said that he was more effective alone, and Dan reminded him that the gentleman had been out all night after the contest, and had only returned in the morning. Dion immediately remembered why he had gone for a walk, for his brother had told him not to. But he came back wounded, the annoying servant added. Dion admitted it was definitely dangerous, like he was caught in a hospital psycho. At first they tried to strangle him for no reason, but by chance he was spared. And then they took him out with a blindfold over his eyes and left him alone in the middle of nowhere. Dion realized that he had so many enemies that it was hard to know who he had met, but he was definitely lucky that day. But he again told Dan not to follow him, or one of them would definitely die. Anyone who witnesses the border crossing of the demon world must be killed. Dan realized he'd been overly persistent. He hadn't intended his distress to be threatening in its usual state. Dion was surprised at Dan's reaction. He looked happy and thought, "This guy is well weird." The Marquis entered the hall. The butler Ram immediately greeted him. The knights also shouted loudly in greeting to their commander, one of them offering the Marquis his sausage. Dion told Rem that he had to leave soon and asked if everything was ready. The butler said 10 more minutes. The captain of the knights took umbrage, saying that they should all address the Lord, according to his title, Marquis. But at the same second he fell face first into the salad, to the great surprise of the others. Rem was surprised. The knights were awake 10 minutes after they had taken a dose of sleeping pills capable of putting an elephant to sleep. Marquis sighed heavily. After all, his rabid dogs were never normal. He thanked Ram, for he had been tired of those annoying dogs since last time, and now he would be able to ride in comfort. Dion arrived at the border that existed, only for one person, who even then could hardly enter the demon world. Until he determined his place, the two absolute monarchs decided not to divulge the location, for his safety. So even the not numerous chaperones don't follow him up the mountain. Who knows how the demon lord would react if he found out that the emperor had decided to win. Dion pictured the face of the demon who would learn of the emperor's decisive action. Now was really the time to make a decision, thought he. Even his 9 lives had come to an end. But a strange sight awaited him at the entrance. He saw Cruel kill 2 masked and dark-clothed men who were easily mistaken for assassins. Dion didn't understand how Cruel knew about this place, but it was definitely impossible to let him know about the border. The Marquis told his brother that he was just in time, for a witness must be eliminated. To top it all off, his brother was a subordinate of the leader of the noble opposition, making them natural enemies. Dion attacked first. A no-joke duel broke out between them with an exchange of deadly blows. Cruel fended off all attacks and broke the distance with his brother. But Dion noticed that the hero wasn't even trying and told him so. Despite his anger, Dion felt confused. Cruel should have hated him with all his soul. All his life, Dion had been a useless and troublesome little brother to him. Cruel must hate him, since Dion killed his entire family, but instead continued to defend time after time, so obviously and uncovered. One of the half-dead assassins grabbed the Marquis's leg with an iron grip. Dion wondered why his brother was acting like he was trying to protect. In one move, he finished off the masked man. But while he was distracted, Cruel ran off, again leaving him without answers. Dion was once again visited by a feeling as if a large piece of the painting was missing. The Duke was furious that Dion had decided to leave right now, the moment he and Cruel had made a bet on who could kill him the fastest. The Duke had to destroy Dion before the war started. The Marquis had gotten lucky again. Luther felt like he was getting pretty hung up on it. It felt like the world itself was protecting Dion. Obviously it was impossible, but the Marquis possessed infinite luck. Dion was surprised to see the Twilight World horse. Apparently the Demon Lord had been watching him through the seal, and took care of it. It felt awful to be watched, Dion thought, and remembered the medicine Ram had packed for him. He regularly threw these bags of herbs and powders into the gorge when he arrived at the Demon World, and there was already a hefty pile of them. Dion was relieved to be rid of someone else's prying eyes. He had no idea that the doctor had been working on the flavor of the herbs for a long time, for his sake. There was no calm and quiet arrival at the castle. He was greeted by a whole fan club who shouted Arthur's name and held flags and badges. All had red heart symbols and red badges. Dion was horrified by the spectacle the demons had put on. The culprit smiled carefree and said hello to him. He asked her what kind of heresy she had set up, and Riri explained that she had created a cult of Arthur, uniting all those who respected him. Dion demanded that this society of crazy fans be disbanded immediately, which sent the demons into a stupor. Riri tried to object, but the commander threatened to disperse everyone for good, so the sorceress told everyone to disperse. 5 minutes later, with great disappointment, the demons cleared the area and left him alone. To further embarrassment, Arthur's chief admirer turned out to be the Demon King himself, who also wore an Ego fan club badge. The Demon Lord grabbed him by the shoulder and said he noticed Dion's heartbeat increase as soon as he entered his office. He asked him if Dion had learned anything important about the Empire, and the Zero Squad commander became alarmed remembering the conversation with the Emperor. The Demon Lord really wanted to know what it was, for Dion couldn't hide his emotions. From his silence, the demon realized that the Emperor had made his move and was trying to lure Dion to his side. He also realized that the Marquis wouldn't have told him anything if he hadn't been asked about it, and read his reaction. Dion apologized, but the Demon Lord still grabbed him by the throat like a kitten. He asked him if he was afraid, and inquiring what the Emperor had so seduced him with, the Count felt utterly powerless. The demon was surprised that Dion didn't care at all how he might react to his actions, and never thought his life was in danger. Dion thought he was really going to be killed now, but the Demon Lord laughed and let go of his toy. He poked him in the chest and stated that he should have known whose side he was on by now, though the Lord didn't know if Dion deserved such a fate. One thing the Demon Lord knew for sure: he didn't want to go back to his boring life. In this place, Dion won't have to suffer from the bright sun. It's always night here, and a bright, beautiful moon, the Lord told him as he opened the window. Hiding in the dark for an eternity is not necessary either, because if he wants a world of people, he can conquer them, the Lord promised. The Emperor had promised something similar, Dion recalled, to stay in the human world. The Demon Lord was sure, no matter what the Emperor offered Dion, he could always offer more. The Demon King was even willing to beg him on his knees like last time, just to win this game. Dion refused, and the Demon King realized that if he kept pushing he would scare his toy away, so he decided to stop there. So the Lord let him go to think and waved his hand. For the sake of victory, he could not lose his favorite toy. Marquis was so agitated and annoyed that he went out for a walk. Even after a few days, he didn't find the answer he wanted. The common demons were surprised to see Arthur outside the castle, and in such attire. There were 2 rules that Dion was to be avoided: if he had tea, and if he was dressed in black like he was now. Dion didn't mind being shunned, but he heard what they were saying about his black clothes, and wondered if demons didn't like black. He had dressed in black so as not to attract attention, but who knew that color could scare away demons? Dion laughed ominously. Ed, who shadowed the commander, noted that the latter was very sensitive today. Normally, Ed would have left the commander alone, but the Demon Lord had told him to keep a close eye on him, and to report if there was anything out of the ordinary. The commander seemed calm, but it was clear something was irritating him, and Ed wanted to cheer him up somehow, but didn't know what to do. Plus, the commander was holding his head like it hurt, and Ed resented that Dr. Ben wasn't around when he was needed. Ed couldn't leave it at that, and offered the commander a place where he could rest properly. He was sure he would like this place. That's what Ed thought. But it came out that the commander completely lost his temper. Dion was surprised at his aide's assertiveness, suggesting a place to freshen up, though there were no such places in the demon world. But they came to the training ground and Ed demanded to bring something. Then Dion thought his assistant wanted to fight him. Ed insisted when the servant told him they didn't have any authority, and he shuddered with fear. Dion didn't understand what was going on. After all, Ed had wanted to get some air with him, and now he was threatening someone with violence for who knows why. He decided to clear up the misunderstanding before it escalated and went straight to them. But suddenly he stumbled, and with a resounding thud, slammed his fist into the wall above the demon servant's head. Marquis instantly lost his temper, cursing his body that kept tripping on flat ground like some kind of manga. Ed went over to him to calm him down, and told him that now was not a good time to kill demons. Even the Overlord would not approve of such a thing. Ed told the servant that this was his last chance. For insulting Commander Arthur, he was angry that they had wasted a lot of time. The servant thanked them for letting him live, though Dion had no intention of killing him, and ran away. At the same instant, an anxious Dr. Björn ran out to them on the platform. The signal from his tracking pendant heart rate monitor was just off the charts. Then he sprinted as fast as he could. He screamed even louder when he saw that the Zero Squad leader had shattered his arm. Ed reprimanded Dr. Ben for only showing up now. But Doc objected, replying that he had come right after the signal. Ed stated that now was not the time for bickering, as their commander had been feeling ill for a long time. The doctor became even more worried, thinking that his pendant was faulty because he had tried to improve it several times before, and had taken Dion's blood from somewhere. Doc asked if the commander felt a change in himself, and Dion wondered if it had been a long time since he'd spit blood over nothing. Ed rejoiced, thinking that the effects of the battle with the hero were finally starting to wear off. But Ben was sure that wasn't the case. The commander's body was still a ticking time bomb. He told them that over time the signal from the magic stone would begin to weaken. It could be due to changes in the commander's body. Only then did Ben remember that he had forgotten to give the commander an anesthetic, and had been sewing his dissection without it all this time. The doctor pressed his forehead to the floor and began to beg for forgiveness. He was willing to pay for it with his life. But Dion replied that he shouldn't. He was used to the pain. In fact, he couldn't even squeak because of Dr. Ben's serious face. Ben told him to hide his pain from his own doctor no longer, and the servants marveled at the commander's stamina and mercy. Later, a servant appeared and brought some bucket of sticks, and said they were sticks of snowflower. Dion didn't understand why a demon lord's permission was needed for such trinkets, and asked what to do with these things. Ed suggested that he just cut the top off, and when he did, fireworks lit up the sky and snow began to fall to the ground. Dion was greatly surprised by such disposable magic. Unlike the human world, where there are seasons and sometimes it snows, the demon realm doesn't change, and Ed thought that would please the commander. Dion caught a couple of snowflakes and thanked with a smile on his face. It really wasn't bad, he thought, because he hadn't seen snow in a long time. The servants were annoyed that garbage was falling from the sky, which they then had to clean up. Dion opened the red stick, and the snow turned red, and he also smelled an odor and became alarmed. The Demon King came into the arena to them, and said that the snow smelled like blood. He asked Dion how he felt about the snowflower sticks that were supposed to cheer him up. The Demon King said with a smile and proudly stated that he had worked very hard to create red snow, with the smell of blood. He thought it would be useful when they went to the human world. Dion immersed himself in the memories and agreed it was useful, for weather conditions greatly affected the battle. Just being in a place with the smell of death can sow panic in the ranks of the enemy. The Lord praised him, as expected. Dion was one of a kind, fought well and knew the tactics and strategy of battle. He whispered ominously only to him that he was glad Dion was on their side. The commander's mood left much to be desired, so the Lord told him to follow him. The Lord did whatever he wanted, but Dion had no choice but to follow him to survive, and they moved instantly. In one fell swoop they moved to the land of the elves, a beautiful lunar land. Lord asked how he liked this place. Considering it was in the middle of nowhere, it was beautiful, which was not to say that the elves that lived here were not. The Elf King came out to greet his guests, and called the Lord's words nonsense. The head of the elves resembled a beautiful woman more than a man, but such is the characteristic of their race. The two lords began to argue about which of them had caused the other more trouble, and Dion couldn't figure out why he was here. The elf noticed the man, and asked why the Lord had brought him here. The other elves noticed that even the world tree was alarmed by the guests. They looked intently at such a rare visitor to these parts, perhaps the first of its kind. Dion Hart had the world's attention. Marquis didn't understand why everyone was staring at him like that, but he waited patiently. The demon lord hurriedly closed his toy from the others, and asked the head elf why he had appeared, though he himself had come uninvited. The elf handed him a strange thing, and told him that he should take responsibility for it. The object looked like an avocado pit. Because of the Demon King's aura, the sensitive seeds changed. The Emperor summoned Chloe, who worked as a gardener. Incubus began looking around dazedly, not realizing where she was. She was even more surprised to see the Demon Lord in front of her, and Dion noted that after magic was banned, it was still used quite often. The Lord ordered her to look at the seed and see if it could be recovered. The Incubus gardener was surprised that the seed was covered in mold and began to examine it. After examining it properly, she stated that she could make it grow, but she couldn't do anything about the demonic energy. The elf started to get indignant, saying that this was a very important thing that they were entrusted to protect, as they valued peace more than anyone else. The demon lord called them dogs. If the world finds out that the seeds have been harmed, they must become real dogs. The elf declared that Mir respected their race. They began to argue again, so vehemently that Chloe hid behind Dion. The elf rebuked the lord for not dealing with demonic monsters at all, and Chloe was pierced by a hunch. She asked them if they needed this seed she had been given. The elf replied that she could have it, and Chloe smiled happily. After all, she was a gardener obsessed with plants. Another creature emerged from the watery surface of the lake that was nearby. It was the Mermaid Queen proper, so important that she as well as the head elf had no name. The fishtail turned to evening dress, and she walked over to Dion to greet him, for they had met again. The last time they had seen each other was at a reception for the Demon Lord, and the mermaid had stated that she had wanted to talk to him for a long time. Dion didn't understand why she was looking at him so good-naturedly. Wanted to take his hands away. But the girl grabbed him again and said she foresaw the future. The prediction said that a new hero would be born, and he would be much stronger than the previous one. And this hero will decide the fate of the Demon Lord, said the fish holding Dion's hands. The Lord looked at the fish carefully, considering whether to roast it or boil it for such revelations. Everyone was very surprised by this news, except the Demon Lord. Although the mermaid told him that the world didn't like him, he took it indifferently. From the beginning, the demon race was disliked by the world. Not even a drop of hate could hurt them yet. Except the future she sees is changeable. The mermaid replied that it was possible, but this time it would be a miracle if anything changed. Banning magic is useless. The world is after the Lord as it is, the elf said. But the demon countered that he just wanted to delay the hero's appearance until the end of the war. The elf grabbed Dion's hand. He realized that the demon had done this to balance the powers. The more magic, the faster a new hero appeared. That is why the demon has not healed Dion properly and is using primitive healing methods, the elf lord stated. He said he had no choice, so he'd take care of the arm himself. They stepped back to the fallen tree and the elf began to use his abilities. There was an awkward silence between them that made Dion want to fall under the ground. First the mermaid queen, now the fairy king began to favor him. He remembered that the first time they'd seen each other, they hadn't liked him much. The longer the commander looked at the elf, the more he reminded him of Jaikar, Dion casually said aloud. Dion was horrified at his foolishness in comparing the elf king to a demon, but the latter suddenly asked how the first squad leader was doing. Even though Jaikar was infected with the aura of demons, he was still a warrior of the elven tribe. Dion was even more surprised by this reversal. The elf smiled and gently announced that the treatment was over. He noticed that Dion was burdened with this unwarranted kindness. The elf realized that if he offered to give his guest a tour of the elven lands, he would most likely decline. But the elf didn't show this attitude to just anyone. The reason was because the whole world was paying attention to him. Dion felt the strange feeling again, and questioned the elf what he meant. And he explained that as the leader of the elves, he understood the will of the world better than anyone else. The world was definitely expecting something from this man. But there were more questions than answers. What was so special about him? The elf didn't understand. Red eyes, sensitivity to the sun, very weak body, were immediately noticeable. At first the elf thought there was nothing special about this man. He asked Dion if he often got lucky. A man who was constantly on the brink of life and death, in war, being a double agent, all the while surviving. The elf grabbed him by the collar. Things happened to Dion all the time when he should have been killed or badly hurt, but he got off lightly, because the world that normally doesn't interfere in the chain of events protected him, giving him immense powers for nothing. The ability to take a huge hit, or his body exceeded its limits at opportune times. But if you then look at the body and see if it has changed, it turns out that nothing has changed. Dion remembered Ben's words that his body was a time bomb because it had changed what it was made of. The elf spoke of the reasons why he was able to survive, and it is a blessing of peace. Dion began to realize something. In the not-too-distant past, there was a hero who worried about his companions. Even on the brink of his death, he asked to save his friend, and in exchange gave his soul, and the world responded by granting his wish. The world told him not to worry, for it has been looking out for the man for a long time. The will of the world is adamant. The next hero is Dion Hart. The elf shouted to his fairies and spirits to fight. The enemies were many, but they were weak. Squads of elves struggled to resist the monsters that had invaded their world. The invasion happened suddenly. They stood watching it, and Chloe asked him if he shouldn't have intervened in the fight. Dion grimly remarked that his participation was not needed at all, and thought the monsters had lost their minds. Why bother when the Demon King and other leaders of their races were here? Because of the strange monsters, the conversation with the Elf King was betrayed. Dion heard the elf report that the monsters had gotten stronger due to the contents in the pouch. The monsters got stronger and scarier, squeaked the fairies, while the elf looked at the very packets of medicine. The pouches were filled with a strange brown liquid that affected the monsters. The mermaid wondered who had scattered this liquid here and why. They quickly concluded that no one else could have gotten into the Twilight world and dumped this here, and looked over to where Dion was standing. Chloe said that the commander pretended he wasn't interested, but he was actually burning with the desire to fight. Turning around, they saw the Zero Squad leader furiously chopping monsters. The elf and mermaid wondered if this was his plan. He wouldn't have fought so fiercely. They were quite uncomfortable with Dion's suspicions. The shame of his own stupidity gave him strength, He could only wonder what kind of medicine the Empire had come up with. It was definitely the medicine he'd thrown into the gorge out of self-harm. Daeon didn't understand why monsters would eat such things, and how they got stronger from it. Now he was fighting out of his guilt. The Demon King stopped his commander because he became worried about him. He told Daeon they would talk later and stepped forward. They had to get this over with quickly and get back. The elf ordered everyone to step back, away from the monsters when the demon decided to use his ability. As soon as he waved his hand and snapped his fingers, the purple napalm instantly incinerated all the monsters. In one fell swoop, he burned them all to the ground, leaving behind only a carpet of charred bodies. Daeon was horrified at the power of the Demon Lord, that he could do such a thing with one blow. The demon turned around, and with a smirk said, "They could go back now." The Lord sighed heavily. It had been a long time since he'd had a surprise like this, and Daeon apologized. He explained that there was medicine in there to help him recover, not a dangerous substance as they first thought. The Lord was surprised that humans were capable of doing such a thing, that Doctor was supposed to do alchemy, and he wanted to meet him. The demon asked him why he threw the medicine away, and Daeon replied that it was no use, though he didn't really like the taste of it. The Lord appreciated Daeon's desperate desire to reinforce, but this time it didn't work. Somewhere far away, one doctor cried longingly. The Demon King reassured the commander that it wasn't on purpose and let him go easily, which surprised Daeon. He also warned that it was not necessary to come to the commander's meeting this time, as Daeon must have been tired from the battle with the monsters. Although the Lord said so, he still showed up to the incomplete commander's meeting. Riri was happy to see him, and Jaikar noted his diligence since he had come after the battle with the monsters. The 5th Squad commander didn't understand why he'd come if he said he hated it all, and noted that his body was more honest than he was. Her aide gagged her and told her that this wasn't the best place for such words here. The Lord was surprised that Daeon showed up, even though he had been given some rest, but the man said he would be fine. He smirked at his wits, for who knows what the Demon Lord would have decided here without him. It was the only way he could survive. The Lord thought for a moment. Daeon seemed to realize that he wanted to reduce the information leak. If the commander was brought in against his will, it would be a violation of the game. However, if he came back with no information at all, the Emperor would become suspicious of him, the Demon Lord decided, while Daeon just wanted to kill time. The 0 Squad commander pulled out his Rubik's Cube and began to put it together, and looked not at all interested. Daeon should have felt embarrassed, for it was about war with his people. But he came to the meetings and played with the cube. When the Lord asked if they knew the purpose of the gathering, Asild blurted out that it was about war, for humans had always been their goal. The Lord watched Daeon's reaction. How he would turn the die meant whether or not he agreed or disagreed with this war. They were discussing that, although the war was disadvantageous to the Empire, the Emperor wants to die. Hearing this, Daeon flinched, and something clicked in his cube. The Emperor is a stubborn man, and feels guilt over the deaths of his siblings, which overrode his responsibility. But he couldn't die even if he wanted to, for he had the entire Empire on his shoulders. An Emperor who chose war because he couldn't die otherwise, and thought to spend his life taking over demon territory. On the other hand, if he died in battle, it would be seen as him doing his best for the country. To the very end, the Emperor is a pathetic but selfish man, because he gave so many lives in the war, for such a ridiculous reason. They had no choice but to kill Desire as he wished, Lord said. But he understood the Emperor well, and his life without the right to die. The Lord envied having an enemy to kill, which Desire had. The Demon King told him to think of this war in a simpler way and take it as a warm-up. The humans would attack then when Daeon went on a mission. Asilda resented it. People would attack then, when they didn't have the strongest weapons. The Lord grinned. The actions of the men could be seen as a rejection of Daeon Hart. It was entertaining, and he decided to leave it at that. Everyone shifted their gaze to the 0 Squad leader, who didn't seem to be listening to them at all. But he stopped moving, for he had assembled a Rubik's Cube for the first time. From his calm actions, everyone thought he thought war with the humans was the best solution, which meant there was no turning back, everyone realized. And Daeon said he would go on the mission, right after the meeting. The fateful war between the world of men and the world of demons begins. Daeon arrived at His Majesty's house and made a report to him, confirming that this was all he could say. Only 5 demon units should take part in the war, not even half of them. First Commander Jaikar, 3rd Asild as combat power, Sylvia, and Hel, as well as newcomer Trover. The Emperor was surprised. Even the entire demon army wouldn't be enough, and they were sending 5 units. The demons were too arrogant, which means the Emperor will have to make them regret their decision. His grim look made the Marquis shiver. Their relationship was already not the best considering Daeon's role. Desire decided not to pry out important answers right away and told the Marquis to rest. The Emperor didn't want to rush. After all, the Demon Lord was probably counting on it. He was pondering when someone entered with a report. It was the Chancellor, breaking the breaking news that the demons had launched an offensive. The Emperor jumped up from his seat. He wasn't really surprised or excited. The image of Jaikar's first commander appeared before him. The demons used magic to communicate. Thoth reported that although the demons valued peace, the land grab had turned the Empire into a threat. And to protect the humans from collapse, the demons were going to war. The Emperor demanded that the court magician be brought in immediately. Dion grinned, seeing Jaikar, and listening to his propaganda speech about war for peace. The demons were leaving room for negotiation. They promised not to continue the war if the humans didn't react. As if the demons didn't want war, then they devalued the Emperor's speech. The Emperor also tapped into the universal magical connection, and declared that all the words of the demons were lies and provocation. According to the history recorded in the palace, he stated, the demon kingdom had always coveted lands under the sun. In other words, demons have always watched over the human world. So why should they believe the words of one of them? Desir asked. The Demon King suggested that the humans should retreat, and check if the demons keep their word or not. If not, you can always make your move. The Lord's speech greatly influenced people. His image went against the bloodthirsty propaganda. He looked peaceful. The Lord, as a wise teacher, told Desir that it was foolish to sacrifice people because of greed, because war is not a child's play. The Emperor just denied everything, and said he didn't start the war because of greed. But it was a weak move. It was about depriving oneself of the future, for the sake of temporary peace. As long as the Empire was at the peak of power, one should take advantage of that for the sake of the future. Better bad now, but good and long afterwards, people understood his wishes and supported the Emperor. Daniel noted the ease with which Desir turned war into a noble cause for future generations. He drew Paul's attention to how to make speeches and to influence people's emotions. The Demon King clapped his hands. It was a beautiful speech. The Emperor was a far more entertaining person. But no matter how much he embellishes, the reality is that he will still seek domination without regard for people's lives, the Lord said. He would have no answer, realized the Demon Lord, and considered that he had already put Desire down low. The atmosphere became heavy. Paul watched carefully as people reacted. Since people were hesitating, the scale was on the Demon Lord's side, and if people stopped believing the Emperor during the war, chaos would ensue. If the Emperor loses this debate, Daniel said, the morale of soldiers and citizens will be damaged. But the Emperor knew the consequences and was not going to be the loser on this field. He said that the world of demons builds up righteous people, but he himself is only looking for an opportunity to invade the world of humans. Paul laughed. He realized that at this rate neither side had a reason for a just war. The Demon Lord laughed. Desir definitely took a liking to him. Not having met Dion was sure to pull him over to his side. He concluded that the negotiations had completely failed and asked to be entertained in the future. The war between the worlds had begun, with small skirmishes to test each other's strength. Daeon had to go back and forth so often it was sickening. He was constantly maneuvering between the restless demons of Squad Zero, or his rabid knights. Ironically, both teams were eager to meet him in battle and kill him, so Dion nearly died of overwork. In addition, the pressure of both lords had increased. At times, Dion lost his memory in the battles. He reported to the Emperor, and the Emperor noticed that his voice sounded strange, as if Dion felt guilt for the fallen men. The Emperor pressed him more and more on the receiving end. He asked him to let go of the reins of control and promised to take all the blame. Marquis was angry and didn't understand what he was in for, what karma he was working off. He wanted to live his life in peace and quiet. It would be better if the Emperor and the Demon Lord faced off one-on-one. But when the Demon King called, he again assumed the posture of a servant dog. The Lord asked if he was rested, and Dion replied dutifully that he was, feeling like a miserable slug. The Lord asked him to deal with a group of monsters near the front lines. It was an important place, and the Lord decided it would be useful to mop it up before fighting started there. They couldn't send troops to avoid attracting attention, so the dangerous task fell to Dion. But luckily, the monsters were coming to him. The servant reported to Cruel that despite all attempts to kill or poison Dion, he had figured them all out and had managed on his own. Cruel noted that Dion was a hero after all, and thought that a couple of failures wouldn't stop the Duke. Cruel ordered the mustachioed servant to keep an eye on his brother, and to remove any threats, to continue guarding him until he received the letter. Now that Cruel has thought about it, a certain guy from the Assassin's Guild has gotten orders to kill Dion. As long as one pays to kill and the other pays to save, it becomes a battle of the wallets. It was today that Dion Hart was to leave the country, and until then, he was to be guarded by the mustachioed man. They hoped that everything would go smoothly, the Marquis would just leave the Empire. But things didn't go according to plan. It was at this moment that many monsters surrounded Dion Hart. He looked like a madman who keeps calm even in such a situation. The Marquis gloomed and promised to beat only one to death. The Emperor wanted to rid himself of the pesky visions and even pulled out a knife, but General Nemesis stopped him. The general apologized for raising his sword at the Emperor, but said that he was aiming at the back of his hand and at his wrist. Désir sighed. It had been hard to keep a clear mind lately, and Nemesis suggested calling a doctor. However, there was something strange. The Emperor felt an unaccustomed anger. It was a hallucination not caused by his imagination. So he asked to call a shaman, not a doctor, which surprised the general. To top it all off, Désir asked him to address the rumors that the Zero Corps commander and Dion Harath's fighting style were similar. Nemesis was about to leave to sort things out quietly when they received a signal on the magical link. Désir said he had to go somewhere and the meeting with the shaman had to be postponed. Nemesis bowed, saying he would fulfill everything, but actually began to suspect that there was definitely a connection between the Zero Commander and the Marquis. Dion, meanwhile, was busy with his bloody business and terrorizing the monsters. It was strange that they didn't run away as they usually did when he was butchering one of them like a butcher. Dion speculated that the monsters were so starved they might have gone insane. On the other hand, that might not have been the reason. The fact that he looked too easy prey, the Marquis thought, and jumped to the side. He fiercely attacked the monsters because he couldn't allow himself to be looked down upon. Other than that, everything else was fine. He was cutting them to pieces one by one. Even if something else is added to his infirm body, it won't change anything, the Marquis thought as he was hit. But the world still protected him. So even with such a weak body, he didn't die from the blow. But looking down on himself, Dion certainly couldn't allow himself to be looked down upon. For the first time in a long time, someone had hit a nerve with him. He threw a few punches at the monster and quickly backed away to avoid being set up. But from the constant work, his weak tendons in his wrists had torn. His legs hurt like hell, his whole body refused to move. But the Marquis couldn't stop or he would die. Because he had to kill everyone, Dion felt the monsters that were coming from behind stop. The skin in the cuts began to go numb, and he realized there was poison in their claws. They were just waiting for him to weaken. The Marquis tossed them a piece of his skin and laughed. To prevent the poison from spreading from the shallow cut, he decided the matter radically, and suggested that they end it altogether. Then the monsters realized he was a real madman and ran away. Needing to get out of this filthy place as soon as possible, he collapsed to the ground without strength. It hurt so much that Dion couldn't move on his own. The monsters would quickly forget their fear and return in search of food. He pulled out a communication stone and gave a request for reinforcements to the Demon King. He should have stood up, but suddenly he felt a soft touch on his head. It felt good. His brother sat in front of him and said it was time to get up, as if he had fallen asleep somewhere in the garden outside the house. His brother gripped his shoulders tighter and shouted at him to pull himself together. He yelled for him to open his eyes, and when Marquis opened them, he realized he was asleep and the monsters were already standing over him. Dion panicked. He remembered fighting them on the orders of the Demon Lord. But he didn't realize when he had managed to pass out. The monster extended a clawed paw, and the Marquis realized he wouldn't have time to dodge and covered himself with his hand. But at the same second the cavalry arrived, the Emperor himself chopped off the heads of the monsters. Désir told him that he had mixed up the communication stones, and was too scarred for a spy. Then the Marquis realized what a mistake he had made. The Emperor chided him that since his talent was asking for help, he should have come personally. After all, he couldn't send anyone when it involved the Demon King. Still, it's thanks to this that he's seeing Zero Squad leader Arthur for the first time, Désir told him. Daeon, who was covering a large wound with his hand, shuddered at such a statement. But Désir said easily that there was no need to be so nervous, for he was not going to do anything about it, and the Marquis complained again about his crazy life. He left clothes, bandages, and medicine for Dion, and said he would send a knight to help him walk. Since he acted on the Demon Lord's will this time, he would have to act on his will next time, Désir warned. Whether it was the Demon Lord or Emperor Désir, they were all trying to use him for their own convenience, the Marquis thought. But it wasn't the first time he'd been injured, so he decided to forget all about it until the night came, when he saw Dr. Ben coming toward him through the woods. Ben looked alarmed as he recognized his commander. It was strange to see him outside of the demon world. Ben said he got a strong signal from the necklace and headed straight for the commander. He ran away secretly from everyone. But while they were talking, a knight sent by the Emperor to help the Marquis walk came after him. And then Dion realized they had been caught. On one hand, Ben recognized him as the Marquis of the Empire. On the other, the knight saw him in the company of a demon. Ben looked contemptuously at the man with an expression of mauling at what you're looking at, you pathetic man. Dion didn't understand why he was making a showdown. But the knight quickly realized what was going on too, and bared his blade. Daeon grabbed the doctor and realized he was in trouble. He was about to be exposed. The knight demanded that the demon move away from the Marquise. Still, he hadn't guessed their connection yet. Daeon was already figuring out if he could explain this knight's death to the Emperor if he had to kill him. But that was a bad decision. So he attacked Dr. Ben, plunging the dagger next to his head. While he was in that state, he couldn't fight anyway, and it was best to avoid it. He ordered Ben to push him and leave. Ben asked about his treatment as the knight moved closer to see what was going on. But the demon had no choice but to listen to the commander and push him. The knight yelled stop, but the demon Ben ran off with all his might. To keep the knight from chasing him, Daeon pretended to feel worse. He coughed up blood picturesquely, but when the knight came over to ask how he was, he said he was fine. Luckily, the Marquis managed to get the knight's attention. Even acting was hurting him. Lucky the Emperor gave him painkillers. The Marquis's wounds looked serious. The knight marveled that in such a state Daeon was able to kill more than 10 monsters. He marveled at the enormous responsibility which the Marquis had undertaken, and said that he had prepared a carriage by the roadside. The knight hoisted the Marquis on his back and dragged him, saying he would take him to safety. Daeon was greatly embarrassed at being taken like a child, but the knight wasn't listening. The knight realized that the Marquis would rather chase the demon than take care of himself, which meant his wounds needed to be treated first. This was the first time Dr. Ben had ever seen such a strong signal from the pendant. It had even made its way into the human world, but was only a nuisance. He realized that the commander was playing the role of a spy in the human world, and that he had nearly exposed him because of his carelessness. Ben was already thinking of how to pay with his life for such a transgression. Daeon felt uneasy, but his wounds were aching, so he couldn't help but recognize that it was comfortable to ride. At last he could rest at home, thought the Marquis, when he saw the luxurious carriage. The Emperor invited the shamaness Lan to his house, and she told him that he was cursed. The girl barely held back a bout of nausea, and covered her mouth with her hand. Nemesis told her off for her insolence, but the Emperor stopped him by saying he understood. It must have been a very powerful curse for her to react like that, but Lan stated that wasn't the point. The curses were something she could deal with. However, the karma and resentment borne by the Emperor was so great that she wondered how he had managed to still retain his sanity. Désir grinned. He had expected something like this and asked her about the curse. She explained that an evil spirit had attached itself to him, confusing his mind and sucking out his life force. This curse is cast when you want to kill, and it requires the use of a dead person. But this one was over a year old, and has only recently begun to have an effect. The Emperor replied that a man who uses not even his own hands but a corpse to kill is not worthy of even a mention, let alone a search. Curses and karma, Lan thought. Any normal person would have gone crazy over this by now. She said she would burn the repellent talisman. The perpetrator could not expect his target to have a strong will, she thought, and said he would feel better after burning the paper. But at that moment another cursed man, darker than a cloud, returned. He bowed and formally greeted the Emperor, appearing at his will. Lan saw the Marquis, could no longer hold back her gagging, and ran away. Desire grinned, and said that the Marquis must be carrying a lot of grudges. Just as Desire had warned, now it was his turn to use Daeon. The Marquis became nervous. The Emperor had been quiet lately, and he thought that he had already forgotten about him. Since Daeon has already recovered, he needs to prove that he's on the side of the humans, or there are already rumors in the troops that he's related to the Zero Squad commander. Again, the Marquis found himself on the front line and standing watch. At this moment, he was joined by the Marquis Stephen, who was looking for him. Stephen was waiting for him, though he hadn't heard Daeon arrive, for he was on a scouting trip. They hadn't seen each other since the royal hunt. Stephen pointed out that since 2 heroes were sent here at once, when there were not enough hands everywhere, it was a very important place. Daeon hated teamwork and just wanted the hard work of killing monsters, he thought. A noise came to them from below. His squad of personal guard rabid dogs were rioting again. They were fighting with the local garrison for no particular reason or sense. In the short time they'd been away from Lian, who'd gone away, the dogs had made a lot of noise. Daeon resented. He wanted to stop them, but another knight with a fancy haircut did it for him. It was Milan, the vice commander of the knights, who was supposed to subdue them. The argument was that one of Stephen's knights was a candidate for hero, and the hounds were clinging to that. The argument broke out with renewed vigor. Only now the deputy commander shouted the loudest. Stephen noticed the mess, and said that Junior should have taught the knights a lesson before letting them into battle. He said that the greatness of the head extends through his subordinates. Stephen's knights were all of a piece, completely different from his mad dogs that fought over nothing, a true elite. Stephen said this because he was worried that the younger man would be looked down upon when they left camp. Daeon glared. It seemed his knights could really use a lesson. He looked at one of the disputants and thought how a man without a fragment could be a hero. Milan accused the Steven Knights of being jealous, their commander. Though Steven's elite warriors were stronger, in terms of unrestraint, Dion's hounds outnumbered them. In the 8 Years' War, they were the advance party, a motley group assembled from all sorts of scum that everyone else had given up on. They were barely hanging on. Many had never held a sword in their hands, but had to fight to survive. They were made a convenient bargaining chip that no one hoped would survive. They didn't even think of coming back alive from the war when they saw a kid doing the bloody deed. One of them grabbed the boy and told him to stop, and he only flashed red eyes. That's when they first met Dion Hart. He was young, but he had been promoted to commander. Up close, he seemed like a child. The madmen told them that you can only stop when your arms and legs can't move. Then they realized that the boy was broken, because he was fighting a dead body. The mad commander ordered him to pull himself together. After all, they are on the battlefield. The weak will be left behind. They weren't strong enough to worry about morality, or other people anyway, the madman told them. In order for the weaklings to survive in this place, it was necessary to instill fear in the enemy. Then none of the soldiers responded because they realized it was true. It was a battle on the level of psychology. You need to make your enemies feel fear, even before the battle. The predator must remain calm for the hunt to succeed, Hart told them. Prey that gallops around is harder to hunt, so they should all be consumed by madness, the commander said. Making fun of the dead might have seemed insane, but it was those words that saved all the mad dogs. They were doing everything to survive this war. As it happened, they survived on each other. Dion Hart was not only their benefactor, he was their savior. Taking advantage of the tension on the main front, the demon army attacked the human world through a different route. But the Emperor read the demon lord's intentions well, so he sent the troops on time. But defense proved to be a difficult matter, so the Emperor had to gather all his forces. Thus, the two heroes found themselves together on the southern frontier. Hero candidates were assigned to them that contained fragments. Thus unfolded the battle with the demons, which was gradually coming to an end. Dion was exuberant as usual, and fought in his usual manner. Steven's knights were horrified at such cruelty. Then the hero candidates realized that they would lose to these madmen even with a hero shard. Even fighting for his life, he couldn't move, as if he was a wild beast in front of him. The dogs were disappointed. The boastful knights had acted as if they were ready to fight to the death, and now they were scared as rabbits. Despite their terror, they noticed that the demons no longer rushed at them recklessly, and fighting became easier. Dion didn't stop having fun. Having entered this state, he could no longer control himself. Steven stopped him, saying that enough was enough. He was worried they would lose Junior altogether. Steven dealt with his portion of demons and showed up to see how Junior was doing. But this place too had already dealt with minor demon forces. Mad dogs were good, which isn't surprising, otherwise they wouldn't have survived the 8-Year War. Steven asked, shouting "die" during battle is a habit like that. He told Dion that such barbaric outbursts were ruining his credibility, so it was best to get rid of them. Dion didn't care what others thought of him, but Steven wouldn't listen and told him to keep his back straight, as well as squaring his shoulders, lifting his chin. All over, he was teaching Dion how to walk properly. He advised him to make eye contact with his interlocutor, to walk with confidence, for simple changes could make a lot of difference. Again, Steven pestered him with inane advice, just as he had done then during the battle. As the eldest, he saw fit to keep an eye on him and worry. Some of the advice was sound, but it always ended with the same phrase, about how this advice wouldn't be useful to someone with overwhelming power. Dion averted his gaze, as if he could get the power if he just wanted to. Those words were meaningless to him. But while they were talking, the unkilled demon raised his spear and attacked Dion. They turned around at the noise at the last moment. Luckily, the stupid demon screamed before attacking, otherwise they wouldn't have noticed him. The spear pierced Dion's shoulder through and through, but a fatal wound was avoided. Even though he was weak, he was still able to stop the demon and then finish it off. But a wound in his left shoulder, dangerously close to his heart, hamstrung him. After the demons found out that Dion was knocked out of the battle, they started pestering Steven again. He asked the spy he caught who sent him. With anger, Steven pressed the neck of the fool whose employers didn't realize the importance of this war since they were sending assassins. The spy left this mortal world because of Steven's negligence. Dion had a lot of enemies, but the fact that they were coming after him in a war zone was out of the ordinary, Steven thought. On the other hand, that would mean that the one who protects the younger one would also come here, the Marquis realized. Though the second spy concealed his presence completely, Steven noticed him somehow. He questioned him as to who had sent the assassins, but the second infiltrator remained silent. Steven hoped he would do a good job on the defense, that the killer and the defender were both assigned to the same person. The knowledge that there was something not pure here kept Steven's mind at ease. The infiltrator felt sick. The mere thirst for the blood of a glorified hero He didn't understand why it was so dangerous around Dion Harath. Milan grabbed his head. His commander was in a terrible state, and was still going to go into battle with such a wound. Marquis didn't understand why he did it either. He couldn't remember what happened, so he told them not to be dramatic. At that moment, Stephen came in to check on his youngest. He was displeased that his youngest was always using himself as bait. Stephen looked angry, and Dion didn't understand why. His men had known he was like this since the beginning of the 8-year war. He used to be so sloppy that he even had help with his buttons. At times he acted like a child, and others had to look after him. But when it came to battles, he completely changed, and was most brutal and ruthless. Even when he was exhausted from the war, the wounds, the pills, he acted like everything was fine as long as he could survive. Dion excused himself to Stephen that he had no other choice, but the latter said that was not the case. He himself had rashly thrown himself into the fight. Dion vaguely began to recall the last fight as he ran forward. He remembered that he had killed the commander after all, causing the enemy troops to scatter. But then, Stephen asked if they had run away without him. He reprimanded Dion for not leaving the little thing alone and taking care of his safety. Because of this incident, the enemy scout also learned of his injury. That means that this information will quickly spread in the demon troops, and they will gather the retreating ones, Stephen said. And Dion could not find anything to object. Stephen said it's about Dion not doing the best thing, and it's better not to do that and take care of himself. Even his knights relished the picture, for when they said the same thing to the commander, he didn't want to hear them. Everything happened exactly as Stephen had predicted. The retreating demon army was returning. It was quite problematic, Stephen said, and Dion was dumbfounded. He felt guilty about it, but got a flick from the older man who told him not to start a panic. He said that having held off the enemies with his troop and Dion and his dogs would retreat to the rear. Then the Marquis expressed concern for his elder. The one only laughed, asking if he looked so weak. He and his knights were more than enough to fight back the demons. Even though Dion was injured, he should have been able to escape, Stephen insisted. So they did. Saddling their horses, quickly regrouped in the rear, intelligence reported that the main forces of demons withdrew. Hence, the battle here was the last one. Once they defeat the returning troops, they would fulfill their main objective. Cruel and the Duke met again. Of still had a strange relationship, even though Cruel was the one who came to Luther for protection and support. It was a peculiar relationship where they were not equal to each other, but still not vassal and suzerain. Cruel conceded defeat in this game, and Luther noted that Cruel had difficulty concentrating today. He asked if it was because the Duke had sent assassin after assassin to Dion, with most unable to even get close to him. But their relationship suddenly leaning to one side, Cruel experienced anxiety, and for good reason. At the same instant, the Duke pressed his face against the board, for he had intercepted one of Cruel's spies. And so Luther figured out that all this time his ward had been protecting his brother. If he hadn't been so valuable, the Duke would have killed Cruel by now. But now he decided to leave it at that, because this hero was very important to him. Luther reminded him that Dion had killed their parents. He stabbed Cruel in the arm. The Duke was surprised that Cruel was not saddened by the death of his dear parents. They were wonderful people, and yet Dion killed them without remorse. Let there be reasons. Let there be misunderstandings. Could that be an excuse? Wondered the Duke. Choosing between his own life and his brother's, which is more important? Luther asked him. But Cruel didn't make a sound. He was giving him one last chance, and said he'd put a watcher behind him, so Cruel wouldn't think of doing anything stupid. And if he's not willing to die, he should bring Dion Hart's head. Cruel was going to hike. With a heavy heart but a clear head, he already knew what to do. He thought back to what the fortune teller had told him, that before he died, he was obligated to kill his brother. The Duke demanded exactly the same thing, to put his life on the line. If he didn't want to die, he should have killed his brother. Cruel realized it was time to end it all, but when he grabbed his sword, it slipped from his wounded hand. Luther had damaged his nerve with his dagger, and now Cruel couldn't squeeze his arm properly. But something like this couldn't stop him. Outside the tent, he was spotted by someone who was supposed to be watching over him for the Duke. The dog that Luther caught was from the guild that Cruel had hired to protect Dion. He and were stealthy and skillful. The servant wanted to go with Cruel, but the hero said he would stay here and do what he had to do. The hero grinned when the servant defiantly stated that it was his job to protect him. There was only one way to discover the men sent by Cruel: bribery. It was a servant who informed the Duke of them. Then the hero asked him since when did he become the eyes of a duke. At some point, this servant stopped calling him master, and Cruel asked him again how long he had been reporting everything to the Duke. A trustworthy man who had been following Cruel even before they met the Duke. It was shocking. That question didn't matter now, sighed Cruel. He said he would no longer allow himself to be followed, because they're not kind enough to keep a traitor by their side during a mission. It was the last time, so it really didn't matter, Cruel thought. The last act would have no witnesses. That's why it's better to end it that way, so no one sees or knows anything. When he's with the demons, he's the Empire's most wanted enemy. When in the Empire, the most hated by demons because he's Dion Hart, has fallen on hard times again. He had killed so many demons, but there was no end to them. It was an ambush. They thought to quietly withdraw to the rear as so many enemies came out of nowhere, and more were arriving. In the distance they saw the demons that accompanied the laden wagons. This meant that by chance their squad went behind enemy lines and found his supply lines. Dion turned around when a poor demon screamed behind him. He started yelling like a madman and sped away, Dion rushing recklessly after him. But this was the perfect opportunity to deprive the demon army of valuable supplies. The demons blocked his way with their bodies and said he couldn't, to which Dion smiled, for he was still as good as he could be. Once the wagon was captured, the mission would be complete for good. While everyone was desperately fighting, several rocks formed a rubble pile. After the war began, the humans united, with the 4 main countries forming an alliance against the demons. During a brief lull in the Empire, a fateful storm broke out and snowed everything. Stephen returned to camp and was told that Dion had also arrived yesterday and was resting after his treatment. Rumor had it that he had looted the demon wagon. Dion caused a landslide and covered an important supply route, greatly damaging the enemy's morale. Near the tent, Stephen noticed several knights that were lying in the snow. He walked past them without paying attention. They were guarding Dion. But when Stephen went into the tent, he didn't find Junior there. Dion demanded to be let go, his cheeks red from being bitten by frost. But he didn't have the strength to break free from the arms of his brother, who was dragging him away. Dion continued to balk, saying they had nothing to talk about. But he still didn't understand why his brother suddenly appeared and clenched his mouth. He whispered for Dion to follow him, because he had something to tell him without explaining anything. Then Dion said they should talk right there, and the brother stopped. Dion felt bloodlust, and thought his brother wanted to kill him, but the latter drew his sword and covered him with it. Cruel ordered him to move on in the same direction they were going. Dion realized then that if he continued to go there, he would enter the demon lands. He wanted to question his brother about everything, but he said there just wasn't time for that and fended off the arrow flying at them. This time it was hard to escape from the assassins. Since Cruel was sent, it was a squad capable of killing heroes. Cruel patted him on the head and told him to go to the other side and never come back. The words sounded like goodbye, but after all the animosity that had been between them, it was strange. Dion was surprised that his brother knew about him going to the other side, to the demon lands. The mercenary commander was annoyed that Cruel had sided with their target, fighting 2 heroes they didn't want to fight at all. But Cruel didn't care how many assassins were in front of him. He resolutely stepped forward. The ringleader gave the order to eliminate both of them, and the assassins rushed towards them. Cruel quickly showed them what it takes to fight a hero. He fended off all attacks, even flying arrows, and those that could catch Dion. After telling the Duke he had seen nothing that day, Cruel followed Dion deeper into the woods, and ended up in the Twilight World, the world of demons where the sun never shines. Now all the pieces of the puzzle fit together, and Cruel realized who he had fought with in the last war. Cruel realized that since Dion was a Zero squad leader in the demon world, he was well taken care of there. Dion intervened and killed one of the mercenaries. There were plenty of enemies. Even if he escaped, he would still be caught up. He didn't know the reason his brother had decided to help him, but right now they had no choice but to fight together. An arrow whistled past Cruel's face, tearing him from his heavy thoughts. Unfortunately, it was not him who was shot, but his brother, so he had to cover him with his body, and he was wounded in the shoulder. Dion asked his brother what he was up to if he was acting so reckless, as if he cared about him. Dion scrolled through the whole chain of events as if in slow motion. He remembered his childhood when he told his brother about his desire to see the world outside the walls. Whether or not his brother really hid his disgust for him behind a mask of indifference, he quickly corrected himself and said he liked to stay home and read books. Then his brother patted him on the head and suggested we all go somewhere together when he was older. Cruel told him as usual not to look for underlying causes, just accept and forget, and ran his palm over his head again. He grinned as he had back then in their childhood, and a new batch of mercenaries were coming their way again. A family had died at the hands of Dion, all because of a misunderstanding, thought Cruel, nicknamed Itachi. If it wasn't for this misunderstanding, and the Duke's intervention, their family would be normal, and his affable little brother wouldn't be a monster. The day his only brother's hands were covered in his parents' blood, Cruel made a decision. It was now that he was remembering all the pain the Duke had caused him, and awakened his hero powers, his eyes glowing with a green light. In one fell swoop, Cruel killed the pursuers that risked thinking he was weakened from his wounds. It was his decision to protect his only family, his little brother, However, Dion was not himself to perceive the whole truth now. Otherwise, he would have gone into a frenzy of revenge and killed everyone and himself included. Cruel dismissed him again and told him to just leave. It was his last request. He didn't want his little brother to know the truth. Dion didn't understand anything. He just turned around and started running away. The assassins screamed in frustration, not understanding why they couldn't eliminate one single person. The mercenary commander ordered them to take care of Cruel first. The hero thought only that his brother would not remember his participation in the 8-year war, and hoped he would focus on hating him, then feel relief after his death. Even if what Dion had done was unforgivable, Cruel was sure they would forgive. If Dion wants to know the whole truth, he'll have to face reality and remember everything he's done. Cruel fell to his knees. His brother could no longer fight, and Dion realized that this was his end. People could laugh at Cruel's miserable life, at the fact that he couldn't stop his brother, by how much effort he put into being a hero and protecting his brother, working for his enemy, and yet he was satisfied, for he had lost his life protecting him as he had wanted to. All he could hope for before he died was that his brother wouldn't go mad with the truth and live a long, happy life. He sincerely wished his brother happiness and smiled. Even after death, he would keep him safe. The assassins were breathing heavily. The victory had come at a cost, but the main task was not yet accomplished. They realized that he carried the title of hero for a reason. They only had a handful of people left. Now it's time to do away with Dion Hart, who's a table among the trees. He went into a stupor and couldn't believe his brother was dead. Their hatred was personal. No one else was supposed to take him away. He was the one who had wanted to kill him for so long. But his brother had committed unimaginable meanness, making revenge impossible. He had sacrificed himself. Dion thought he would be happy when he saw his brother die. But instead, tears rolled down his cheeks. He didn't understand why Cruel had done that, whether he had any reason to do it. Dion's head was splitting, in pieces. He wasn't worthy of this treatment. His brother's ghost stood in front of him and called out to him. Dion flinched. His parents showed up next, and asked him not to think about it. But if he wants to know the truth, accept reality, the brother said, and face what he did. An arrow hit Dion, but bounced off the protective barrier. The stone Riri had given him disintegrated again. The assassins didn't realize what had happened. They were confident that the attack would hit the target, but something went wrong. He should have moved, but he didn't want to. Had worked his ass off to get to this point, and now he didn't know what to do next. His brother's voice whispered live, and only then did Dion tear into the woods. Everything he believed in crumbled in an instant. His brother dying before his eyes for his own sake. The cold air cutting into his lungs. Dion didn't understand anything now. All his fragile personality held onto was his hatred for the family he continued to live for. But he didn't know which of that was true, though deep down he probably did, Dion thought, and jumped into the portal. Dion was afraid to accept it, because he thought there was no turning back. With all his might, he avoided the truth. If it was a mistake, could he further turn a blind eye to everything? Therefore, he decided to accept everything. The demons recoiled in horror against the castle walls to avoid being hit, because Dr. Ben was rushing so fast, but he was held up by Ed and asked what was wrong. Ben showed the crystal, and said that this heart rate monitor had never shone so brightly with alarm. That meant Commander Arthur was in great danger, Ed realized. Riri shrieked along with them, her protective stone breaking as well. The wall that Dion spent 10 years building has completely collapsed. Once he stopped resisting, it was only a matter of time, his head splitting with pain and regret. All the memories he'd dislodged were slowly coming back to him. He crawled on his knees and asked why Cruel didn't just kill him. The emotions of that time flashed so vividly that he stopped breathing, and only whispered why he hadn't been killed then. Riri found him first. He was still lying like that at the very entrance to the demon world. Dion's eyes were trippy. He could barely make out what he was seeing. He collapsed without strength, unable to withstand his emotional shock. Somewhere far away in the mountains, a shaman woke up the whole village and shouted that they must flee. The last wall had fallen. The calamity had awakened. The people were alarmed at this late hour. The old woman had taken up again, they said. Lan stated that her grandmother was right this time. They all needed to find shelter because they were in danger. Dan asked Rem's butler if he really didn't know where the Lord was now. The third hero of the Empire had disappeared. Ram sighed, and replied that he couldn't know that. There were rumors that he had been kidnapped, or that he had killed his brother and escaped to the demon world. His rabid dogs only hoped that the commander was well fed. Where could he run away to with such a weak body, they wondered. Lian said to stop worrying needlessly and get busy training. She was sure the Emperor would send people out to search. But even having said all that, she was still worried about him. All of his servants and loyal men were worried about him, and she hoped the Lord wouldn't forget that. The Emperor listened. Another disappointing report: both brothers were still missing. They were last seen in the Northern Territory, but no trace of them has been found since then, Nemesis said. Desire looked flustered and said to focus on defending the Empire and finding heroes. Luther praised the defector for his good work and promised to keep him alive. The Duke grinned. Cruel, sacrificing himself for his brother had done a real foolish thing. But they missed a good chance to kill Dion Hart. The Duke had no doubt that he had escaped to the demon realm. Dion never regained consciousness. He kept lying in bed, coughing up blood. Riri was crying as well, and wiped the blood and tears from the Zero Squad leader's face. She asked Ben to do something, but in their era, antidepressants hadn't been invented yet, and Doc had already treated the usual wounds. The Demon Lord entered their chamber and wondered what Dion had seen since he was in such a state. He realized that Arthur had decided to accept a truth comparable to hell. At this rate, the young apprentice could die quickly, the Demon Lord thought, and decided that this was a good opportunity to check the fate of the guy. He told them all to get out, in a voice that did not tolerate objection. Riri was still crying, but had to leave with everything. Perhaps it will affect future life-related things and may require payment, the demon thought, and used magic. He only wondered. He couldn't let the guy die, so he cast a soporific spell on him. From the power of the magic, the entire castle glowed with purple light like a huge candle.